Chapter 65. The aura qi within Yin Zhaoge's dantian alternated between active and passive, forming the image of a turtle and a snake, the profundities of the variations of yin and yang. The Xuanwu fist scripture propelled the ocean-stabilizing fist and the heavenly snake king fist, forming the image of true martial, shaking the door of blood's Shangxiu acupoint, instantly giving rise to a terrifying, peerless explosive force. Striding out, Yin Zhaoge arrived in front of that big man. Let alone indoors, even in an open area outside, this late outer aura martial scholar would not be able to hover in the air with his aura qi. Yin Zhaoge's entire body erupted with power as he flipped his palm, slapping downwards. His palm was crimson purple, the blazing heat causing the big man to feel as though he had fallen into a furnace. It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage to Shita Palm. While the big man was also shocked by Yin Zhaoge's speed, he was still a late outer aura martial scholar after all. He immediately raised his palms like sabers, raising them with both hands. His aura qi surged, transforming into two sabers, dancing within the air. The two saber auras spun, one above and one below, one towards Yin Zhaoge's descending palm, while the other spiraled towards Yin Zhaoge's chest. The saber aura was bright, its saber qi cold, flowing freely as though thousands of phenomena were flashing at once. One of the 8 extreme arts, 8 scenery spirit saber. Different from the chaotic elements uniting saber's incomparable toughness, the 8 scenery spirit saber walked on the profundities of variations. It was of the same type as the sacred Sun clan's Sunset Thousand illusory palms. The only difference was that of the 8 extreme arts, the 8 scenery spirit saber and the Tishita palm mutually countered each other. From a certain perspective, it would counter the Tishita palm. As the saber light suffused the area, an 8 sceneries palace lantern seemed to appear in front of Yin Zhaoge. While the cauldron fire was not the fire of a lantern, the purple flames of the Tishita palm, meeting the 8 sceneries palace lantern formed of the 8 sceneries spirit saber, instantly became less violent. And as the saber light revolved, it seemed to transform into a massive lantern, revolving as it smashed towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he ignored the saber light that was chopping towards him. The purple color on Yin Zhaoge's palm grew denser, his aura qi condensing to form. The purple color on Yin Zhaoge's palm grew thicker as his aura qi condensed, vaguely forming a massive pill furnace. The cauldron smashed into the 8 sceneries palace lantern formed by the saber aura. The heavy and violent power immediately broke the lantern. All the hairs on the big man's body stood on end as he immediately determined that Yin Zhaoge's explosive power was fiercer than his, and his speed faster than his. Facing attack with attack, before his saber aura had struck Yin Zhaoge, it would definitely be Yin Zhaoge who had first slammed his palm onto the crown of his head. Helpless, the burly man spun around and sheathed his saber to protect himself. Now that he had lost the initiative, there was no hope for him to turn things around. Yin Zhaoge exhaled and roared, striking out consecutively with his palms, his attacks like a tempestuous storm pressuring his opponent into retreat. The big man had originally thought that Yin Zhaoge's violent attacks would not be able to last for long, but who knew that there seemed to be no end to them. He couldn't even pull away as he was enveloped by Yin Zhaoge's palm all along. The burly man clenched his teeth, turned around and slashed out with his saber. He no longer cared about his own safety and fought attack with attack. However, Yin Zhaoge's figure abruptly leapt up at this moment, his explosive power actually rising yet another level. The demonic 6 spirits fist, the mighty demonic ape fist with the strongest explosive force in an instant. At the final moment, Yin Zhaoge's speed and strength rose once more, completely surpassing everyone's expectations. With a leap, he evaded his opponent's 8 scenery spirit saber. His palm had already arrived before the big man. Elder Qin, who had been quietly watching the battle, now let out a sigh that seemed like praise whilst also feeling emotional. A formless power arose, the distance between Yin Zhaoge and his opponent instantly increasing. The next moment, the two returned to their original positions before they had clashed. The two had only clashed in an instant, a series of extremely dangerous attacks and defenses. The others all let out a breath at the same time, their gazes that were on Yin Zhaoge were filled with shock and admiration. The Yin Zhaoge before them had actually really surpassed levels to defeat a late outer aura martial scholar of the same level. This big man was not an ordinary late outer aura martial scholar, cultivating in Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage clear chi profound art and 8 scenery spirit saber. He was also a veteran of 100 battles, possessing abundant experience. Generally speaking, this kind of opponent was one that most young geniuses were most unwilling to meet. However, he had been cleanly defeated by Yin Zhaoge. Throughout the entire match, while the big man had been caught off guard, allowing Yan Zhaoge to suddenly erupt and seize the initiative, there had not been any mistakes in his subsequent responses. This was already the best he could have done under the circumstances at the time, yet he had still been defeated by Yan Zhaoge. This was Yan Zhaoge forcibly taking him head-on with a higher level of strength, without any luck at all. Yan Su glared at Yan Zhaoge. While your foundation is the clear chi profound art, many of the techniques you use to exert your strength are not my broad creed mountain's martial arts. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, I did not secretly learn other martial arts, it was just that I had a fortuitous encounter. I've let Elder Yan see a joke. Elder, don't you also cultivate in martial arts that you obtained outside? The martial arts that disciples obtain outside legacies can be contributed to the clan's martial vault, exchanging for our clan's supreme martial arts, and can also be kept for themselves. This is in accordance with the clan's rules. Yan Su snorted, not saying a word. Elder Qin, on the other hand, did not mind this at all. Looking at Yan Zhaoge with a look of praise on his face, he slowly nodded. This broad creed mountain envoy who had been defeated by Yan Zhaoge was actually inferior to Xiao Shen. However, the result of this battle had already proved that Yan Zhaoge at least had a chance of defeating Xiao Shen head-on. Between martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, due to the difference in experience, talent, mentality as well as the superiority of their martial arts, although it was not common for the inferior to surpass the superior, it was still not uncommon. The higher the cultivation base of martial practitioners, the rarer the situation of surpassing levels and defeating an opponent of a higher cultivation base. Being able to walk to a higher cultivation base, everyone's talent and opportunities would not be too bad. The higher the cultivation base, the more this was so. This was even more so between people of the same age and those of the same generation. I've offended you. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the big man, then said, if Xiao Shen doesn't admit it, I'll just find him for another match at any time. At this time, a report came in from outside that the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, had personally arrived. Yan Su and Yan Zhaoge welcomed him in together. Upon seeing Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing's first words were, what realm are you at now? Under what circumstances did you defeat Xiao Shen and obtain his radiant sun wheel? As these words left his mouth, the gazes of everyone in the room all fell on Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled, in a one-on-one battle I defeated him, then used the Jade Dragon Sword to obtain his radiant sun wheel. Comparing the process and results of the previous match, the people of Broad Creed Mountain all sighed in unison, no longer asking any questions. Instead, it was the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, who was a little taken aback, asked a few more questions. As Yan Zhaoge answered them one by one, Zhao Shiqing said emotionally, Yan Di has a worthy successor. Everyone present all nodded unconsciously. Someone blurted out, yet another Yan Wudi. When Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, had been unparalleled amongst the younger generation of the Eight Extremities world, never suffering a single defeat, suppressing all his peers. That year, when Yan Di had been a martial scholar, he had been invincible amongst martial scholars. To the extent that all martial scholars were no longer referred to by their original names, instead adding a Wu character between their surnames and given names. Homonym Yan Wudi. It was only after Yan Di had stepped into the martial grandmaster realm that no one called him that anymore. However, as Yan Di's cultivation had increased over the years, his strength rising steadily, the suffocating pressure that he had previously brought upon martial scholars was gradually beginning to envelop all the martial grandmasters of the world. The day when the name of Yan Wudi would once again be called was already not far away. Hearing that person's words, even Elder Qin and Zhao Shiqing did not explicitly object to it, their gazes instead gradually lighting up. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, a similar thought vaguely arose within everyone's hearts. The Yan Wudi of the past was still the Yan Wudi of the present. Chapter 66. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing nodded slowly. Zhaoge's talent was originally outstanding, but from the looks of it now, you actually still haven't displayed your full potential before. Only today did you truly display your brilliance. It can also be said that you have accumulated your strength from a different angle. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Zhao Shiqing. Uncle overpraises me. But this time I will have to trouble Uncle. Zhao Shiqing and Elder Qin joining hands to repel the East Rising Lord of the Sacred Sun Clan was undoubtedly making a clear choice between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan. The Eastern Tang was a part of the East Heaven region of the Heaven Domain, and had always been under Broad Creed Mountain's command. However, the Sacred Sun clan was currently powerful, and the Eastern Tang Kingdom was directly bordered by the fire domain that the Sacred Sun clan controlled. If the two sacred grounds were to go to war, it would be as easy as flipping a hand for the Sacred Sun clan to deal with the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Even if Broad Creed Mountain sought revenge afterwards, if the Eastern Tang Kingdom suffered losses, it would still be a true calamity. Material losses and even territorial losses could all be compensated and recovered, but the dead could not be revived. Zhao Shiqing shook his head. This time's reform of the Pill Pavilion was originally intended to kick Shirlai out of the picture. Making his stance clear to the Sacred Sun clan was also something that would happen sooner or later. This king has always been with Broad Creed Mountain. It is not that the Sacred Sun clan does not know this, just that this time, everything has been laid out on the table. His old friend's only son being threatened in the lands of the Eastern Tang, Zhao Shiqing naturally wouldn't just sit by and watch. No matter what, he would support Yan Zhaoge to the end. Elder Qin immediately expressed his stance once more. Due to the special circumstances, this old man will be sitting over the Eastern Tang during this period of time. Then I will have to trouble Elder Qin. Although facing the immense pressure brought about by the Sacred Sun clan, Zhao Shiqing's bearing was still calm. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. I never knew before that you Zhaoge actually had such deep attainments in the Tao of alchemy. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Uncle overpraises me. It was only recently that I obtained some information. Pondering on it myself, I made some gains, but it is still not complete yet and still requires further research. Zhao Shiqing sighed. The golden needle liberating pill technique, like the internal crystal furnace, was completely lost after the great calamity, of it being a secret technique whose name has only been heard of. This Tao of yours is really too good. As Zhao Shiqing said this, he could not help but tease Yan Zhaoge, but his tone and expression were both rather solemn. Yen Su and the others were slightly stunned. Golden needle liberating pill? Elder Qin, on the other hand, had heard some news from the mountain gate and wasn't too surprised. As the head of the East Heaven region, with Yan Zhaoge also having to move around here during this period of time, he naturally had to inform him of some news. Didn't they say they were still experimenting? You've already grasped it? Elder Qin's face revealed a hint of joy. Yan Zhaoge nodded, smiling. I'm still studying it. Still, I'm already gradually becoming familiar with some of the more basic pills. Zhao Shiqing shook his head. It's fine if it's just a healing pill, but the smoke cloud powder is not a low-level healing pill. It can be said to be a holy item for healing. After listening to Elder Qin and Zhao Shiqing's explanation, the others gradually understood what was going on. Yen Su's face was expressionless, but within the depths of his eyes, which had originally been staring at Yan Zhaoge, a cold intent could be seen. But now the coldness had completely disappeared and only calmness remained. This didn't mean that everything that had happened before was just a passing cloud. On the contrary, when Yen Su looked at Yan Zhaoge now, there was no longer the condescending air of a senior looking at a junior. At this moment he placed Yan Zhaoge on the same level as himself for the first time. Even if the current Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was still far from his. The internal crystal furnace artifact forging technique, the cloud vein stone turning into jade essence, the golden needle liberating pill technique, as well as his own extraordinary talent and potential in the martial Tao, things could happen again and again, but not again and again. If it happened once or twice, it could be considered a coincidence, luck. But if it happened every time, the coincidence would also become a certainty. Yen Su glanced at Yan Zhaoge silently, then retracted his gaze as if no longer paying attention to him. But in reality he placed even more importance on it, and also signified an even firmer determination. Out of consideration for the legacy, when the competition between the second generation had reached a stalemate, an outstanding third generation could very well influence the final decision of the older generation. Few people knew that Yen Su's wariness and fear towards Yan Zhaoge and his father far surpassed that of others. That did not only stem from the conflict between the factions, but also involved the fear that was hidden deep within his heart. As Yan Di grew stronger and stronger, his power grew larger and larger. Yen Su already felt that he could not eat or sleep in peace. That matter that year, if the father and son knew that it had something to do with me? I had originally thought that the threat only lay with Yan Di, but who would have thought that it would not just be Yan Di? As time goes on, this junior before me will also be a huge threat. Because of him, Yan Di's reputation will also grow stronger and stronger, even possibly suppressing Elder Fong. If this continues, Yen Su sucked in a deep breath, his gaze growing calmer and gloomier. He had originally still been a little hesitant, but now he no longer hesitated. As for the other higher echelon martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain, as they looked at Yan Zhaoge, their emotions were much more complicated. Those who were close to Yandi's faction were overjoyed, whilst also feeling incredulous, while those who were close to Yan Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan felt incomparably conflicted. After all, they were also of Broad Creed Mountain. Their own clan having produced such a genius of the younger generation, they felt honored as well as happy for the clan. But it just so happened that this rising star of the younger generation was someone from the opposing faction. Yan Zhaoge could more or less guess what they were thinking. Now, he was actually preparing to concoct a divine pill in preparation for the future, using it as a trump card in his father's fight for the position of clan chief. That pill had never appeared in the Eight Extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, and when it was concocted, no one would recognize it. It was not like artifacts, spirit artifacts and the like, which martial practitioners could communicate with and use. Pills were things that had to be ingested into the mouth, and it was very hard to say what would happen after ingesting it. To most people it would be a great tonic, but to some, it would be a deadly poison. Such situations were not unheard of. This would inevitably cause others to feel apprehensive, so Yan Zhaoge needed to lay some groundwork beforehand. To let others form an impression, Yan Zhaoge's attainment in the Tao of alchemy is not small, and is also very high, worthy of trust. In order to avoid drawing attention, this groundwork also had to be done step by step, progressing in an orderly manner. At the same time as laying the groundwork, he would also continue to consolidate Broad Creed Mountain's control over the Eastern Tang Kingdom, squeezing out the claws of the Sacred Sun clan, killing many birds with one stone. After completely understanding the situation, Elder Qin first nodded slightly towards Zhao Shiqing. I must first congratulate the king on having produced yet another fine son. Zhao Shiqing's expression was calm. How has indeed surpassed this king's expectations, but many things still need to be verified. Also, while Shurya's share of the Pill Pavilion has been lost to Zhaoge, this king understands him. He will not withdraw so easily. These past few years he has also planted quite a few people within the Pill Pavilion, many of them in vital positions, all of which need to be cleaned up. However, this can be completed within these few days, Zhao Shiqing said calmly. Elder Qin nodded. This old man naturally knows the king's methods. Saying thus, he swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Zhaoge, this time, you have consecutively performed a great deed. Let's not talk about anything else first, with the clan deciding on what to do, but within this old man's authority, I can first reward you for your merit in regards to the Pill Pavilion this time. You have developed the ancient golden needle liberating pill technique, which can effectively raise the quality of medicinal pills, at the same time successfully expelling the Sacred Sun clan's infiltration of the Eastern Tang Pill Pavilion. Other than the share of the Pill Pavilion that you yourself won from Prince Jin Zhao Shiqing, the shares that our clan originally secretly occupied in the Pill Pavilion will also belong to you. All the profits will be personally distributed by you. If the clan needs it, we will also not let you suffer a loss. You can exchange it for it at the market price or with other resources that you want. Matters relating to our clan and the Pill Pavilion will be decided by you. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Thank you, Elder Qin. Chapter 67. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Elder Qin and Yan Su, countless thoughts flashed through their minds. The Pill Pavilion was a business supported by the Eastern Tang Kingdom's royal family, while Broad Creed Mountain, as the true ruler of the East Heaven region, also had a share of the profits. On one hand, it had a symbolic effect, guaranteeing Broad Creed Mountain's position and benefits in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. On the other hand, Broad Creed Mountain had also played an important role in the spread of the Pill Pavilion's medicinal pills outside of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Even without the golden needle liberating pill technique and the recent smoke cloud powder, the Pill Pavilion still had a huge profit. Before this, Broad Creed Mountain's dealings with the Pill Pavilion had been handled by the Eastern Tang's principal elder. This was also the authority of an Eastern Tang elder in charge, and was within the scope of his authority. Yan Zhaoge had personally won a large amount of shares of the Pill Pavilion from Prince Jin Zhao Shilai. Logically speaking, these shares would all be handed over to the clan, to be managed by the clan, while the clan would reward and compensate Yan Zhaoge in other areas. This transfer was naturally to the hands of the Eastern Tang's principal elder Yan Su. Now, however, the situation was the complete opposite. All of the shares had gone to Yan Zhaoge. Regardless of how much it was worth, this was undoubtedly cutting Yan Su's flesh with a knife. The other martial practitioners all looked at Elder Qin in bewilderment, and even the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, was sizing him up. Elder Qin's tone was calm, and Yen Su's expression was similarly calm. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge smiled but did not speak. Between his father Yen Di and his second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan, Elder Qin remained neutral. While his impression of Yen Zhaoge had changed and he admired Yen Zhaoge greatly, it was still not enough for Elder Qin to be biased towards Yen Di's faction. Elder Qin's current method was to give Yen Zhaoge a knock on Yen Su's head at the same time as well. Previously, when Ningji had failed in his attempt to snitch on Yen Zhaoge, instead getting himself involved. He was Yen Su's trusted aide, so Elder Qin naturally had to pay attention to the relationship between the Eastern Tang and Yen Zhaoge. While Lin Yuxiao's death could not be said to be certain, Yen Zhaoge's suspicions were temporarily eliminated. Then it was worth investigating who had harmed her. The corpse was discovered and guarded by Yen Su's men, and the injuries were caused by the Tushita palm. Yen Su was also proficient in the Tushita palm, and with his cultivation, it was easy for him to fake the attack of a physical invulnerability early-stage martial scholar. Elder Qin similarly did not believe that Lin Yuxiao had really been killed by Yen Su. However, in order to deal with Yen Zhaoge, Yen Su might have played some tricks. Him stripping away a portion of Yen Su's authority and transferring it to Yen Zhaoge was a reminder. Elder Qin had no intention of participating in the competition for the position of chief between Yen Di and Fang Zhuan. However, to this old man, while the two sides were fighting, some bottom lines had to be maintained. Profits are only one aspect. Yen Zhaoge thought leisurely, can this be considered as me going from only spending money extravagantly to being able to earn my own money? Elder Qin continued, you found the maiden of extreme Yin and brought her into our clan. This is a great merit. Surpassing the golden needle liberating pill, the current internal crystal furnace, and the excavation of jade essence. However, little friend Feng's extreme Yin physique has yet to recover. At this stage it is still too early to say anything. Therefore this merit reward of yours can be discussed at a later time. If little friend Feng really recovers his extreme Yin physique, the clan will naturally give you a huge reward. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Although he still did not know the specifics, he was still rather looking forward to such a reward. Elder Qin said, you defeating Xiao Shen and raising the name of our broad creed mountain, while it cannot compare to the merit of bringing in the maiden of extreme Yin, there will still be a reward. This reward will have to be decided by the clan. This old man cannot decide it on my own. After all, you are not a martial practitioner who is permanently stationed in the East Heaven region. However, with your continuous merits, the clan will not instead become stingy. Therefore we can give you a small preferential treatment. Whatever reward you want, you can name it yourself and this old man will report it to the clan. You know the rules. I believe that you won't want some unrealistic reward. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge smiled and nodded, many thanks to the clan and Elder Qin. To be honest, I really do have something that I want. Elder Qin asked, oh? What is it? Yen Zhaoge smiled, I want something of yours, that 9 treasures ice gourd from the Thunder Domain's lonely cold mountain. Hearing his words, Elder Qin looked at Yen Zhaoge, a little astonished, you have a treasure that needs to be preserved for a long period of time? This old man knows that you have obtained the glacial dragon bone soul, and had originally intended to give you the entire skeleton. However, for storing the glacial dragon bone soul, a large piece of essence jade should be enough. Yen Zhaoge said, it is not the glacial dragon bone soul but something else. I wonder if Elder would be willing to part with it? Elder Qin waved his hands, directly taking out a white gourd and throwing it to Yen Zhaoge. What's there to be unwilling about? Although this thing is rare, it is not all that valuable. That year this old man just happened to come across one by chance and has kept it ever since. Like chicken ribs, tasteless when eaten, a pity to discard. If you only want this thing, there is no need for the clan to decide. This old man will directly give it to you. Receiving the 9 treasures ice gourd, Yen Zhaoge immediately smiled, thank you, Elder. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Elder Qin seemed to suddenly think of something as he glared at Yen Zhaoge. You brat, have you come up with some new ideas again? Yen Zhaoge chuckled, not concealing anything. I indeed have some ideas, but they are still just ideas for now. Whether or not I can bring them out, I still have to test them out first. Elder Qin extended his index finger and pointed at Yen Zhaoge. You really don't let people rest easy. Although he said this, his tone was amiable, and within the gaze with which he looked at Yen Zhaoge, there was clearly a smile and praise. Hearing this, the others all felt curious, not knowing what Yen Zhaoge was planning this time. All the signs from before had shown that the current Yen Zhaoge really could not be measured by normal logic. Yen Zhaoge himself had said it mildly, but it was very likely that it would be yet another great storm. Having finished discussing Yen Zhaoge's reward, Elder Qin arranged for people to investigate Lin Yuxiao's death. He himself had to deal with the pressure from the Sacred Sun clan as well as the East Rising Lord. Logically speaking, Lin Yuxiao's death had happened on the territory of the Eastern Tang, and it should have been the responsibility of the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yen Su. However, it was already obvious that Yen Su was no longer suitable to handle the matter, so Elder Qin arranged for other people who had come to the Eastern Tang with him to investigate the matter. As for Yen Zhaoge, even if he could prove that Lin Yuxiao's death had nothing to do with him at all, he still had to avoid suspicion. Yen Zhaoge taking the initiative to investigate was actually just to express his attitude and the importance he attached to the matter. Facing the possible actions of the Sacred Sun clan, Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom needed to have a tacit understanding. During this period of time, whether it was Yen Zhaoge, Elder Qin or Yen Su, they would naturally have to inform the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing. Chapter 68. Glancing at Yen Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing nodded slowly. "I know what you want to say, Zhaoge." With no one else present, conversing with Yen Zhaoge in private, Zhao Shiqing also no longer addressed Yen Zhaoge as a loner, instead changing to a very ordinary form of address. If Hao was enlightened overnight, then the change in Hao is too great, too sudden. Putting aside the great change in temperament, even I would have to admit that I am inferior to him in alchemy. I can't tell his martial arts cultivation at the moment, but his progress in the past half a year is far better than before. Zhao Shiqing was very frank, not looking down on Yen Zhaoge just because he was of the younger generation. Zhao Shiqing didn't necessarily know Zhao Hao very well, even if he wanted to say that he knew him very well. However, after Zhao Hao's body had changed, Zhao Shiqing could naturally investigate most of Zhao Hao's life from his birth to now if he wanted to. Otherwise, he would be in vain as the ruler of a country. If it said that he obtained a great opportunity, obtained a legacy, or was taken in as a disciple by an expert, it's still somewhat understandable. However, the path of alchemy is not only about talent, but also accumulation and tempering. How did Hao reach his current height? Zhao Shiqing shook his head slightly. However, all of this can still be slowly investigated. It is undoubtedly a good thing for the Eastern Tang that I can produce an even more outstanding son. As Yen Zhaoge listened, he secretly grinned to himself. For those in power, they were not afraid of those below them who had the ability. The key was whether the situation was still under their control. As long as he didn't lose control of the situation, the more capable his subordinates were, the better. Most of the time, it wasn't that others couldn't see through some of the clues and flaws, but they just pretended to be ignorant and continued to observe in secret. Zhao Shiqing was already like this. His own father Yen Di was even harder to fool. Therefore, ever since Yen Zhaoge had come to this world, everything had slowly progressed in an orderly fashion. While it wasn't to say that he wouldn't be suspicious at all, at the very least, the difference couldn't be too big. While he had unearthed and recreated the internal crystal furnace, that had been an artifact invention, and not the level of artifact forging itself. Yen Zhaoge's other artifact forging techniques could only be considered above average. He had recreated the golden needle liberating pill technique, but it was only a technique. His overall skill in alchemy was slowly improving, and the impression he left on others was gradually increasing. The changes in one's martial arts cultivation and the acquisition of some strange secrets could mostly be explained by a fortuitous encounter or a sudden enlightenment. It didn't matter if he walked slowly now. The future where he could spread his wings and soar high was right in front of him. Actually, thinking about it sometimes, Yen Zhaoge couldn't help but find it a little funny. Zhao Hao is indeed a good person. Yen Zhaoge's current achievements naturally far surpassed Zhao Hao's. However, as compared to the Zhao Hao who was virtually unbridled in his sharpness, Yen Zhaoge instead seemed a little more normal. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In the eyes of many, Yen Zhaoge was similarly arrogant and domineering to the point of being a complete mess. However, the previous owner of this body also had such a personality, so the contrast between before and after wasn't that big. Therefore, when Yen Zhaoge told Feng Yunxing that he was low-key, he really felt that he was rather low-key. Faced with Feng Yunxing's disapproving gaze, Yen Zhaoge felt very wronged. With his personality of being in the limelight, he was already trying very hard to restrain himself. Zhao Shiqing sighed. The potential that Hao is displaying right now is something that even Lao Si and Lao San cannot compare to, let alone Lao Si and Lao San. Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly. Other than the eldest prince Zhao Yuan and the third prince Zhao Sheng, the Eastern Tang royal family actually still had the fourth prince Zhao Ming. Just in terms of martial talent, Zhao Ming was the number one of Zhao Shiqing's sons, not counting the black horse Zhao Hao, and at the same time, he was also the most outstanding talent of the entire Eastern Tang's younger generation. Long ago, Zhao Ming had entered Broad Creed Mountain to learn martial arts, becoming an official disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. With Broad Creed Mountain dominating the Heaven Domain, most of the martial geniuses of the Heaven Domain had fallen into their hands. The elites of the Heaven Domain similarly took pride in entering Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that with Zhao Ming having entered Broad Creed Mountain to learn martial arts, barring any major accidents, the throne of the Eastern Tang would no longer be his. Although the Eastern Tang Kingdom was a vassal and even subordinate to Broad Creed Mountain, it did not mean that the Eastern Tang Kingdom would completely become a subordinate of Broad Creed Mountain. Being able to cultivate in Broad Creed Mountain or ascending the throne in the Eastern Tang, whether it was better or not, this question was a matter of opinion. However, for Zhao Ming, his heart was set on martial arts, and he was more than happy to enter the Holy Land to learn. With him entering Broad Creed Mountain, while it seemed like he had broken away from the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the Eastern Tang could still use him as an ally, bringing the relationship between the Eastern Tang and Broad Creed Mountain even closer. Zhao Shiqing's heart had always been with Broad Creed Mountain, and he naturally wouldn't do something like placing bets on both sides. Other than his fourth son Zhao Ming, who had entered Broad Creed Mountain, the other princes all remained in the Eastern Tang. Other than that, something worth mentioning was that Prince Jin, Zhao Shili's second son, had entered the Sacred Sun clan. The relationship between Zhao Shili and the Sacred Sun clan was thus exceptionally close, causing the Sacred Sun clan's influence in the Eastern Tang to continuously seep in. Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing very tacitly did not mention this matter. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "As for what exactly happened to brother Zhao Hao, I am also unable to confirm. However, according to my conjecture, the changes in his body should be related to the martial saint expert of the past, the pill-fire divine sword Gaozha. Perhaps he obtained his legacy." Having said this much, it was already enough. Zhao Shiqing nodded, pondering slightly, proficient in the sword, proficient in the Tao of alchemy, smoke cloud powder, and that is indeed possible. He raised his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. If I do not remember wrongly, it is rumored that the pill-fire divine sword's relationship with Broad Creed Mountain is very tense? Yan Zhaoge answered frankly, "I am also not very clear on the inside details, but there is indeed such a thing. Other than that, we do not know if Gaozha left behind any information, nor what exactly did brother Zhao Hao inherit from Gaozha, causing him to seem somewhat hostile towards our clan." Zhao Shiqing sighed, "Having heard the reports from my subordinates, I also already know of this matter. Rest assured I will deal with it. If there is no progress, there will naturally be other arrangements." Not mentioning Zhao Shiqing's personal relationship with Yan Di, Zhao Shiqing similarly would not allow a son who held enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain to become his successor. More effort in grooming him was definite, but the throne was out of the question. Yan Zhaoge bowed, "Uncle has his own arrangements, Zhaoge does not dare to speak carelessly. What I have said today is already very impetuous." Zhao Shiqing waved his hands, "It's fine. Your father having a son like you having a successor is his fortune. I also envy him." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "I also hope that my fellow brothers can have as deep a relationship as uncle and my father." As the monarch of a kingdom, Zhao Shiqing might be a little emotional. However, this uncle was definitely loyal to his father, and also took great care of Yan Zhaoge himself. Yan Su naturally saw Zhao Shiqing and Yan Zhaoge's private conversation. His expression did not change as he walked off to the other side. Following behind Yan Su, a person said somewhat worriedly, "Yan Zhaoge actually defeated the late outer aura martial scholar Xiao Xin as a mid-outer aura martial scholar. This way, over on Lu Wen's side, I'm afraid." Yan Su's footsteps paused for a moment, his expression darkening somewhat. Lu Wen was the direct disciple of Yan Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle, Fang Zhuan. Like Yan Zhaoge, he was an outstanding figure of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, an existence who held great prestige. He was older than Yan Zhaoge, and had started cultivating even earlier than Yan Zhaoge. Currently at 25 he was of the same age as Xiao Xin. The conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan was rather deep. Before the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss had occurred, it had always been Yan Zhaoge against Chao Yuanlong, Lu Wen against Xiao Xin. The two sides had been in a stalemate, each with their own merits. Currently, Lu Wen was in secluded cultivation at Broad Creed Mountain. As a late outer aura martial scholar like Xiao Xin, he was in seclusion this time in order to attempt to break through the bottleneck and break through into the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Speaking of which, Lu Wen had seized the initiative this time, and was already slightly ahead of Xiao Shen. If he could become a Xiantian martial scholar first, he would truly be a step ahead of others. However, no one would have thought that Yan Zhaoge would rise up even more domineeringly, not only suppressing Chao Yuanlong who was of the same age as him, but now even surpassing levels to defeat Xiao Shen. Even his own cultivation base was getting closer and closer to Lu Wen's. Chapter 69. Far away from the capital of the eastern Tang Jingyang City, on a hill, several figures stood quietly, gazing at Jingyang City. The sunlight shone on them, making their golden robes even more dazzling. The middle-aged man at their head was precisely an elder of the Sacred Sun clan, the East Rising Lord of the Seven Reigning Suns. Beside the East Rising Lord stood a golden-robed old man, the Sacred Sun clan's principal elder in the Eastern Tang. Other than him, there were also other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. A white-clothed young man stood in the middle of the crowd. His face was covered with a thick beard, and he looked bold and unruly, but his eyes were filled with a snake-like gloomy and cold light. The youth's face was still a little pale, and his eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Jingyang City. He was naturally Xiao Shen. At this moment, his hatred towards Yan Zhaoge was not any less than that of Feng Yunxing at all. Not only had Feng Yunxing defeated him, but she had also humiliated him greatly. She had even publicly announced the matter of him being injured by Feng Yunxing. The skin on Xiao Shen's face had been completely torn off. The matter of him being injured by Feng Yunxing had always been kept under wraps even within the Sacred Sun clan. Those who knew the specifics were limited. Now everyone knew about it. Although no one else was looking at him, as Xiao Shen stood within the crowd at this moment, he could feel the gazes of disdain and mockery all around him, making him feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. This anxiety and embarrassment completely transformed into hatred, all of which was concentrated on Yan Zhaoge. The golden-robed elder turned to look at the East Rising Lord, informed the sect to send more experts over. We can't just let things go like this. Meng Wan lost the Extreme Yin crown last year, and the chief has also been in secluded cultivation all this time. It looks like some people have forgotten that our Sacred Sun clan is the #1 sacred ground of the current world. So what if the Eastern Tang Kingdom is in the Heaven region? As long as our glory sect is willing, we can still crush them. These words could only be said by him. If it were anyone else, they would be suspected of doubting the East Rising Lord's abilities, which would instead make the East Rising Lord unhappy. The East Rising Lord stood there. Even if he did not put on any airs, he still seemed as dazzling as the sun. He quietly looked at Jingyang City in the distance. How are the preparations we made earlier? The golden-robed elder shook his head slowly. It's not thorough enough. The East Rising Lord said, we have not made sufficient preparations, and it is the same for Broad Creed Mountain as well. But this time, the changes in the Dragon Sealing Abyss can make up for our shortcomings and give us a chance to succeed. The golden-robed elder perked up. That's right. The East Rising Lord swiveled his head to look at Xiao Shen. All other factors aside, for Yan Zhaoge to defeat you, it seems like it wouldn't be difficult at all. I'm slightly inferior. Xiao Shen took a deep breath and replied with much difficulty. The East Rising Lord turned his gaze towards Jingyang City once more. Even though you are a level higher, you are still inferior. If you were of the same cultivation level, the result would probably not be much better than Yuanlong's. Xiao Shen clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head. The East Rising Lord said mildly, if that's the case, I seem to have seen another Zhan Dongge, another Yan Di. His potential might even be even more shocking. Such a good seedling, what a pity that he also came from Broad Creed Mountain. It would be best if we can deal with him before he grows. Hearing his words, Xiao Shen's breathing instantly turned ragged. The East Rising Lord did not even turn his head. Just wait patiently. Perhaps you will have the chance to personally slay Yan Zhaoge, taking revenge for yourself. Being able to kill Yan Zhaoge with my own hands is exactly what I wish for. Xiao Shen's breathing steadied as he spoke softly. After taking his leave of Zhao Shiqing, Yan Zhaoge left the courtyard, where he saw Ahu waiting for him. Ahu walked up, smiling in a simple and honest manner. Young master, how is it? Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Junior apprentice sister Feng will be sent back to the clan. We will continue staying here. I still have some matters to attend to. As for junior apprentice sister Lin's matter, neither Yen Su nor I will interfere. Yen Su will hand over the things that he holds, but I don't think he will give up. At this point Yin Zhaoge instructed, Ahu regarding junior apprentice Sister Lin's death, get people to pay attention to the direction of the rumors. If there are any changes inform me immediately. Ahu scratched his head, young master, what kind of changes? The direction of the rumors now is that junior apprentice Sister Lin was jealous and came to pester me, only to be accidentally killed by me in a moment of impatience. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. If the direction of the rumors is that junior apprentice Sister Lin still has feelings for Yi Jing, throwing herself back into his embrace, and me killing her in a moment of rage, that means one thing, Yen Su, he might have found Yi Jing. Spreading this kind of rumor while destroying my reputation is unable to touch my foundation. The spreading of these rumors is only a layer of paving. Yin Zhaoge said leisurely, I have a feeling that this time, Yen Su probably wants me to never return to the clan. Ahu stopped laughing, his expression turning solemn. He wants to kill young master? But why? There's no reason. Young master, you've embarrassed him a few times. Even if he's angry, it shouldn't be to the extent of wanting to kill you, right? After all, young master, you are different from other disciples of the younger generation. Could it be that Elder Fong? Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, it wasn't second apprentice uncle's idea, it should be Yen Su's own idea. Perhaps it was just my misperception, but regarding junior apprentice Sister Lin's death this time, Yen Su's performance was a little strange. Ahu said in a heavy tone, has he gone mad? This has already crossed his bottom line. Young master, the potential that you have now displayed has already surpassed that of those of the same generation. It would be very difficult for Elder Fong to produce a disciple of the younger generation who can contend against you. If something happens to you, let alone the family head, even the old clan chief won't let him off. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, of course he won't take the blame for himself. That Yi Jing is precisely the best scapegoat for him. Ahu was taken aback as he opened his mouth wide. Just based on that brat Yi Jing he can kill you, young master? Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Didn't I just offend the people of the Sacred Sun clan badly? Moreover, there's still the Crimson Spirit Flag Master as well as that Ghost Hatchet Elder who is related to Yi Jing. Me dying at the hands of those martial grandmasters would naturally be the most perfect result. If Yen Su had to personally make a move, any one of those martial grandmasters would have the ability and the motive to heavily injure me. He could have used me as a cover, then let Yi Jing deal the final blow. If Yen Su wants to kill me, it would be much easier than those martial grandmasters outside. Elder Qin has come and blocked the people of the Sacred Sun clan. But conversely, the people of the Sacred Sun clan have also drawn Elder Qin's attention. That Yen Su thus has the space to move. Ahu said earnestly, young master, I solemnly recommend that you and Miss Fong directly return to the clan. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, his hands behind his back as he walked, smiling. Ahu, I won't hide it from you. From just now until now, I have been seriously considering the plan you suggested. However, it is not for my own safety, but rather for those of you who follow by my side, lest you get caught up in the crossfire. From my own point of view. Yin Zhaoge's smile gradually turned cold. Even if Yen Su didn't move against me, I would still want to move against him. Unlike when Ningxi and Chui Xian from before, wanting to get rid of a principal elder, the opportunity is not easy to find. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. But conversely, getting rid of a principal elder, the losses on second apprentice uncle's side are also completely not something that two acting elders can compare to. Ahu blinked. Young master, this is playing with fire. Who knows, you might even end up burning yourself. Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. How can there be completely no risk in this world? Very quickly, Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts also arrived at Jingyang City. After another round of discussion, Yin Zhaoge ultimately still chose to remain in the Eastern Tang, while Feng Yunxing followed them back to Broad Creed Mountain. First, go back and properly nurse your injuries, making your preparations. When I return to the mountain, your nightmare should begin. Yin Zhaoge looked smilingly at Feng Yunxing. What awaits you will be hardship that surpasses your imagination. Feng Yunxing raised her brows, smiling as she asked, how hardship? Chapter 70. Considering that the conflict with the Sacred Sun clan had recently intensified, as a precaution, a portion of Broad Creed Mountain's experts who had come this time remained behind to help Elder Qin stabilize the situation in the East Heaven region and the Eastern Tang, as well as to deal with any possible retaliation from the Sacred Sun clan. After sending Feng Yunxing off, Yan Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, pondering as he walked. Having offended the Sacred Sun clan badly this time, and with the strength and potential he had displayed recently also being more outstanding, the Sacred Sun clan would most likely be keeping an eye on him. What's more, there was still Yen Su eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Yan Zhaoge having stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm, even having defeated the late outer aura Xiao Shen, the group of black-clothed martial practitioners were now no longer accompanying Yan Zhaoge. As guards, it was already difficult for them to play a sufficient role. Instead, they might even be implicated. At that time, who would protect who? However, the group of black-clothed martial practitioners did not leave the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Instead, they remained behind, awaiting Yan Zhaoge's orders at any time. Yan Zhaoge and Elder Qin's group headed for overlooking Abyss City a while later. Yan Zhaoge and the others saw Lin Yushao's corpse there. It was only now that Yan Zhaoge had seen Lin Yushao's true appearance for the first time, instead of looking at the memories of the body's original owner through a slideshow. Just as Yen Su had said, the injuries on his body were all caused by the Tishita palm of an early-stage physical invulnerability martial scholar. The energy of the purple Tishita flame spread throughout his body, and also covered up other traces. Beauties suffer unfortunate fates. Yan Zhaoge was silent. Leaving Lin Yushao's place, Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the sky. Yi Jing, has he really reached such a level? He seemed to have been injured again in the cold pond. If he continues to use that secret technique to heal himself, his mind will be severely affected by it. In such a case, it is indeed possible that he will be more irascible and extreme. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. If you really want to end the world, I will personally send you on your final journey. When he returned to his residence, Ah Hu, who was beside him, said softly, "Young master." Seeing Ah Hu's seemingly simple and honest, but actually rather despicable smile, Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Following Ah Hu's line of sight, he saw a slender and elegant young girl standing by the roadside. "Junior apprentice Sister Sikong, you've left seclusion?" Yan Zhaoge asked. "From the looks of it, you've successfully broken through your bottleneck, stepping into the martial scholar realm." The young girl was precisely Sikong Qing. Her temperament was clear and cold, aloof from the world. She bowed solemnly towards Yan Zhaoge. "Having received many pointers from senior apprentice brother Yan before, I have specially come to express my thanks after emerging from seclusion. I've also heard about junior apprentice sister Lin's matter. My condolences, senior apprentice brother Yan." Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge appraised her from head to toe. "Not bad, a 16-year-old martial scholar. This is also hard to come by in our clan. Junior apprentice sister Sikong is indeed determined to improve. However, do not slack off. You should know that the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan was already a martial scholar at the age of 15. Sikong Qing's expression was calm, her gaze firm. "Yes, I know. Neither arrogant nor rash, very good." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "You are wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Tao, possessing a firm will. Therefore, I am not afraid of giving you a blow. Other than Meng Wan, there is another person in the Sacred Sun clan who also stepped into the martial scholar realm before the age of 16. And now she has joined our sect." Sikong Qing said quietly. "I hope to be able to exchange pointers with her more often. I think that I will benefit greatly from it." Looking at her, Yan Zhaoge suddenly broke into a smile. However, like Meng Wan, she is also a maiden of extreme Yin. Her situation is rather special, and in order to obtain results in the extreme Yin bout, the Sacred Sun clan has always used some rapid methods to nurture them. This way their foundations will inevitably be unstable in the future, causing their cultivation speed to be fast at first before slowing down afterwards. However, with the resources of the Sacred Sun clan and our clan, even if their cultivation speed slows down afterwards, that is only relative to themselves, still far faster than most people. Also, hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Sikong Qing continued mildly, "Also, the extreme Yin crown has an amplifying effect on the cultivation of maidens of extreme Yin. After Meng Wan won the first extreme Yin bout and grasped the extreme Yin crown for a year, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing her usual speed. After that senior apprentice sister of Jade Sea City defeated Meng Wan in the second extreme Yin bout and grasped the extreme Yin crown, her cultivation also began to soar." Sikong Qing's gaze was resolute, not fluctuating in the slightest. "Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Yan's advice. I won't slack off." Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "Very good, you have already reached the early inner aura martial scholar stage. Next, you will have to use your initial cultivated aura chi to open the acupoints of your entire body. After you succeed, you will be in the mid-inner aura martial scholar stage, after which you will cleanse your internal organs, strengthening your body a step further. When you are able to use your aura chi to form a wall of chi within your body, you will be considered to have reached the late inner aura martial scholar stage. Whether it is in attack or defense, the toughness of your body will all increase greatly, in preparation for your breakthrough into the outer aura martial scholar stage. Step by step, walking steadily, I believe that you will be able to do it. Sikong Qing nodded. I will work hard. I will trouble senior apprentice brother Yen. The two parted, Yen Zhaoge looking at Sikong Qing's departing figure, not speaking for a long time. Hu came up to him, giving a simple and honest laugh. Young master, Miss Lin has just left and you want to eat Miss Sikong? That's a little insincere. Yen Zhaoge said exasperatedly, can you stop thinking about your lower half? Hu scratched his head. Then why is young master looking at her with that kind of gaze? Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. Perhaps it was my misconception, but after Sikong Qing became a martial scholar, it was as though she had been reborn, her body undergoing a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning transformation. Although there is a heavenly chasm between martial artists and martial scholars, after crossing it is a brand new world. However, Sikong Qing's transformation is even greater than that, just that this feeling is very indistinct. Hu gazed at Sikong Qing's already disappearing figure for a long time, before saying in a puzzled tone, young master, other than having stepped into the martial scholar realm, I really can't see any other changes in her. Yen Zhaoge curled his lips. Perha. Right, previously I instructed you to have people follow that Zhaohao. Is there any report? Hu answered, for the time being there hasn't been any activity. It looks like he is far more obedient than young master said he was. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Continue watching, but do not touch the people of the Eastern Tang. Temporarily putting everything else to the back of his mind, Yen Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, taking out the 9 treasures ice gourd that he had obtained from Elder Qin. The original use of this thing was to store other items, especially some spirit herbs and spirit medicines. Some spirit medicines, as soon as they were plucked, would lose their spiritual qi rapidly, becoming useless. At this time, with this 9 treasures ice gourd, they would not fail on the verge of success. Yen Zhaoge pulled out the stopper at the mouth of the gourd, then took out the essence jade within which the glacial dragon bone soul was sealed. A portion of the power of the glacial dragon bone soul had already been absorbed by Yen Zhaoge. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge once again absorbed the essence qi within into his body. Under the nourishment of the essence qi of the glacial dragon bone soul, the aura qi within Yen Zhaoge's body circulated unceasingly, turning it into his own. With the help of the peerless heavenly scripture, Yen Zhaoge was able to accomplish this magnificent feat that most martial scholars would find hard to achieve, thereby increasing the rate at which his cultivation base rose. However, this time as Yen Zhaoge cultivated, he pressed a hand on the 9 treasures ice gourd. The essence qi of the glacial dragon circulated between the essence jade, Yen Zhaoge's body and the gourd. Gradually, the cold qi emanating from the 9 treasures ice gourd grew denser and denser, and from within the gourd, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The faint silhouette of a white dragon surfaced on the surface of the gourd. Chapter 71. Looking at the book review section, they were all questions that everyone was more concerned about. If there are no major accidents, Senior Apprentice Brothers' book will be published on May 1st. Cheong Kai Yun Alliance is the first alliance leader of my first book's founder. This time, the new Senior Apprentice Brothers' first alliance leader is still Cheong Kai Yun Alliance. Actions always speak louder than words. If my friends are generous enough, I will naturally be generous enough. Here I will meet everyone in May, I will not leave. Second, regarding the female characters in the book, some readers have tried to find templates for them, analyzing whether they are cheating, whether they are female protagonists, whether they are the destined one, and so on. Some have even asked me if there will be female protagonists in the book. Here the uniform answer is none and will not appear. This kind of ridicule only exists for male characters, or should I say only related to books with male protagonists. There is no special reason, just because I have not actually read any books with female protagonists. Scratching my head for a long time, I can probably count the number of books with one hand, and they are all from several years ago. What books with female protagonists are currently, what styles are popular, what the protagonists look like, I have no idea. Therefore, the female characters in my book naturally have nothing to do with female protagonists. There is no need to force people to take a position, that is meaningless. Third, and also the last and also the most important thing. Requesting recommendation votes, comrades. The recommendation votes on the main page have been exploded. So sad, requesting others to explode, not to be exploded. In the following days, Yan Zhaoge spent most of his time in Jianghu city. On the one hand, he was tempering his martial arts and raising his cultivation base. On the other hand, he was gathering resources to forge a new internal crystal furnace. Having completed the forging of the internal crystal furnace, Yan Zhaoge threw the seed of Li Flame True Fire within, before unceasingly adjusting it. With the Li Flame True Fire seed, the effects of the internal crystal furnace had indeed improved. With the nourishment of the internal crystal furnace, the seed of the Li Flame True Fire gradually showed signs of strengthening. Yan Zhaoge began to use the same technique, using his own aura qi to guide the pure fire qi contained within the seed of Li Flame True Fire into his body, assisting him in his cultivation along with the pure ice qi of the glacial dragon bone soul. As time passed unceasingly, under the intermingling of ice and fire, Yan Zhaoge's aura qi began to grow rapidly, becoming even more dense as it steadily advanced towards the late outer aura stage. Other than that, Yan would at Yan at Pil, Yan. There, under Yan Zhaoge's guidance, a group of alchemists led by the Eastern Tang's first prince Zhao Yuan unceasingly improved the pill production methods of the pill pavilion. The quality of the pill pavilion's pills improved, but their cost and price did not change much. Gradually, the pill pavilion was no longer limited to the Eastern Tang kingdom. Instead, it expanded towards the East Heaven region as well as the fire and mountain domains, growing stronger and stronger. The Eastern Tang pill pavilion, this ferocious dragon, began to seize large amounts of foreign markets, their channels becoming more and more stable. Quality was king and the price was also not expensive. The quality was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Outside of the Eastern Tang, even if the local alchemists wanted to join hands to resist this dragon, it would still be extremely difficult. Accurate vision, stable control of your aura qi. Within the pill pavilion, Yan Zhaoge said from his seat of honor, currently this method can only be used by martial scholars. Luckily, the pill pavilion's foundation is not shallow, it shouldn't be a big problem. Old Mr. Wang and Zhao Yuan both nodded. Yan Zhaoge brushed off his clothes, standing up, let's end it here for today. I still have to stay in the Eastern Tang for a long time, we'll talk about it later. Everyone within the pill pavilion hurriedly stood up, sending Yan Zhaoge off. Exiting the pill pavilion on the road, Ahu followed behind Yan Zhaoge, saying quietly, young master, news came from Jade Sea City, saying that they thank Broad Creed Mountain and you for your warning. Yan Zhaoge glanced back at him. Oh, their maiden of extreme Yin really went to hell? The heaven domain and the water domain, one west and one east, were separated by the earth domain. The water domain similarly bordered the earth domain. With Jade Sea City guarding over the water domain, the martial practitioners of their clan also frequently moved about in the outskirts of the earth domain. Ahu answered, it was an exploration mission. We nearly accidentally entered the place where Miss Feng's extreme Yin physique had been crippled. After investigating it, it seemed like someone had intentionally led them there. Luckily, when we reached the outskirts, their clan passed on young master's warning. At the critical moment, they managed to rein in the horse at the precipice. While their maiden of extreme Yin suffered some injuries, it wasn't anything major. It couldn't have been like Miss Feng. Ahu grinned widely, young master, Jade Sea City definitely owes you a huge favor this time. The way I see it, the person who intentionally led Jade Sea City's holy maiden there was most likely the Sacred Sun clan. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. If the Sacred Sun clan had been given a bit more time, they would have been able to make their arrangements even more meticulously, even more stealthily, completely trapping Jade Sea City to death. I'm afraid that after seeing junior apprentice Sister Feng being taken away by me, they knew that the news would be leaked, and thus were forced to act prematurely, wanting to seize that short yet precious window of time. Ahu said, right young master, I saw that Zhao Hao just now. With Yan Zhaoge having a share in the pill pavilion, and Zhao Hao having lost face due to Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Yuan earlier, after returning to Jianghu City, he rarely came to the pill pavilion. Zhao Hao, however, was not a complete idiot. His collaboration with the pill pavilion regarding the smoke cloud powder had not been cut short. Not only that, he had even provided the pill pavilion with the formula of a spirit medicine, collaborating with them in developing it. These past few days, Zhao Hao's performance had become more and more outstanding, already attracting the attention of the entire Eastern Tang Kingdom. Before this, no one would have thought that other than the first Prince Zhao Yuan and the third Prince Zhao Sheng, another dark horse would actually appear in the struggle for the position of Crown Prince. And Zhao Hao's outstanding performance would undoubtedly also attract the attention of many. As far as Yan Zhaoge knew, Yan Su had once come into contact with Zhao Hao in private, but it seemed that they had not made much progress. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Yan Su, they were both of Broad Creed Mountain, and it was clear that the former Pillfire Divine Sword Gao Zhi, the current 16th Prince of the Eastern Emperor, Zhao Hao, had always viewed Broad Creed Mountain as an enemy. These past few days, Zhao Hao has been in contact with Infinite Boundless Mountain. They seem to be very close, Ahu reported to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. Indeed. The Eastern Tang Kingdom was within the boundaries of the Heaven Domain, and Broad Creed Mountain's control over it was naturally the strongest. The Sacred Sun Clan's ferocious dragon crossing the river had also infiltrated very deeply into the Eastern Tang. Comparatively speaking, the sacred ground of the mountain domain, Infinite Boundless Mountain, was much more low-key in the Eastern Tang. However, if one thought that Infinite Boundless Mountain was a benevolent force, that might not be the case. Like the Sacred Sun Clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain was similarly infiltrating the Eastern Tang Kingdom, just that they lacked an opportunity. And to Zhao Hao, Broad Creed Mountain would not be a choice, while the Sacred Sun Clan already had Prince Jin Zhao Shilai. Zhao Shilai was, after all, a martial grandmaster. Although Zhao Hao had begun to display shocking potential, it was still unknown when he would be able to catch up to Zhao Shilai. Under such circumstances, the Sacred Sun Clan naturally would not abandon Zhao Shilai and switch to supporting him, Zhao Hao. If he was willing to be Zhao Shilai's assistant, the Sacred Sun Clan would still be able to accept it. However, Zhao Hao was clearly not willing to be under someone else. What he wanted was the throne of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, to be able to command a great amount of the kingdom's resources to support his cultivation, to quickly return to his former peak, or even to the next level. Zhao Shiqing had put in a lot of effort to nurture him, but what he wanted was clearly even more. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hao and Infinite Boundless Mountain actually hit it off. He has already deviated from Uncle Zhao's way of thinking. Without us having to say anything, Uncle Zhao will naturally take care of it. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, if Infinite Boundless Mountain wants to profit from the conflict between our clan and the Sacred Sun Clan, it will also not be so easy. Continue keeping an eye on him. If anything happens, report it back immediately. Hearing his words, Ahu nodded, yes, young master. Within Prince Jin's manner, Zhao Shilai's expression was grave as he looked at the golden-robed elder before him. Will it start soon? The golden-robed elder said, it might not necessarily be soon. Anyway, we just have to make our preparations and wait for the right time. Zhao Shilai asked, the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss are no small matter. Now that we are even more certain that it was caused by someone, if it really has a connection with hell, the golden-robed elder said, it's fine. Our Sacred Sun Clan has already sent experts to the outskirts of hell to monitor it. With the East Rising Lord and this old man here, we will also constantly keep an eye on the Sealing Dragon Abyss. If something major really happens, we will naturally deal with it. However, the good opportunity created by the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss must also be grasped. The golden-robed elder stood with his hands behind his back. Danger, danger, what is danger? Danger and opportunity coexist. This is danger. Only seeing opportunity and being greedy for success, and only seeing danger and not moving forward. These are both the actions of fools. Zhao Shilai was not a cowardly person. Seeing that the Sacred Sun Clan had already made preparations for the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss and Hell, he relaxed. He was silent for a moment before asking, however, if we really want to kill Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 72. Because of the matter of accepting Feng Yunxing into the clan, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan had been on bad terms in recent days. In the lands of the Eastern Tang, the conflict between the two sacred grounds was practically completely open to the public. At every moment, there was friction and competition in all aspects. To the outside world, if not for the constant changes occurring in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan would have long since come to blows. Having left Jingyang City, Elder Qin and the East Rising Lord of the Sacred Sun Clan battled in the vicinity of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. In the end, no one was able to do anything to the other. Because the battle affected the Sealing Dragon Abyss, causing the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss to intensify, the two sides finally stopped and retreated. As the focal point of the dispute between the two sides, Yan Zhaoge had kept a much lower profile these past few months, living in seclusion. However, Yan Zhaoge's life was actually as fulfilling as before. He cultivated to improve himself, pondered on alchemy techniques, and researched the internal crystal furnace. Other than that, Yan Zhaoge was also paying attention to the matter that he had previously instructed Ahu to pay attention to. "Young master, it is indeed as you expected." Ahu stood in front of Yan Zhaoge. "Now there are rumors that Yi Jing and Miss Lin still have an old relationship, and because of this, you were enraged and accidentally killed Miss Lin. What happened to Yi Jing in the Sealing Dragon Abyss was also because you were burning with jealousy and deliberately harmed him." Ahu looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, you said earlier that this meant that Yi Jing had fallen into Yen Su's hands." Sitting on the chair, Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped the table, his eyes narrowing into slits. "The possibility is very high. He won't give me the chance to confront Yi Jing face to face." Yan Zhaoge crossed his legs. "I'm afraid that this time he really has the intention to kill me." Ever since the Sacred Sun clan had come knocking, Yen Su had been very well behaved for a very long period of time. While he wouldn't intentionally tolerate Yan Zhaoge, he also wouldn't find trouble with him, which seemed completely normal. Some believed that it was because Elder Qin had been holding down the fort in the Eastern Tang all this time, while others believed that it was because Elder Qin had given Yen Su a wake-up call. However, as Yan Zhaoge saw it, this was the calm before the storm. After that, there would be an even more violent storm. It was as if a person had pulled back his fist and punched again with even more force. Ahu grinned. He's waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, but there might not be one. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "The Sacred Sun clan has always been eyeing us like a tiger eyeing its prey, while Infinite Boundless Mountain has also been eyeing us from the side. The balanced situation is actually very fragile. Everyone is waiting for an opportunity." After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge turned to look at Ahu. "Will Elder Qin be staying in overlooking Abyss City in the near future?" Ahu replied, "The changes in the Sealing Dragon Abyss are intensifying. If there are no other major changes, Elder Qin will remain here. The Sacred Sun clan's East Rising Lord is also nearby, but he hasn't come looking for trouble. Perhaps he's worried about the changes in the Sealing Dragon Abyss." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "I will be in secluded cultivation for a period of time. Unless Elder Qin moves, do not disturb me." Ahu scratched his head and asked, "Young master, why are you doing closed-door training at this time?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, not speaking. The others also felt rather flabbergasted at this decision of Yan Zhaoge's. At first, he had thought that Yan Zhaoge wanted to use the internal crystal furnace to forge a magic artifact. Afterwards, he had guessed that he wanted to cultivate in some sort of martial art. However, as time passed, everyone discovered that this secluded cultivation of Yan Zhaoge's was far from as short as 10 days to half a month. He can't be in seclusion trying to break through to the late outer aura martial scholar realm, right? Someone couldn't help but guess. As these words left his mouth, everyone else was instantly shocked, shaking their heads one after another. How is that possible? He only stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm half a year ago, right? How could he possibly? As they spoke, the group of people fell silent, because they suddenly recalled that Yan Zhaoge had previously stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm less than a month after stepping into the early outer aura martial scholar realm. This kind of speed of improvement could no longer be described with the word terrifying. If that was the case, advancing from the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm to the late outer aura martial scholar realm in half a year's time didn't seem so hard to accept? Accept my ass. Who the hell could accept this? Everyone couldn't help but want to let loose a torrent of curses. Who knows what special method he used to advance from the early outer aura martial scholar realm to the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm back then? Someone said in a low voice, letting out a cold snort. After seeing clearly who it was that had spoken, everyone's expressions became a little complicated. The previous acting elder of the Spirit Wind Canyon, Wen Ningji. The previous investigation had already ended, and in the end, Wen Ningji had still barely managed to pass it. He had only been reprimanded for neglecting his duties, and had finally been cleared of any suspicion of colluding with the enemy. However, while he was still an acting elder, he did not hold any actual position, instead being an idle person following by the side of the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yen Su, awaiting his orders. The acting elders of the various lands all had their own carrots and pits. With Elder Qin keeping watch from above, and Yen Su also not being able to make any arrangements for Wen Ningji could only be idle. It was hard to say whether or not he would be able to continue staying in the lands of the Eastern Tang. Yan Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle Fang Xuan's faction, including Yan Su, might still trust him. However, when Ningji had already inevitably been labeled as useless, this caused his future prospects to be completely gloomy. When Ningji said in a heavy tone, "The Sacred Sun clan has the Divine Sun Needle entering the body." While similar techniques are extremely rare in the Eight Extremities world, there are still a few of them. When Yan Zhaoge faced the pressure of the late outer aura martial scholar Xiao Xin, he resorted to a method of seeking instant success, drinking poison to quench his thirst. This is also a very normal thing. It's just that this will definitely affect his future cultivation in the martial Dao. The heavens are balanced. How can all the good things be obtained by a single person? Some people looked at Wen Ningji with ridicule in their eyes, feeling that it was because he had suffered a setback at Yan Zhaoge's hands that he found Yan Zhaoge to be an eyesore. However, even more people secretly felt the same way. If not for this, Yan Zhaoge advancing from the early outer aura martial scholar realm to the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm in a single month would really be too shocking, completely going against all logic. Also, this was not the logic of ordinary people. In the world of geniuses, it was also something that was impossible to happen. Someone beside him sighed softly. Even so, that's also something that can't be helped, right? Even if there are future troubles, it's still better than being killed or injured by Xiao Xin on the spot. As they spoke, everyone's hearts suddenly jolted simultaneously. Turning their heads to look, they saw a person walking in from outside the door. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge. "What are you all chatting about so happily?" Yan Zhaoge asked smilingly. Someone came forward to welcome him. "Zhaoge has left seclusion? This time it's been a really long time." Halfway through his words, he abruptly stopped, as though his voice had been cut off by someone using a pair of scissors. As the others looked over, they were also instantly petrified, their mouths unconsciously agape, their eyes staring wide open. When Ningji frowned. Looking from the back row, he only felt that Yan Zhaoge's height seemed to have increased by quite a bit compared to before. When he squeezed through the dazed crowd to the front row, after seeing it clearly, he almost fainted. Yan Zhaoge's height hadn't increased, just that he was currently hovering in mid-air, his feet a foot away from the ground. "Having broken through, I naturally came out of seclusion," Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, at the same time walking towards them. A foot was definitely not Yan Zhaoge's limit for hovering in mid-air, but in this situation, it was already sufficient. His body temporarily floated in mid-air, and he could even control qi to move about in mid-air. Chapter 73. Although Yan Zhaoge looked ordinary on the outside, his body contained an explosive power. Every single acupoint of his body seemed to be occupied by an ice dragon and a fire dragon. Ice and fire intersected, yin and yang complementing each other. Every time he raised a hand or a foot, it was as if there were countless ice and fire dragons moving restlessly. Yan Zhaoge arrived in front of the crowd, landing on the ground and greeting them. Only now did the crowd recover from their daze. It was just that the way they looked at Yan Zhaoge was extremely strange. In a month's time he had broken through from the early outer aura stage to the mid-outer aura stage. In half a year he had broken through from the mid to the late outer aura stage. At first glance, the latter seemed to have slowed down. But everyone present knew that the former required a certain level of comprehension, breaking through the bottleneck and refining qi into weapons. The latter required pure grinding, accumulating aura qi to a certain extent. Only then could he break through. From a certain perspective, he needed to endure for a long time. But in this kind of process, Yan Zhaoge actually took much less time than the others. How did he do it? The crowd felt dizzy. Don't tell me there's a shortcut for this? Just like the Sacred Sun clan's Divine Sun Needle technique, all techniques that were quick to succeed were often accompanied by intense side effects. Many times the price was greater than the rewards. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would use it. Also, similar methods could not be used again. After the first time, the side effects would eliminate the possibility of using it again. Therefore, the crowd now looked at Yan Zhaoge as if they were looking at a monster. Yan Zhaoge ignored this. Flying through the air was to show off. Now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need to say anything more. What was that saying again? "I'll give you a look and you'll understand it yourself. And it's like this." Yan Zhaoge was very satisfied with the effect, so he completely ignored the topic of discussion and asked nonchalantly, "Everyone gathered here, is there something big happening?" The others all came to their senses and one of them said, The black fog within the sealing dragon abyss has increased madly once again, becoming much denser. Even ordinary martial scholars would find it hard to approach. The abnormalities are intensifying. Elder Qin and Elder Yen are preparing to enter the sealing dragon abyss to suppress the black fog and investigate. The scale of the change this time was unprecedented. But to Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Eastern Tang Kingdom, this was also a good chance to completely resolve their problems. Otherwise, if he only treated the symptoms and not the root cause, it would become a long-term problem in the future, and it would involve even more energy. Previously, the few powers had been observing and monitoring from the sidelines, waiting for the problem within the sealing dragon abyss to completely erupt. Then they would find the root of the problem in one go and solve it. At the same time, the source of the problem was the infernal realm. Yan Zhaoge nodded. He had emerged from seclusion at just the right time. Without further ado, Yan Zhaoge and the others went to meet Elder Qin and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain. Other than Elder Qin and Yen Su, Broad Creed Mountain also had a long-time elder who had hurried over to the East Heaven region to help keep an eye on the Sacred Sun Clan. He was similarly a veteran martial grandmaster, possessing great strength. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Elder Qin said, "This time, you won't be entering the sealing dragon abyss with this old man and the others. With such an important matter before us, it is very hard to say what the Sacred Sun Clan will do. Our clan prioritizes caution, and we cannot let our guard down." Yan Zhaoge replied, "I understand." That elder who had come from the clan remained outside to hold the line, watching over Yan Zhaoge while also monitoring the Sacred Sun Clan's movements. As a principal elder familiar with the situation in the Eastern Tang, Yen Su also remained outside to assist. Elder Qin and the others, meanwhile, entered the depths of the sealing dragon abyss. As for the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the king Zhao Shiqing personally headed there. As a monarch, he should not personally take the risk and lead the true, however, as the only person who could remotely control the power of Jianghu City's grand formation, he was duty-bound to do so. The Eastern Tang Kingdom's territory was closely connected to the sealing dragon abyss, with Jianghu City as its center, converging the power of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's earth veins. This would be of great use in suppressing the abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss. As a precaution, the group of Broad Creed Mountain experts led by Elder Qin would travel together with Zhao Shiqing and the other Eastern Tang martial practitioners. On the other side, news also came from the Sacred Sun Clan. The matter of hell and the sealing dragon abyss was of utmost importance. Therefore, the Sacred Sun Clan experts led by the East Rising Lord would also enter the depths of the sealing dragon abyss. Infinite Boundless Mountain similarly sent news that they would not stay out of this matter. As the news spread, the citizens of the Eastern Tang Kingdom who were on the brink of danger, yet had limited knowledge of the matter, were naturally the most joyous. For a moment, on the surface, the three sacred grounds looked like they had reached a common understanding, letting bygones be bygones. But as for what was really going on inside, only the people involved would know. Standing atop the city walls of overlooking Abyss City, Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance. He could see the silhouette of the Luliao Mountains as well as in another direction, near the Luliao Mountains, dense black fog surging into the skies. Half the sky seemed to have been enveloped by the black fog. Standing by Yan Zhaoge's side, Ahu's expression turned grave. Unable to release Orochi, we are even unable to get close to the outskirts. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The main point is actually over at hell. The sacred grounds have all sent their peak experts over to investigate. Their lineup is even more terrifying than here. For our clan, my father personally went over. Ahu also stroked his lower chin in imitation. With the family head personally going, there shouldn't be any problems, right? The other sacred grounds should also have their peak bigwigs. Yan Zhaoge looked around. The one who would easily have problems is me. I've now become professional bait, specially used to hook people. Before it was the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, now it's the Sacred Sun Clan's people. Ahu frowned. Young Master, there has been no news of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master all this time. Could it be that he has also come to fish in troubled waters this time? Yan Zhaoge shook his head. To him, the waters are already too muddy. With the three sacred grounds keeping an eye on this area of the Eastern Tang together, he would not be able to hide at all. As soon as he appeared, he was slapped to death. While Elder Qin has entered the sealing dragon abyss, Elder Kong has remained outside to wait for the Sacred Sun Clan's people. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. Young Master, the time for you to perform a meritorious deed has arrived once again. Scram. Yin Zhaoge scolded laughingly. In your eyes, do I completely rely on this kind of method to perform a meritorious deed? After laughing, Yin Zhaoge asked, back to proper business, has the news been sent out? Ahu also stopped laughing, answering seriously, when Elder Qin and the others entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss, it was sent out. Yin Zhaoge nodded, looking into the distance as he muttered to himself, if they want to make a move, it should be this wave. What I'm interested in is, how does Yen Su intend to deal with me? As time passed, the black fog in the distance roiled, its aura seeming to surge to the heavens. After who knew how long, the black fog suddenly shook intensely, and then a dazzling bright light rose from within it, shooting straight into the horizon. The people in overlooking Abyss City who had been paying attention to the situation all let out a sigh of relief. Although the situation was unclear, the momentum of the black fog was clearly beginning to be gradually brought under control. But very quickly Yin Zhaoge received another piece of news. The good mood that had arisen from the situation in the Sealing Dragon Abyss being under control had completely vanished upon receiving this news. Chapter 74. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, looking at the black-bearded middle-aged man before him. This black-bearded middle-aged man was Elder Kong, who had come from the sect to assist Elder Qin in the East Heaven continent. Elder Kong had a scholarly appearance and wore a long robe. He looked like a middle-aged scholar. Yin Zhaoge having gotten acquainted with him back at the clan, he knew that this elder always left some leeway in his words. He said that Zhao Shiqing had met with danger in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, but the truth could only be worse. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Elder Kong said simply, Elder Qin and the others are still suppressing the abnormalities within the deep abyss. They require me to rescue King Zhao and bring him out. If that's the case, I won't be able to stay outside to look after you. Are you willing to enter the dragon sealing abyss with me? Yin Zhaoge made a prompt decision. I'll go in with you. Elder Kong nodded his head. Without another word he immediately set off. On the way, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to understand the whole story. Although the changes in the dragon sealing abyss had yet to completely subside, there would not be any major changes. According to Elder Kong, the source of this large-scale change actually came from the infernal realm. With Yen Di and the other experts taking care of the problem, the incident in the Sealing Dragon Abyss naturally dissipated. Previously, the Ghost Hatchet Elder, Han Sheng, and the others had laid down the foreshadowing in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. When a huge change occurred in the infernal realm, it would trigger a chain reaction in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Having been prematurely exposed by Yin Zhaoge earlier, a portion of Han Sheng's handiwork had already been cleaned up. Today they would completely cut off their roots. But in the process something went wrong. Zhao Shiqing guided the power of the formation to assist, suppressing the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss together with Elder Qin and the people of the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain. Halfway through, the formation became unstable. Under the impact of the Sealing Dragon Abyss, the formation's power reversed, causing a large amount of chaotic baleful energy to rush into Zhao Shiqing's body. The power wreaking havoc in the Sealing Dragon Abyss saw this as a loophole, so it retaliated with all its might. The pressure was practically all on Zhao Shiqing alone. Although Elder Qin and the others managed to suppress the rampaging forces in time, Zhao Shiqing was severely injured as a result. What was even more difficult was that a large amount of black mist-like chaotic baleful qi entered his body, causing Zhao Shiqing to fall unconscious. Not only did he lose consciousness, he also found it difficult to move. The chaotic baleful qi was like chains, dragging Zhao Shiqing into the abyss. The accompanying group of Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners could only barely guarantee that Zhao Shiqing would not be swallowed up by the abyss, but they were unable to escort him out of the Sealing Dragon Abyss to receive treatment. When Elder Kong entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss, the first thing he had to do was to cut off the chaotic baleful qi's attack on Zhao Shiqing and bring him out of a dangerous place like the Sealing Dragon Abyss before attempting to save him. However, halfway there, Yin Zhaoge and Elder Kong were unable to proceed any further. A white-robed, middle-aged woman appeared in front of him. She had a golden ribbon around her waist, and her aura shook the surrounding black fog, causing it to scatter in all directions, not daring to approach. The middle-aged woman laughed coldly as she looked at Elder Kong and Yin Zhaoge. The abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss have already been quelled. The debt between us should also be properly settled. Does your Broad Creed Mountain think that my Sacred Sun clan is easy to bully? Elder Kong's brows furrowed. It was you who tampered with the Eastern Tang's formation, causing an accident? The middle-aged woman flicked her fingernails, raising her eyebrows. Don't spout nonsense. The abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss as well as the abnormalities in Hell are major events of the entire Eight Extremities world. Everyone is giving their all. Our glory sect is no exception. How can we hold you back? As for the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, it can only be said that he was unlucky. A cold intent gradually surfaced within the middle-aged woman's eyes. Of course, the greater possibility is that he did not see the bigger picture, making an enemy of our sacred Sun clan, and thus suffering the wrath of the heavens. Elder Kong's face was as sunken as water. He recognized this woman before him. She was one of the higher echelon elders of the sacred Sun clan. Although she was not one of the 7 reigning suns, her attainments in cultivation were probably not inferior to the East Rising Lords. Although Elder Kong was not afraid of her, with her obstructing him, it would be very difficult for him to continue advancing. Every moment that passed meant that Zhao Shiqing would be in more danger. And looking at the current situation, the Sacred Sun clan had probably long since planned for this. Without even asking, it was obvious that Elder Qin was definitely being held up by the East Rising Lord. And what was even more worrying was that Zhao Shiqing had fallen into a coma. It was unknown whether he could leave the Sealing Dragon Abyss alive. Outside, Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, whether it was Elder Qin or Elder Kong, if they were outside, Zhao Shilai would not dare to act rashly in the slightest. But if it was just Yen Su, if Zhao Shilai replaced Zhao Shiqing and took control of the Grand Formation, it would be very hard for Yen Su to deal with. Elder Kong, I'll go look for Uncle Zhao, Yen Zhaoge said in a low voice. Elder Kong glanced back at him. Yen Zhaoge nodded, I'll go. Elder Kong frowned slightly, but time waited for no man. After thinking for a moment he could only nod. He quickly told Yen Zhaoge the location of the Eastern Tang group. Remember the location, be careful. Having consecutively created miracles, Elder Kong more or less had some confidence in Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge didn't waste time on words, immediately bringing Ah Hu along as they continued forward. That middle-aged woman wanted to stop them, but was instead stopped by Elder Kong. Her long, shapely eyebrows rose inwards as she laughed coldly. That must be Yendi's son? For a mid-outer aura cultivator to defeat the late outer aura Shaoxin, that is really rare. But don't forget. A genius who dies young is nothing at all. Elder Kong said softly, anyone who dies is but a cup of dirt. Martial scholars, martial grandmasters are all the same. Saying thus, he crossed his palms, executing Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, the golden curtain palm of the 8 extreme arts, and attacked his opponent. That middle-aged woman similarly executed the Sacred Sun clan's peak martial arts, clashing with Elder Kong. The battle between the 2 veteran martial grandmasters caused the entire Sealing Dragon Abyss to feel as though it was on the verge of collapse. As Yen Zhaoge and Ah Hu walked within the deep canyon, they could feel the tremors not only behind them but also in other directions. Obviously, with Elder Qin and the East Rising Lord at their head, the experts of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan who had entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss had all begun a great battle. With the root of the problem in Hell having been eliminated, the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss had been quelled. This time, both sides no longer held back as they fought to their heart's content. Walking within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Yen Zhaoge could only feel as though the heavens and earth were spinning, as though space could collapse at any moment. Ah Hu's steps were also uneven as he followed closely by Yen Zhaoge's side. Young master, the other side is trying to take drastic measures. After suffering a loss in Jingyang City last time, I'll have to climb back up from where I fell. Yen Zhaoge glared as he laughed coldly. Their appetite is very big. Their goal is not just to kill me or take revenge on the matter of junior apprentice Sister Feng, ruining our clan's face. They want the Eastern Tang, snatching a bridgehead in the East Heaven region, wanting to completely step into the Heaven domain with a single step. Yen Zhaoge let out a light breath. As the monarch of a kingdom, Uncle Zhao taking the risk to come in this time will definitely be very careful about his own safety. Elder Qin specially moved together with him in order to prevent the Sacred Sun clan from taking revenge on Uncle Zhao. But from the looks of it now, it wasn't the East Rising Lord and the others who made a move. The problem lies with the Jingyang Grand Formation. Uncle Zhao is a sentimental person, and is rather lenient towards his subordinates. The Sacred Sun clan's infiltration into the Eastern Tang is even deeper than what our clan knows. As long as a plan is prepared, the longer it is and the more detailed it is, the easier it is for it to be discovered by the opponent. If the Sacred Sun clan had continued to prepare like this, our clan would actually have been easier to detect and guard against. But the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss this time unexpectedly helped them make up for their original deficiencies, allowing them to move ahead of time and facilitate this matter. Chapter 75. Only by truly encountering it like yesterday would one understand, oh, so this phrase would be blocked, and then avoided. Yesterday's chapter has already been revised, causing inconvenience to everyone. We seek your understanding. Finally, requesting recommendation votes. Thank you everyone. Within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, a group of black-clothed men stood silently, looking at the deep canyon before them which seemed as though it might collapse at any moment. Standing there, these black-clothed men resembled numerous tall mountains. Silent, resolute, precipitous. They were all infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners. Occupying the vast territory of the mountain domain, Infinite Boundless Mountain was one of the few sacred grounds under the heavens alongside the Sacred Sun Clan and Broad Creed Mountain. Beside this group of Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners stood a youth, sharp and unrestrained, arrogant and unruly. It was the Eastern Tang Kingdom's 16th prince, Jianghu. The abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss have already been suppressed, and the black fog is much more stable. Body refinement martial practitioners can also enter. Otherwise I would have to expend some more effort. Jianghu looked at the Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner beside him. Elder He, can you determine my father's position? The Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner at the head was an old man, who looked old and decrepit. But standing there, he resembled a large mountain standing within the Sealing Dragon Abyss. The old man said mildly, as long as the medicinal powder you provide does not go wrong, it can be found. Jianghu nodded, then this matter cannot be delayed, let us set off as soon as possible. I am still only a body refinement martial practitioner now, I cannot compete with Zhao Shilai in Jianghu City. But starting from my father, there is a chance. Elder He said, it all depends on your methods. In order to allow Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan to fight without worry, our clan's first seat elder did not enter the Eastern Tang, but we have already made preparations. As long as you succeed, our clan's reinforcements will immediately follow, entering the Eastern Tang and assisting you in ascending the throne. If you cannot succeed, that is also fine, you can just return to the mountain domain with us. With your talent and methods, you are qualified to enter our infinite boundless mountain. Jianghu strode forward first, I will not fail. Sober wielding a killing sword, drunk lying on a beauty's lap, this is life. Elder Yen, it looks like the other party's target is not Yen Zhaoge, but the entire Eastern Tang. A martial practitioner said worriedly. Yen Su's expression did not change. Let's head to the Eastern Tang Imperial Palace. We must first ensure that the Jianghu Grand Formation does not fall into chaos. Whatever his private plans were, Yen Su similarly did not wish to see the Sacred Sun Clan occupy the Eastern Tang, forcing his Broad Creed Mountain out. While arranging the movements of his subordinates, Yen Su asked, Yen Zhaoge entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss? The subordinate replied, yes, he went in with Elder Kong. Right now the Dragon Sealing Abyss is in chaos. Ordinary people don't even dare to approach the outskirts. I'm afraid that Elder Qin and Elder Kong are currently in an intense battle with those of the Sacred Sun Clan. Yen Su nodded, not saying anything as he thought to himself. The Sacred Sun Clan wants to get rid of the Eastern Tang along with Yen Zhaoge. With Elder Qin and Elder Kong being delayed by the East Rising Lord and the other experts, the Sacred Sun Clan still has others. Yen Su's gaze was cold, the Eastern Tang will definitely not be given to you. As for Yen Zhaoge, he called over his confidant and ordered, pay close attention to the situation at the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Eastern Tang capital Jianghu City, Prince Jin's mansion. Prince Jin Zhao Shilai stood in the front courtyard of the Prince Jin's mansion, a group of martial practitioners silently standing behind him, all of them full of vigor and vitality. Beside Zhao Shilai was a Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioner. Looking at Zhao Shilai, he said slowly, Your Highness Prince Jin, you should be decisive. Zhao Shilai sucked in a deep breath. King Zhao Shiqing's recent movements had completely sided with Broad Creed Mountain, and the situation was gradually becoming clearer. This way, Zhao Shiqing's position had become incomparably awkward. He was a martial grandmaster, one of the 3 martial grandmaster experts of the Eastern Tang royal family. Considering the overall strength of the Eastern Tang, whether it was Zhao Shiqing or Zhao Shiqing's successor, neither of them would easily touch him. But if the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan grew more and more intense, then for the sake of the stability of the Eastern Tang, Zhao Shuya's position might not necessarily be safe. Zhao Shilai understood his royal brother Zhao Shiqing. That was a person who did not lack decisiveness at crucial moments. Since that was so, he needed to be decisive. Let's go. The core of the formation is within the royal palace. Zhao Shilai strode out first. The Sacred Sun clan would not be able to kill Broad Creed Mountain in one go. Even if they seized the Eastern Tang now, they would still have to face Broad Creed Mountain's subsequent counterattacks. The Eastern Tang Kingdom would definitely become the heart of the struggle between the two sides. But rather than sitting and waiting for death, seeing his own situation getting more and more difficult, he might as well take a gamble. At the end of the day, Zhao Shilai was not willing to always be under someone like this. The Eastern Tang royal family had 3 martial grandmaster experts. Other than King Zhao Shiqing and Prince Jin, there was also their elder, the old king. This old man was of one mind with Zhao Shiqing, and was currently also in charge of watching over the core of the formation. He had already known about the abnormalities in the formation and Zhao Shiqing being injured and trapped, and had calmly sealed off the news. But when the old king saw Zhao Shilai appear, the worst premonition in his heart came true. Shilai, royal uncle, I've offended you. Zhao Shilai did not waste any words upon seeing him, directly making his move. The old king sighed, blocking Zhao Shilai. The martial practitioners under the command of both sides also clashed. Jianghu City's grand formation shook. Looking from the outside, it felt as if a storm was raging. Within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, black fog pervaded the air. In the depths of the canyon, a ball of light enveloped an area of 300 meters. Within the area covered by the ball of light, there were spirit patterns flashing on the ground. The spirit inscriptions crisscrossed, outlining a huge formation diagram. It looked very similar to the great formation of the Eastern Tang Kingdom in Jianghu City, just that it was much smaller. Outside the range of the array formation, the Sealing Dragon Abyss was in turmoil. The aftershocks of the battle between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners caused the formation to look like it might collapse at any moment. At the core of the intersecting spirit patterns, the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, had fallen unconscious. A huge black pillar of energy extended from his body, and red light flashed within the pillar of energy. The black gas extended far into the distance, clashing against the formation. The other end extended into the abyss below. It was like a ferocious black python biting Zhao Shiqing's body. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners by Zhao Shiqing's side surrounded him, doing their best to maintain the formation as they attempted to break apart the black qi and save Zhao Shiqing from danger. At this moment, the formation seemed to have been triggered by something from the sect, and the formation patterns twisted violently. Zhao Shiqing, who was still unconscious, suddenly jolted. Black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Your Majesty!" Everyone was shocked. Yan Zhaoge dodged the falling boulders above his head from time to time. Breaking through the black qi, he finally arrived in the vicinity of the formation. The first thing he saw was the formation shaking and Zhao Shiqing vomiting blood. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. As expected, trouble has arisen over at Jianghu City. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived from Broad Creed Mountain, the Eastern Tang martial practitioners all rejoiced. But seeing that it was only Yan Zhaoge and Hu, their faces were instantly filled with disappointment. Wanting to break apart the black qi pillar, a martial grandmaster would be needed. Outside the formation, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners also discovered that someone was approaching Zhao Shiqing's side. In an instant, the black fog suddenly dissipated. Where the golden light flickered, it was as though a blazing sun had descended into the endless abyss, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Chapter 76. However, another terrifying saber qi that could cleave through the void swept up the winds and clouds in all directions. It slashed out diagonally and blocked the golden saber qi. Not even looking up, Yan Zhaoge entered the protective formation, directly rushing towards the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing. The heavenly abyss countercurrent art that had been declared lost in the Eight Extremities world following the Great Calamity was executed by Yan Zhaoge. Circulating the vortex reversal flow technique to the maximum, Yan Zhaoge's entire body surging with Aura Dragon Qi. This time, however, it was not like when he was cultivating before, guiding the black mist-like chaotic baleful Qi into his body. Instead, it was completely used externally. Yan Zhaoge chopped out with his palm, resembling the brandishing of a large saber, chopping towards that black pillar of qi that was drawing Zhao Shiqing in. As the saber fell, the black pillar of qi twisted violently. It was like a living snake had been slashed by a knife and was writhing in pain. Wherever the saber landed, the black pillar of gas visibly thinned, as if a large gap had been cut open. How did he do it? Everyone from the Eastern Tang Kingdom looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yan Zhaoge didn't have the time to exchange pleasantries with them as he brandished his palm like a saber, consecutively chopping towards the same spot several times. The black pillar of energy shook violently and broke apart with a loud bang. One section flew back into the abyss, while the other flowed into Zhao Shiqing's body. Zhao Shiqing's body shook again and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But without the black qi, everyone could finally bring him out of the Sealing Dragon abyss. Although the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners were shocked by Yan Zhaoge's performance, they also knew that now was not the time for nonsense. They hurriedly supported Zhao Shiqing as they retreated out of the Sealing Dragon abyss. The storm overhead grew even more intense. The Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners began attempting to break through downwards, while the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners unceasingly obstructed them. The East Rising Lord began to act more and more fearlessly. The West Tilting Heaven Burning Blade chopped down several times. It was as if it wanted to destroy the entire Sealing Dragon abyss and bury everyone here. Elder Qin, who had a fiery temperament, was calm and collected at this moment. He did not seek to be meritorious, but he did not seek to make mistakes. He carefully received the East Rising Lord's attacks one by one, ensuring that Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing and the others were able to retreat. Yan Zhaoge accompanied the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners as they escorted Zhao Shiqing away. The current situation was still extremely disadvantageous to him and Broad Creed Mountain. Zhao Shiqing was heavily injured. Even if he was rescued from the Sealing Dragon abyss, would he be able to deal with this huge change? Something's wrong. What's this smell? As they walked, Yan Zhaoge suddenly frowned, coming to Zhao Shiqing's side and sniffing him carefully. The pollen of 100 spirit ghost grass? Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, normally colorless and odorless, only coming into contact with the chaotic Dao baleful qi of the Sealing Dragon abyss will give off a smell. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners by the side all looked at Yan Zhaoge in a bemused and dazed manner. Yan Zhaoge pinched his temples. Infinite Boundless Mountain indeed also interfered. The tradition of the Eastern Tang Kingdom was to concoct pills and medicines, and the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, was one of the top 3 pill masters in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. If even he had not discovered the abnormality in his body, it was no wonder that the other martial practitioners of the Eastern Tang Kingdom did not know about it. Of the few sacred grounds, Infinite Boundless Mountain's alchemy techniques were on the weaker side, and the 100 spirit ghost grass had never been produced in the mountain domain. Zhao Hao. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. In the lands of the Eastern Tang, other than himself, there was only this person who knew of such obscure medicinal knowledge. Given Zhao Hao's current cultivation, he was naturally unable to smell it from afar. However, he could instruct the martial grandmaster experts of Infinite Boundless Mountain to follow the scent. If the other party really had a martial grandmaster leading them, their speed would be even faster than their own group. In a situation where their movements were exposed, just running would not be enough to outrun them. Ahu, capture a fast magical beast, I want it alive. As Yan Zhaoge issued his order, Ahu didn't ask for the reason, immediately carrying it out. At this time, Yan Zhaoge also couldn't be bothered to be polite as he directly stripped off Zhao Shiqing's outer robe, tying it onto the magical beast that Ahu had captured before releasing it. We can't stop, continue moving, Yan Zhaoge said. After stripping off his outer robe, Uncle Zhao's body still has the fragrance of the pollen of the 100 spirit ghost grass. If we stop, we'll be exposed. The group continued moving forward, but at this moment, the tremors within the Sealing Dragon abyss were becoming more and more obvious, as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. His Majesty's situation is getting worse and worse. As they walked, an Eastern Tang martial practitioner said in a heavy tone. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. Going forward to check, he saw that Zhao Shiqing's face was black, as green and red qi intersected unceasingly. Although he was unconscious, the profound art within his body was circulating on its own, resisting the baleful qi invading his body. As the two sides clashed, affected by the vibrations of the outside world, he was in danger of cultivation deviation. Continuing to bring him along at this time would instead hasten his death. There were Eastern Tang Kingdom Xiantian martial scholars who used their Orochi to protect him, but in the environment of the sealing dragon abyss which resembled the end of the heavens and earth, it was hard for them to protect him completely. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Since we can't continue moving, then let's race against time with the opponent. Put down Uncle Zhao, I'll help him treat his injuries. Because of Yan Zhaoge's previous consecutive miraculous performances, as well as the Yan family's relationship with Zhao Shiqing, under such circumstances, the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners chose to trust Yan Zhaoge. Some Xiantian martial scholar experts immediately went forward to help. Yan Zhaoge placed one palm on Zhao Shiqing's chest, the other on his back, beginning to circulate the heavenly abyss reverse flow art, helping Zhao Shiqing clear the chaotic streams of baleful qi within his body. Ahu and the others guarded Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing closely. At this moment, Ahu's face was filled with seriousness. The gaze with which he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing contained a hint of worry. Fortunately, as time passed, Zhao Shiqing's condition gradually stabilized. Seeing this, everyone's faces were filled with joy. However, the formation with Zhao Shiqing as its core was currently growing more and more unstable. Clearly, the situation over at Jianghu City was not optimistic. Just at this moment, Ahu and the others simultaneously frowned. In the distance, the black fog broke apart as a group of martial practitioners appeared. The newcomers were all dressed in black, precisely in the attire of infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners. The one at their head was a Xiantian martial scholar. Beside him stood a youth. It was shockingly Zhao Hao. Glancing at Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing, Zhao Hao's gaze was deep and distant. You can smell the pollen of the 100-spirit ghost grass? Fortunately, after getting closer, even Xiantian martial scholars can barely smell it. Otherwise they would really have fallen for your cicada-shedding shell. That infinite boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholar said mildly, currently King Zhao is not simply injured. Rather, the baleful qi of the sealing dragon abyss has entered his body. If he is not treated properly, he might instead end up harming King Zhao's life. Under such circumstances, it is best that martial scholars do not make a move. Our clan's martial grandmaster Elder He will arrive in an instant. Letting him treat King Zhao's injuries is the right thing to do. He took a step forward. Saving a person is like putting out a fire. It is better to do it sooner rather than later. Just directly hand him over to us. Zhao Hao did not look at Yan Zhaoge and Ahu, instead staring at the other Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners. If we delay the treatment, we might instead end up harming Royal Father's life. Chapter 77. Facing Zhao Hao, the leading Eastern Tang martial practitioner did not cower. 16th Highness, if I remember correctly, His Majesty has ordered you to stay in Jianghu City and not leave without an imperial edict. But why is it here now? Hearing this, Zhao Hao was not angry. He calmly said, naturally, I'm worried about Imperial Father's injury. I'm proficient in medicine and alchemy. You should know that too. That Eastern Tang Grandmaster retorted, so you dared to risk universal condemnation, leaving medicinal powder on His Majesty's body to track him? Zhao Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. Don't talk nonsense, I only recognize the smell of the 100-spirit ghost grass pollen, but I don't know how Imperial Father obtained it. However, now doesn't seem to be the time to be entangled in these useless matters. Zhao Hao glanced at Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing. Saving Royal Father should be the most important matter, it cannot be delayed. The infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner beside him said in a heavy tone, pardon me. Saying thus, the crowd of infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners surrounded the people of the Eastern Tang. Infinite boundless mountains martial practitioners had the advantage in numbers, and were also superior to those of the same cultivation level. Even with the protection of the formation, the Eastern Tang still felt the immense pressure. Zhao Shiqing was unconscious, Jianghu City was in chaos, and the black fog from the sealing dragon abyss was still invading the outside world. At this moment, the array protecting everyone was already rather weak. The two infinite boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholars took the lead, stabilizing the formation, while the other infinite boundless mountain martial scholars began squeezing into the formation. The Xiantian martial scholar of the Eastern Tang had originally been assisting Yan Zhaoge in treating Zhao Shiqing. Seeing this, he could only temporarily stop his cultivation and prepare to stand up to face the enemy. But before he could do anything, he heard two loud bangs in his ears. A burly man stood in front of them, one in each hand, directly throwing out two infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners who wanted to enter. Ahu stood there as if nothing had happened. He looked at the other party and grinned, "With my young master here, there's no need for you here. Please go back." Seeing Ahu make his move, an infinite boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholar's gaze turned cold. He took a step forward and pushed out with his palm. Wherever his stellar energy went, it became as dense as a mountain range. For a moment, the scenery before everyone's eyes seemed to have completely changed. He was no longer in the sealing dragon abyss, but in the middle of a towering mountain range. The surrounding mountains seemed to be pushed by someone, pressing down on the people in the center. The stellar energy had a spirit of its own. It did not simply condense into the sharpness of the weapon, but instead transformed into an illusory world to suppress the enemy. Only a Xiantian evolved Jing master, and a middle-stage Xiantian evolved Jing master at that. Ahu grinned. His smile, which had always been simple and honest, now looked extremely ferocious. A long roar rang out, shaking the surroundings. It was as if a slumbering primordial beast had awakened, extremely vicious and vicious. The eyes of the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners blurred as a massive black tiger appeared before them. The tiger roared and the wind howled as a violent tornado spread in all directions. Under the assault of the terrifying storm, that illusory heaven and earth formed of the Orochi of infinite boundless mountains martial scholars, that towering mountain peak, the earth quaked and the mountains shook, the rocks shattering. The lofty mountains and precipitous ridges collapsed in front of the black nightmare hurricane. The faces of the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot as he cursed aloud, "Xiantian martial scholar? You are a Xiantian evolved Jing master. Don't you find it embarrassing to be someone else's servant?" Even the martial practitioners of the Eastern Tang were looking at Ahu in shock, feeling that this was inconceivable. The martial scholar realm consisted of inner aura, outer aura, Xiantian, and finally the heavenly connection stage. Heavenly connection martial scholars were generally making preparations for their breakthrough into the martial grandmaster realm, rarely appearing in public. Xiantian martial scholars were the peak of martial scholars. In the Eastern Tang, even in the entire East Heaven region, Xiantian martial scholars were a force that could not be underestimated. In sacred grounds like Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, the highest cultivation base of the acting elders was only a Xiantian martial scholar, with most of them being in the outer aura martial scholar realm. Within the borders of the Eastern Tang, the leaders of many small sects and families were only Xiantian martial scholars, with most not even reaching that level. In the Eastern Tang Kingdom's royal palace, Xiantian martial scholars could also be considered guest elders. But before their eyes, there was a Xiantian martial scholar, and one who was at least a mid-Xiantian martial scholar expert, constantly at Yanzhaoge's beck and call, acting as his servant. Not as a guard expert, but as a servant who ran errands all day long. It was just that everyone was momentarily unable to reconcile this fiendish man before them with the image of that big fellow who had followed behind Yanzhaoge earlier, who had carried some simple and honest features as well as some slipperiness. The infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner stared at Ahu with a livid expression on his face. If you were Yen Wudi's servant, then so be it. But even if he is Yen Wudi's son, how could he make you bend your back to serve him? Where's your dignity, your pride? Ahu picked at his ear, flicking his finger as he grinned. I'm happy, what can you do about it? The other leading Xiantian martial scholar of infinite boundless mountain similarly had a sunken expression on his face. I remember now. That year, there was a rumor that Yen Di did not hesitate to travel 10,000 miles to save an old servant of his, even offending the heavenly thunder hall of the Thunder Domain. But that old servant still seemed to have died afterwards, and Yen Di only brought back a child. Ahu stopped smiling, his expression solemn. That was my grandfather. Huang Huding was that child. Zhao Hao said coldly, your grandfather was someone's servant. Just to repay a debt of gratitude, you will also be a servant of the Yen family for your entire life? A wretched wretch, you are not fit to be a martial practitioner. Ahu chuckled, a little thing like you still dares to talk about being fit or not. I can smack you to death with a single hand. If I were to say it, you are not fit to speak to my young master. You are not even fit to speak to me. Zhao Hao glared, a cold light shooting out from within his eyes, only to hear Ahu howl madly. Under the violent shockwaves of his Orochi, Zhao Hao instantly saw stars, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. However high his cultivation base had been in the past, However extraordinary his knowledge, however powerful his inner aura, however powerful his battle prowess had been at the same cultivation level. He was also unable to withstand the great difference in their cultivation bases now, as he was directly suppressed. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with him. It was not just Zhao Hao, the other infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners also felt dizzy, swaying left and right. The two infinite boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholars roared in unison. Only then did Ahu's howl no longer sound so ear-piercing. Their faces livid, no longer in the mood to continue talking nonsense with Ahu, they immediately soared into the air, attacking him together. Ahu chuckled coldly, like a massive beast choosing its prey to devour. His palms parted, not giving way at all, fighting one against two. The Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners were about to step forward to help, but discovered that Ahu was holding them all by himself, still handling them with ease. His opponent is not a martial practitioner from an ordinary clan, but someone from the mountain domain's sacred ground, infinite boundless mountain. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners were all dumbfounded, subconsciously swallowing their saliva, somewhat unable to believe it. Those from infinite boundless mountain were even angered to the point of vomiting blood. This is a servant of the Yen family? Just at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly assaulted them. Ahu's expression turned solemn, while the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners all revealed joyful expressions. Elder, he is here. Chapter 78. As thanks, I've specially added a chapter for the Dragon God Blazing Fire. Also thanks to all those fellow readers who have voted for this book, collected it, gifted it, thank you all. Therefore today's third night watch, there's still one more night watch after midnight. Requesting recommendation votes. Requesting members to click. Requesting collection. Requesting everyone to continue supporting this book. Thank you. The aura of a martial grandmaster expert suppressed the surrounding area, stirring up the winds and clouds. The hearts of the Eastern Tang martial practitioners instantly sunk to the very bottom. Such an opponent, even all of them added together would be unable to stand against him. The figure of infinite boundless mountain's elder he appeared, his gaze falling on Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing. Before he had even opened his mouth to speak, his expression suddenly changed slightly. The originally unconscious king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, actually suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Just like that, the gazes of the two clashed in mid-air. Zhao Shiqing said mildly, "Elder He, thank you for your personal visit." As he said this, he sat on the ground, one hand clenched into a fist, the other slamming down on the ground. With the ground beneath Zhao Shiqing as their center, the originally dim, broken spirit patterns suddenly lit up with a dazzling radiance, expanding towards the surroundings. The power of the formation at this moment rapidly increased from its originally weak state, it became strong once more. The powerful force directly jolted the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners, led by Elder He, into retreat, forced out of the formation. How could he have recovered so quickly? Elder He swiveled his head to look at the other infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners. The two leading Xiantian martial scholars shook their heads bitterly, their expressions filled with disbelief. They said in a low tone, "When we caught up, his injuries were very severe. He was just a breath more than a dead person. He really shouldn't have been able to recover in such a short period of time. This is like seeing a living ghost." Zhao Hao wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on Yan Zhaoge beside Zhao Shiqing, his hands still on Zhao Shiqing's chest and back. Such a fast speed, how exactly was he able to do it? Zhao Hao clenched his teeth, fresh blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. He felt that his alchemy and medical skills were unparalleled in this world. Other than a few people, there was no one else who could be mentioned in the same breath as him. However, to let Zhao Shiqing recover in such a short period of time, he was also unable to do it. Zhao Hao had seen Zhao Shiqing's initial appearance and knew how serious his injuries were. But now, he could actually regain his senses and activate the formation again. This was completely beyond his expectations. Zhao Hao took a deep breath. It's not just the golden needle liberating pill technique. He has extremely high attainments in the field of alchemy and medicine. Elder He's gaze similarly fell on Yan Zhaoge. The broad-creed young master is not a dragon amongst men, but a dragon amongst dragons. The rumors were actually true. Let alone the people of infinite boundless mountain, even the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners had been shocked. Someone's heart was beating like a drum. Could it be a technique that stimulates his potential and forcibly awakens his majesty temporarily? Could it be that his injuries will worsen afterwards and he might even become a dragon in the sky? Could it be the final radiance of the setting sun? Feeling the worried gazes of the surrounding people, Yan Zhaoge could not help but roll his eyes. I say, don't look down on librarians. Zhao Shiqing nodded towards Yan Zhaoge before directly standing up. This emperor was suddenly affected by a minor illness. It is no longer a major problem now. I thank Elder He for personally rushing over to pay a visit. This place in the Sealing Dragon Abyss is not a suitable place to talk. After everyone has left, this emperor will hold a banquet in Jingyang City's royal palace to entertain Elder He and the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Looking at Zhao Shiqing, Elder He frowned. He did not believe that Zhao Shiqing had already completely recovered from such heavy injuries. However, he really could not be sure how much of his strength Zhao Shiqing currently had left. How much of the power of the Jingyang City Grand Formation could still be drawn upon by Zhao Shiqing was also an unknown. If Zhao Shiqing was at his peak condition with the assistance of the Grand Formation, Elder He admitted that he would not be his match. Zhao Hao's gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing. Zhao Shiqing, however, did not even glance at Zhao Hao. Back when he had helped Broad Creed Mountain force the Sacred Sun clan into retreat in Jingyang City, Zhao Hao had completely lost all hope in him. And now that Zhao Hao had appeared here alongside those of Infinite Boundless Mountain, Zhao Shiqing had also completely lost all hope in him. Looking at Elder He, Zhao Shiqing said calmly, "This is not a place to talk. This emperor will take his leave first. Please do as you please, Elder He." Saying thus, he extended his palms horizontally forward, then pressed down towards the air below. As the spirit patterns of the formation shook, the air currents surged, sweeping up Yan Zhaoge, Hu and the Eastern Tang martial practitioners with Zhao Shiqing at their center, rising towards the outside of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Elder He's face was sunken. He was really unwilling to give up just like this. Although he was no longer completely confident, he did not hesitate and waste time, instead immediately moving to obstruct Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing and the others. However, at this moment, intense tremors suddenly resounded from the distance. A sharp saber chi arrived, slicing through the air, the canyon of the Sealing Dragon Abyss seemingly about to break apart. It's Broad Creed Mountain's East Elder and the Sacred Sun Clan's East Rising Lord. They've rushed over. A majestic saber chi shot through the air, cutting off the path of those of Infinite Boundless Mountain. A golden saber light lit up, clashing with that majestic saber chi once more. However, the chance for those of Infinite Boundless Mountain to pursue Yan Zhaoge and the others had already passed, and they would not be able to catch up. Elder He's expression darkened. The opportunity has already passed. We will not be able to grasp the upcoming situation. Let's go. Contact our clan's first seat elder, before deciding whether to advance or retreat. He looked at Zhao Hao. If you continue to remain in the Eastern Tang, it will be hard for you to achieve much in the future. Zhao Hao remained silent. Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing and the others had also felt the approach of Elder Qin and the East Rising Lord just now. Not only that, Elder Kong and that female martial grandmaster expert of the Sacred Sun clan had long since battled from within the Sealing Dragon Abyss to outside the abyss. Their battle swept through a radius of several hundred li, turning the heavens and the earth upside down along the way. Uncle, the chaotic killing intent in your body has not been completely removed. Yan Zhaoge looked at Zhao Shiqing. The situation over at Jingyang City, how confident are you? Zhao Shiqing's expression was slightly pale. He concentrated and sensed carefully. After a while he said slowly, Shirlai has already attacked the palace. With the help of the Sacred Sun clan, Royal Uncle won't be able to stop him. Half of the control over the Grand Formation has already been wrested away by him. I'm not in the palace now. It will be difficult for me to regain control. Zhao Shiqing chopped out horizontally with his palm, the air currents surging as he brought Yan Zhaoge and the others down to the ground. His body's condition was worrisome, and he needed to conserve his strength for the upcoming battle. Luckily, the Eastern Tang had relay stations throughout its territory, so they didn't have to worry about traveling by land. If we rush back to Jingyang City now, we might not make it in time. Zhao Shiya's advantage will only grow greater and greater, Yan Zhaoge said. Uncle, I have an idea that we might be able to try. Zhao Shiqing swiveled his head to look at him. Oh? What idea does Zhaoge have? Yan Zhaoge said, our clan Spirit Wind Canyon is not far from overlooking Abyss City, and is also very close to the Sealing Dragon Abyss. There is a certain amount of resources stored there. we can try to set up a reversal formation. Zhao Shiqing's gaze lit up. A reversal formation is not easy to set up. Zhaoge says that there is a way to do it quickly? Yan Zhaoge said, I have a formation diagram on hand, we can gamble on it. While it is a gamble, the chances are higher than returning to Jianghu City. Hearing his words, Zhao Shiqing was moved, but he asked via sound transmission, if it's the Spirit Wind Canyon, the Cloud Vein Stone Mine? Yan Zhaoge similarly replied via sound transmission, the battle has already begun. With Elder Sichuan's ability and experience, he should have already made arrangements. There is no need to worry about the secret being leaked. The people of Infinite Boundless Mountain have been obstructed by Elder Qin, but they are outside of the Eastern Tang. In the territory of the mountain domain, there will definitely be a large number of troops waiting for news, accumulating power and preparing to move. The Sacred Sun clan is also on the move. Zhao Shouye's invasion of Jianghu City is like fire. Chapter 79. Zhao Shiqing looked at Yan Zhaoge, your formation diagram, can this king take a look? As he spoke, Yan Zhaoge had already taken out a piece of silk. Where his orochi passed, the silk did not tear, but some traces were left behind. With a schwa-schwa sound, a complex, profound formation diagram appeared in front of Zhao Shiqing. Zhao Shiqing carefully examined it, comparing it with his knowledge of formations, and instantly felt enlightened. This method can work. Zhao Shiqing said, but to set up the formation, it still depends on whether there are sufficient resources. Yan Zhaoge said, the Spirit Wind Canyon has accumulated a lot of resources. If there is a shortage, we can try transferring them from the nearby overlooking Abyss City. The things needed to set up the formation would naturally be lacking in the Spirit Wind Canyon. Even if it wasn't lacking in front of the people of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, it had to be lacking. If it wasn't a last-minute preparation, it would be arranged tomorrow morning. Would these arrangements only be for the Sacred Sun clan? After all, this reverse formation diagram could shake the Jianghu Grand Formation. Even if Zhao Shiqing had no such thoughts, the other experts of the Eastern Tang Kingdom might also have some misgivings. Having made up their minds, the group immediately hurried towards the Spirit Wind Canyon, receiving news on the way. Other than Jianghu City, the rest of the Eastern Tang Kingdom had not fallen into complete chaos. However, all of Broad Creed Mountain's properties in the Eastern Tang Kingdom had been threatened by the Sacred Sun clan. Outside of the Spirit Wind Canyon, there were already people besieging it. Yan Zhaoge's group quickly swept away the obstacles. Having already received the news, the acting elder Sichuan immediately came out to welcome Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing in. He was currently the acting elder of the Spirit Wind Canyon. The Spirit Wind Canyon was much more important than before, and its defenses were also much stronger. Elder Su, according to the list I gave you, quickly prepare these things. List out what you're lacking. Yan Zhaoge didn't bother with pleasantries after seeing him. Sichuan also knew his priorities. He calmly received the list from Yan Zhaoge and quickly gathered the resources, then reported back the things that were lacking. These things overlooking Abyss City has them all. Sichuan said quickly, we don't know if our clan's treasury has fallen, but even if it's not in our clan, other places in overlooking Abyss City definitely have it. Whether it's the Sacred Sun clan or Infinite Boundless Mountain's treasury, it's definitely not lacking. Receiving the list from Sichuan's hands, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head and said to Ahu, Ahu, the situation is urgent. Make a trip, be careful. Zhao Shiqing and Yan Zhaoge both had to remain behind to set up the formation. Of the others, only Ahu was the strongest. Ahu smiled honestly. Don't worry, young master. I'll be back soon. With that, he turned around and left the Spirit Wind Canyon, heading straight for overlooking Abyss City. Zhao Shiqing looked at Ahu's departing figure, while Yan Di did not pass on to him Broad Creed Mountain's secret martial arts. Whether it is the Black Nightmare Godly Wind or the Ghost Tiger Divine Claw, they are both peak martial arts. A warm look surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's gaze. That year, father actually wanted to take Ahu in as a disciple, but Ahu himself refused. That's why my father taught Ahu the unique skills of the Holy Land of Wind, which had been destroyed many years ago. All these years, Yan Di had actually viewed Ahu more as a disciple, while the original owner of Yan Zhaoge's body had actually been both a servant and a friend to Ahu. After coming to this world, Yan Zhaoge had interacted with this burly man, and had often not treated him as a servant or follower. The two of them had often teased each other, feeling relaxed and happy. Compared to some people whom he had never even seen face to face or spoken to, only existing in the memories of his body's original owner. Yan Zhaoge's relationship with Hu had gradually deepened, and he was actually quite close to his body's original owner. If not for the fact that Hu, who seemed to have no respect for his elders, actually insisted on following some rules, he could practically be considered Yan Zhaoge's first friend after coming to this world. As he spoke with Zhao Shiqing, Yan Zhaoge began assisting him in setting up a brand new formation within the Spirit Wind Canyon. From a rough look, this formation was similar to the Eastern Tang Kingdom's Jingyang Grand Formation. However, looking closely at the spirit patterns of the formation, they all seemed to be the same, while at the same time being different, being the complete opposite of the true Jingyang Grand Formation. It was just like the reflection of a mirror. The formation gradually took shape, already lighting up with a spiritual light. Numerous spirit patterns extended in all directions, gradually enveloping the entire Spirit Wind Canyon. Zhao Shiqing sat at the core of the formation, one hand clenched into a fist, the other slamming down on the ground. Guided by him, the spiritual light on the spirit patterns of the Jingyang Grand Formation also began to grow more and more dazzling. However, the spiritual light kept flickering, appearing very unstable. Yan Zhaoge knew that this was due to Prince Jin Zhao Shiya's rebellion in Jingyang City. Zhao Shiqing's expression didn't change as he calmly sat upright, guiding the power of the Great Array. At the same time, he was also adapting to controlling the reverse array's power within the spiritual wind canyon, merging it with his own Great Array. As his eyes flickered, a golden light gradually appeared on his dragon robe. The golden light was like scales, as if Zhao Shiqing was wearing a dragon scale armor. It was the #1 treasure of the Eastern Tang, the mid-grade spirit artifact, the golden scale dragon scale armor. Normally it wouldn't show itself, hiding within Zhao Shiqing's body. When needed, it would turn into an armor of light and attach itself to his body. In the dragon sealing abyss, it was all thanks to the protection of this powerful mid-grade spirit artifact. Otherwise, when the Great Formation had suddenly reversed and the strange energy of the dragon sealing abyss had rebounded, it was unknown whether Zhao Shiqing would have been able to survive. Forming a sword seal with his left hand, Yan Zhaoge guided with his right hand, a jade light shot straight into the horizon before landing in front of Zhao Shiqing in the center of the formation. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's accompanying spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword. Zhao Shiqing flicked his finger on the blade of the sword, and a dragon's roar rang out. The Jade Dragon Sword hovered in midair, possessing its own spirituality as it did not descend. Light circulated on the surface of the sword's blade, as the faint silhouette of a dragon could be vaguely seen swimming about. Within the golden scale dragon scale armor on Zhao Shiqing's body, the silhouette of a golden dragon similarly flashed, also letting out a mighty dragon's roar. The golden scale dragon scale armor guarded the grand formation controlled by Zhao Shiqing, while the Jade Dragon Sword guarded the reversal formation within the Spirit Wind Canyon. The two dragons shone, the two formations moving side by side, their auras growing stronger and stronger. But just at this moment, the Broad Creed Mountain and Eastern Tang martial practitioners within the valley all frowned slightly. A powerful aura surged outside of the Spirit Wind Canyon, pressuring towards it. A golden sun rose from the mountain range at the mouth of the valley, its terrifying aura pressing towards the formation within the valley. Sacred Sun Clan. Martial Grandmaster. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. While the newcomer's cultivation was inferior to Zhao Shiqing, Yan Su and the others, he was still a true martial grandmaster. Zhao Shiqing's face was calm as he clenched his fist and punched upwards. Guided by the formation, his power struck towards that golden sun. As the two forces clashed, a dazzling light instantly erupted, so bright that it was hard for people to look straight at it. At this moment, Zhao Shiqing's injuries had still not fully recovered, and the power of the formation was still contending with Jing Yang's side. That martial grandmaster was blocked by him, unable to enter, but Zhao Shiqing and the power of the formation were also instantly restrained. Under the restraint of that Sacred Sun Clan martial grandmaster, a gap instantly appeared in the defensive formation. Figures flickered about in the surroundings of the valley as a group of Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners rushed in. Many of them had terrifying auras as they moved, it was as though the very air around them was shaking. The hearts of the people within the Spirit Wind Canyon all sunk. So many Xiantian martial grandmasters. Yan Zhaoge focused his gaze and saw that one of them was dressed in a white robe, with a face full of beard and a gaze as venomous as a snake's. It was precisely Xiaoshen. As Xiaoshen entered the valley, his gaze swept about, his attention also instantly focused on Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 80. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Xiao Shen then ignored him. Coming faster than expected, it's not just the Eastern Tang Kingdom's problem. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Yan Su, there were many experts of the Sacred Sun clan, and Yan Zhaoge himself having to help Zhao Shiqing maintain the formation, he immediately called out, "Elder Su." "I understand." In front of serious business, Su Chuan did not have the sly flattery he had in private. He led the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners under his command, immediately meeting the invading Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners accompanying Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing also went forward to meet the incoming enemy. The invading martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun clan had gathered a considerable number of elites, their experts numerous. Because the Cloud Vein stones could be used to excavate jade essence, while Broad Creed Mountain did not make a big show of it in order to keep it a secret, the Spirit Wind Canyon's defensive strength had increased greatly in secret. If not for this, it was likely that the Sacred Sun clan would have broken through in an instant. Even so, with so many martial scholar experts of the Sacred Sun clan attacking together, the pressure on the Spirit Wind Canyon also increased greatly. Su Chuan and the Xiantian martial scholar experts of the Eastern Tang charged forward together, keeping their opponents at bay. Both sides fell into a stalemate for a time. That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan who had been obstructed outside the valley attacked like the tide, unceasingly attacking the Spirit Wind Canyon and Zhao Shiqing. Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing both had stern expressions on their faces. This was because as they dealt with the attack before them, they were once again at a disadvantage in the battle over a Jianghu city. With the two battlefields fighting at the same time, Zhao Shiqing felt a lot more pressure. Before the reversal array was completely set up, Prince Jin Zhao Shilai continued to exert his strength over Jianghu city. The control of the Jingyan Grand Array began to gradually slip from his hands. As time went by, the formation energy that Zhao Shiqing had gathered over at the Spirit Wind Canyon also began to show signs of exhaustion. The enemy martial grandmasters were the most sensitive to this. He let out a long roar. "Zhao Shiqing, you stubbornly insisted on going against the sacred sect. This is your fate. You are too ignorant, unable to clearly see the general situation of the world. Broad Creed Mountain has long since fallen, while my Sacred Sun clan is like the midday sun. Your younger brother Zhao Shilai is much smarter than you. For the sake of the Eastern Tang, it is better for him to sit on the throne." As he spoke, he clasped his palms together and pushed them forward. One of the 7 great sun arts, heaven-striking palm. The sun hung high in the sky. Fighting head-on, relying on strength, the Sacred Sun clan displayed the wild, violent side of their martial arts to the point of perfection. Using power to oppress others, using strength to oppress others. The higher a martial artist's cultivation base was, the more they could unleash the power of this martial art. At this moment, the striking heaven god palm displayed by this great grandmaster was much more powerful than the grandmaster realm Chao Yuanlong. Everyone at the scene could only feel a golden brilliance in front of their eyes, and it was blazing hot. The group of evolved Jing martial artists felt as though their stellar energy was about to be ignited by this palm strike. Zhao Shiqing's expression was solemn, and his face was slightly dark. Green and red qi alternated on his face again. The chaotic, baleful energy within Zhao Shiqing's body that had yet to be completely purged continued to wreak havoc. Now that he was exchanging blows with someone, under the pressure, the chaos caused by the baleful aura was getting stronger and stronger. He took a deep breath and punched again. The golden dragon scale armor on his body flashed with light, and a dragon's roar echoed out. That Sacred Sun clan martial grandmaster let out a low roar, a purple-gold radiance lighting up on his right arm. It was a wristband. This wristband was made entirely of pure gold, with 9 purple crystals flickering with a brilliant luster, its aura soaring to the heavens. It was shockingly also a spirit artifact. As the two sides collided, Zhao Shiqing's and his enemy's bodies both shook. The formation shook once more. Over at Jianghu city, Zhao Shiya's advantage was even greater. As a result, the power of the formation that Zhao Shiqing could wield fell once more. The Sacred Sun clan martial grandmaster was unforgiving, continuously striking out with the striking heaven god palm, causing the surrounding space to shake unceasingly, as though it was about to shatter. Under the illumination of the brilliant sun, the spirit patterns of the formation all seemed to dim. Zhao Shiqing had no choice but to shrink his defensive perimeter. However, this way the enemy's attacks began to affect the defenses of the Spirit Wind Canyon. With the help of this martial grandmaster, the group of Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners pressed forward step by step. Xiao Xin's gaze pierced through the crowd, staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, his gaze as venomous as a snake's. A Xiantian martial scholar beside him formed a sword seal with his left hand, his right hand abruptly slapping the sword box on his back. A sword light lit up, piercing through the horizon, resembling the rising sun, the morning sun breaking through the dawn. One of the 7 great sun arts, the divine sword of dawn. Low-grade spirit artifact, the flowing fire sword. The sword light shocked the heavens, resembling the first glimmer of dawn, until the sun rose in the east, then the red sun in the sky, all the way until the sun set in the west. This one sword represented the rising and setting of the sun, from start to finish. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge chopped out with his palm the radiant sun wheel flying out. Seeing the radiant sun wheel, the movements of all the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners paused for a moment, but their following attacks became even fiercer. Xiao Xin stared fixedly at the radiant sun wheel, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Letting out a piercing howl, he abruptly raised his palm. A pattern of spirit light flickered on his palm, resembling a sun's crown. The radiant sun wheel in the air instantly slowed slightly. "TSK. Indeed so." Yan Zhaoge frowned. "A pity that I have to use the Jade Dragon Sword to set up the reversal formation. Otherwise I could just change it." As the radiant sun wheel slowed in the air, that Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner wielded the flowing fire sword, descending towards the Spirit Wind Canyon. The Spirit Wind Canyon's defensive formation had been suppressed by the enemy martial grandmaster, and now that it had suffered a blow from the flowing fire sword, a crack was finally torn open. The group of Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners immediately rushed in. Xiao Xin swiveled his head to look at that Xiantian martial scholar. "Elder Liang, help me out." That Xiantian martial scholar nodded, and once again used the divine sword of dawn. The flowing fire sword transformed into a streak of red light, entangling the radiant sun wheel in midair. Yan Zhaoge coldly watched this scene from the side, but his figure had already shot to Zhao Shiqing's side. Grabbing the Jade Dragon Sword, Yan Zhaoge formed a sword seal, the spirit patterns of the reversal formation flickering. The situation on Zhao Shiqing's side stabilized somewhat. Xiao Xin flew forward, once again extending his hand to grab the radiant sun wheel. The radiant sun wheel shook intensely, the sun's crown pattern on Xiao Xin's palm also shining with a radiance. The radiant sun wheel's shaking began to gradually subside. Xiao Xin closed his eyes. Within the darkness, sunlight seemed to gradually light up. Feeling that he was currently re-establishing a connection with the radiant sun wheel, having regained his lost spirit artifact, Xiao Xin couldn't help but feel incomparably comfortable, as all the pores on his body seemed to open up at the same time. He began to sever the connection between Yan Zhaoge and the radiant sun wheel. Xiao Xin opened his eyes, a cold light flickering within them as he stared at Yan Zhaoge. "Yan Zhaoge, you are a character. But the more outstanding you are, the greater the threat you will pose to my Sacred Sun clan in the future. I have to admit that the humiliation you have given me is something that I am currently powerless to wash away with my own hands. But if I want to pinch you to death, there are plenty of people who can do it." The group of Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners clashed with Su Chuan and the others. However, the Sacred Sun clan had more experts, and without the assistance of the Spirit Wind Canyon's formation, Su Chuan and the others fell into a disadvantageous position. The Sacred Sun clan sent out a Xiantian martial scholar, who walked towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge looked straight at him. Chapter 81. Yan Zhaoge looked at that Xiantian martial scholar of the Sacred Sun clan, who was approaching step by step. Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar and quickly approached them. Ahu's entire body surged with aura chi, resembling a black tornado as he blocked before Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, I'm back." Saying so, Ahu took off the massive luggage on his back and threw it in front of Yan Zhaoge. Then he strode out, arriving before that Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner. Without saying a word, Ahu crossed his claws, and a violent black storm engulfed the sky and earth. That Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner also roared furiously, his aura chi transforming into an illusory heaven and earth, a brilliant sun illuminating the area. The golden sunlight and the black hurricane instantly collided. Ahu grinned hideously. His tall figure was like a ghost shadow, shrill and erratic. A ferocious black tiger pounced out of the hurricane, ready to devour its prey. Ahu's figure suddenly crouched, and then with a leap, he had already torn apart the great golden sun, his claws grabbing at his opponent's throat and abdomen. Wherever the ghost tiger divine claw passed, the air was torn apart like a rag. The black hurricane transformed into the head of a ferocious tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to devour the enemy. The Xiantian martial scholar who was controlling the streaming fire sword had a solemn expression on his face. He temporarily abandoned the radiant sun wheel and drove the streaming fire sword towards Ahu. A brilliant light shone on Ahu's body, and a black light armor appeared, blocking the streaming fire sword's attack. He roared and extended a claw to block his opponent's divine sword of dawn. The first enemy who fought with him hurriedly used the great rising sun technique to retreat. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. The flowing fire sword and Ahu's black nightmare armor were locked in a stalemate. The two great Xiantian martial scholars of the Sacred Sun clan roared in unison, following which strong winds shocked the heavens as an illusory heaven and earth enveloped the surrounding area. It was said that there could not be two suns in the sky, but now there were two suns in front of Ahu. One sun was like the sun in the middle of the sky, hanging high above their heads, while the other sun was rising at dawn, the first light of dawn appearing. Ahu was not afraid at all. His entire body erupted with gang energy, and he leaped forward like a tiger. The clouds follow the dragon, the wind follows the tiger. As he roared, a black hurricane swept through the sky, sending sand and pebbles flying. It was terrifying beyond compare. Yan Zhaoge received the bag that Ahu had thrown over, quickly retrieving various rare treasures from within. Where his Orochi passed, Yan Zhaoge waved a hand, numerous items flying within the reversal formation. Yan Zhaoge flicked his fingers repeatedly, the numerous spirit patterns within the reversal formation growing more and more dazzling as they all linked up and rapidly reached completion. Those of the Sacred Sun clan also recognized the profundities of the reversal formation, but had completely not thought that it would actually be set up so quickly. The great Grandmaster had always wanted to break through Zhao Shiqing's defensive line and destroy the reversal formation first, but Zhao Shiqing had firmly blocked him, making it hard for him to succeed. At this moment, seeing that the reversal formation was completely established, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Ha! With a low roar, Yan Zhaoge flicked his hand, causing the Jade Dragon sword to rise into the air. Then he stretched out his palms and pressed them down in the air. The reversal array within the Spirit Wind Canyon had completely taken shape. With a loud rumble, it activated and merged with the great array that Zhao Shiqing was connected to. A violent and strange red light suddenly flashed on the spirit pattern of the Grand Formation. A red light flashed. Far away in Jingyang City, within the palace, Zhao Shilai, who was drawing upon the power of the Grand Array, felt his body shake violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yan Zhaoge said anxiously, "Uncle now." Not saying a word, Zhao Shiqing stood within the formation, entering a fist stance. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that, amidst the light and shadow above his head, a spirit tree could vaguely be seen swaying in the wind, towering to the heavens. The power of the golden scale dragon scale armor was also fully activated. As Zhao Shiqing punched out, the power of the Grand Formation suddenly increased. The martial Grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan who had originally held the upper hand, revealed a shocked expression on his face as he was instantly forced into retreat. Yan Zhaoge, Xiao Xin and the others were all shocked, not having thought that Yan Zhaoge's side would actually be able to make a comeback despite having the upper hand. Even if the reversal formation was combined with the original Grand Formation, there shouldn't be such an instant, powerful effect. Zhao Shiqing was heavily injured, while Zhao Shilai also held the advantage of Jingyang City. In the end, in the struggle for control of the Jingyang City Grand Formation, it had actually been Zhao Shiqing who had turned defeat into victory. A golden saber light lit up in the distance. Another Xiantian martial scholar of the Sacred Sun clan forced his opponent into retreat, before directly chopping towards Yan Zhaoge with a west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber. However, not waiting for him to approach, Ahu let out an enraged howl. His left hand's ghost tiger divine claw did not change, while his right hand retracted its claws and switched to a fist. This was actually a martial art that Yan Zhaoge had privately imparted to Ahu. One of the 6 spirits' demonic fists, the Tiger Roar demonic fist. Ahu went completely berserk, punching and clawing as he stood in the way of the 3 Xiantian martial scholars of the Sacred Sun clan. The roar of a tiger resounded throughout the entire Spirit Wind Canyon, causing Su Chuan and the others who were watching to be secretly shocked. Seeing this, Xiao Shen's expression turned sinister, not even bothering to continue collecting the radiant sun wheel. A good dog doesn't block the way. Xiao Shen looked at Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu with a venomous gaze. Since you are so loyal in protecting your master, I'll slaughter you, this dog slave, as well. Hearing Xiao Shen's sinister tone, Yan Zhaoge looked over. He saw Xiao Shen suddenly take out a cylindrical object from within his bosom. One end was held in his hand, while the other was aimed at Ah Hu. Yan Zhaoge roared loudly, "Ah Hu, dodge! It's Sun Rain." Hearing his words, Ah Hu seemed to hesitate slightly. However, in the end his tall frame still did not dodge. Yan Zhaoge raised his eyebrows. If Ah Hu dodged, Xiao Shen's Sun Rain would be directly aimed at him, Yan Zhaoge. Therefore Ah Hu did not dodge. The next moment, the cylinder in Xiao Shen's hand suddenly erupted with incomparably dazzling golden light. Innumerable golden needles resembled sunlight illuminating the heavens and the earth, also resembling a torrential downpour tightly packed. An innumerable number of divine sun needles transformed into a dense stream of light, shooting towards Ah Hu. Sun Rain, the sacred Sun clan's direct lineage secret weapon, specialized in breaking through the Orochi of martial scholars. Anyone below the level of a martial grandmaster would find it hard to survive a direct frontal attack. Even the 3 Xiantian martial scholars of the sacred Sun clan hurriedly dodged to the side. Ah Hu's gaze seemed to be ablaze as he howled madly, his Orochi transforming into an illusory heaven and earth. A black hurricane swept in all directions with the momentum of a tiger crouching and a whale swallowing. The black nightmare armor lit up as Ah Hu defended with all his might. Sharp, concentrated sounds of collisions resounded incessantly, as Ah Hu's entire body was covered with thousands upon thousands of golden divine sun needles. On the other side, Zhao Shiqing let out a long howl towards the heavens, his palms pushing outwards. The control over the grand formation was completely wrested back by Zhao Shiqing. Although Zhao Shiqing himself was heavily injured, with the support of the grand formation, his strength was instantly extraordinary. He first activated the grand formation, sending a shockwave reverberating through the faraway Jingjiang city, causing the Prince Jin Zhao Shilai, who had yet to regain his wits, to spurt out fresh blood. Then, with a palm, he struck out towards the martial grandmaster expert of the sacred Sun clan before him, causing him to vomit blood as he retreated. Under the rapid expansion of the grand formation's power, all the sacred Sun clan martial practitioners within the formation were forced to retreat. Yan Zhaoge rushed out, supporting Ah Hu, handing him over to Su Chuan and the others who had caught up. Swiveling his head, he saw Xiao Shen also hurriedly retreating. Yan Zhaoge's voice resounded like thunder as he roared in rage, "Xiao Shen, where do you think you're going?" His body leaping, Yan Zhaoge instantly lunged before Xiao Shen, resembling a ferocious tiger released from its cage. Chapter 82. Yan Zhaoge resembled a ferocious tiger, roaring as he arrived before Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen hurriedly retreated, rising into the air, wanting to pull apart the distance between him and Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's feet moved consecutively as he also flew into the air. With a few steps he trampled the air. Within the acupoints of his entire body, the coiled ice and flame dragons let out long roars together. Streams of icy mist and fiery light arose from Yan Zhaoge's body, combining with his Orochi. With ice and fire intermingling, he resembled a divinity. His fist roared like a tiger, his chi like the roar of a dragon. Big Dipper true martial divinity, the power of the door of blood Shangxiu acupoint erupted. With a single punch, Yan Zhaoge directly broke through Xiao Shen's defensive sunset thousand illusory palms. Xiao Shen was greatly shocked as he hurriedly executed the leap of the rising sun east, traversing the heavens to evade. Duo! With a loud roar, Yan Zhaoge's back abruptly straightened, as though a divine dragon had suddenly stretched its body. This exertion of force had merged within the coiling dragon sleeve, the transformation of the cloud rising dragon. The cloud dragon spanning 10,000 li, soared in an instant. Just as Xiao Shen's body was about to move, Yan Zhaoge's speed was even faster than his as he brazenly attacked. His tightly clenched fists spread apart, his fingers forming hooks as he grabbed onto Xiao Shen's arms. The two's figures instantly froze in midair. Yan Zhaoge's leg flew up, directly kicking towards Xiao Shen's chest. At the same time, his two hands exerted force, streams of ice dragon chi and flame dragon chi twisting and coiling, exerting force. The powerful force formed the momentum of distorting mountains and rivers, acting on Xiao Shen's arms. His kick sent Xiaoxin flying backwards, but his two hands still firmly grabbed onto Xiaoxin's arms, not letting go. One kick, one pull, the two diametrically opposed forces instantly twisted Xiaoxin's body like a tattered rag. Peng! With a muffled sound, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. An all-encompassing rain of blood erupted from where the two were in mid-air, exploding outwards in all directions. With a low roar, Yan Zhaoge forcibly ripped Xiaoxin's arms off from his torso. Xiaoxin let out a piercing howl. "Yan Zhaoge, you actually dare." Yan Zhaoge threw away Xiaoxin's two severed arms and stepped into the air, catching up to Xiaoxin, who had been sent flying with his kick with a single step. "Those who are about to die don't talk so much nonsense." The surrounding Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners had been forced into retreat by Zhao Shiqing and the power of the Grand Formation, unable to rush to his aid in time. At this moment they all roared furiously in unison. Xiaoxin's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding. "Yan Zhaoge, don't be complacent. Even if you kill me, you are destined to be buried with me. I'll wait for you down there." Yan Zhaoge pretended not to hear him as he struck out with his claw, directly piercing through Xiaoxin's chest. With his other hand he spread open his fingers, filling Xiaoxin's field of vision and enveloping the top of his head. Grabbing onto Xiaoxin's head, Yan Zhaoge laughed coldly. "I'm so scared, ah." As he spoke, his 5 fingers suddenly tightened and lifted upwards. Violent physical strength and vigorous and fierce stellar energy erupted at the same time. A rain of blood erupted once more as Yan Zhaoge snapped Xiaoxin's neck, ripping it off with a single grab. Xiaoxin's eyes were wide open as he died with a remaining grievance. The entire Spirit Wind Canyon suddenly became silent for a moment. Everyone stared dazedly at Yan Zhaoge, holding Xiaoxin's severed head in his hands as he stood in mid-air. "Yan Zhaoge." The next moment, the Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners let out enraged roars in unison. With that martial grandmaster at their head, they all rushed towards Yan Zhaoge. Within the canyon, Zhao Shiqing's expression was calm as he clenched his left hand into a fist and straightened his right palm, striking out in unison. Numerous golden dragons of light rampaged between the heavens and the earth, their scales pulsing as the roars of dragons shocked the heavens, as though true dragons had descended into this world. The Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners were forced into retreat by Zhao Shiqing, who had drawn upon the power of the Grand Formation, unable to approach the Spirit Wind Canyon at all. Su Chuan and the other martial scholars of Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom even began to switch from defense to offense. "Retreat." That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun Clan let out a depressed roar, having no choice but to lead his people in retreating. Blood leaked from the corner of Zhao Shiqing's mouth, his face flickering alternately between green and red. As he retracted his fist, the others also ceased their pursuit. Carrying Xiaoxin's head, Yan Zhaoge descended to the ground, returning to Ahu's side. Ahu sat in the meditative position on the ground, the glow of the black nightmare armor on his body dim. On the black armor of light, it was filled with densely packed golden needles. All of the golden needles had pierced deeply into the armor of light. Ahu's face was a little ashen. Luckily, his accompanying spirit artifact, the Black Nightmare Armor, was a defensive artifact, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Otherwise, while he had been entangled with the 3 Xiantian martial scholars just now, if he had been ambushed by Xiaoxin's sun rain, he would have died without a doubt. Even though the Black Nightmare Armor had blocked the divine sun needles that were as dense as rain, Ahu's body had also been injured by the force of the needles. Although the divine sun needles had not directly pierced into his body, Ahu seemed to have suffered thousands of heavy blows in that instant. Yan Zhaoge came behind Ahu, placing a palm on his back, helping him to regulate his condition. The others were all looking at Yan Zhaoge with complex expressions on their faces. Although Xiaoxin had also been a killer and Yan Zhaoge had killed him, he had deserved to die. However, having really seen Yan Zhaoge kill Xiaoxin, everyone's minds were still a little dazed. Especially when it had been done in such a violent and vicious manner. Previously, when Yan Zhaoge and Xiaoxin had clashed, no matter how badly Yan Zhaoge had beaten the other party, it could still be said that it had been an exchange of pointers, with Xiaoxin being inferior. However, both sides were elites among the younger generation disciples of their respective sections. They were seedlings with potential that they focused on nurturing. Deciding the victor through sparring and killing each other were two completely different things. What's more, Xiaoxin's maternal grandfather was one of the Sacred Sun Clan's top bigwigs. As Xiao Xin had said, the Sacred Sun clan would definitely not let this matter rest. This grudge was even greater than taking in the traitorous disciples of the other party. But even as their emotions were complex, the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom also felt excited. In recent years, the Sacred Sun clan had been pressuring them step by step, having already been arrogant for far too long. You are allowed to kill, but Broad Creed Mountain is not allowed to retaliate? That didn't make sense. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's expression had already regained its calm. The Spirit Sword Jade Dragon was also used as the core of the reverse array, and was compatible with the array that Zhao Shiqing was activating. With a wave of his hand, the Radiant Sun Wheel returned to Yan Zhaoge's hands. Looking at the Radiant Sun Wheel, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Just now, the Broad Creed young master killed Xiao Xin in but a short instant. Similarly, a late Outer Aura martial scholar, Yan Zhaoge had directly crushed Xiao Xin to the point where not even dregs were left. An Eastern Tang martial practitioner swallowed his saliva. Xiao Xin is definitely not something that an ordinary late Outer Aura martial scholar can compare to. Of the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who had attacked this time, there were some whose cultivation was higher than his. But at the same cultivation level, there was no one who dared to say that they could defeat him. The Sacred Sun clan's Radiant Young Master, similarly ranked as one of the 4 young masters of this era like Young Master Yin, while Xiao Xin and the Radiant Young Master are known as the 4 Rising Suns, precisely the face of the Sacred Sun clan's younger generation. But such a heavens-favored son had actually been easily killed by Yan Zhaoge. Xiao Xin was defeated so easily by young Master Yin, then the others also. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, Yan Zhaoge is even stronger than the rumors say. Earlier there had been rumors that Yan Zhaoge had surpassed levels to defeat Xiao Xin as a mid-outer aura martial scholar. Those who had not personally witnessed it would still be somewhat doubtful. But now there were no longer any doubts. Chapter 83. This book has already been removed from the list of new books. Thanks to the support of all the readers, this book once occupied the first place on the list of new books for a period of time. However, after it was removed from the new books list, the book would lose an important promotional channel, and its exposure would be greatly reduced. It could be clearly felt that after the new book list was removed, the growth of the collection rate of this book had slowed down a lot. It was simply too difficult for new fantasy novels to achieve good results. The website's fantasy page traffic was far from what it used to be. Only when the book was on the homepage like the new books list would more readers see and know about the book. If the book wanted to go further, it needed more advertising channels. It needed to fight for the homepage recommendation list and the homepage click-through list. That's why I'm seriously asking for everyone's recommendation votes, member clicks and collections. Please let Senior Brother enter the ranking list on the front page. Let's go higher and further together. Thank you all. Today it is still the third watch. While Yan Zhaoge heard their discussions, he currently did not have any complacent thoughts of having successfully manifested his divinity. While helping Hu to adjust his breathing, Yan Zhaoge's attention was also on the reversal formation. By now, Zhao Shiqing's complexion had returned to normal. With the support of the entire formation, it was much easier for him to recover from his injuries. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge also relaxed. When Hu regained his breath, the golden sun needles around him scattered all over the ground. He opened his eyes and said with a grimace, "Luckily, I wore the spirit weapon bestowed by the family head when I went out this time. Otherwise, I would really be finished." Seeing that he was fine, Yan Zhaoge smiled. "How does the sun rain taste?" Hu grinned. "Quite fierce." Yan Zhaoge took out a cylinder. It was precisely sun rain. This thing is insidious. While it is a little troublesome to refill it after using it once, its power is indeed not bad. You can play with it in the future. Whoever you plot against, you can even make the Sacred Sun clan take the blame for you. Hearing this, the surrounding people did not know whether to laugh or cry. Hu happily took it. "Young master, this is a good idea. In the future, if young master doesn't like anyone, I'll give him a good beating." Naturally, this was all a joke. Yan Zhaoge came before Zhao Shiqing. From the outside, Zhao Shiqing looked completely fine, as if his injuries had completely healed. Yan Zhaoge had already taught him a portion of the Heavenly Abyss reverse flow art when he had helped him treat his injuries earlier. At this moment, Zhao Shiqing could use the power of the formation, and his healing speed was even faster. Although he had yet to fully recover, he was already fine. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing nodded slowly. Zhaoge, it was all thanks to you this time that we were able to wrest back control of the Jingyang Grand Formation so quickly. Everyone else came to their senses. Their gazes as they looked at Yan Zhaoge were filled with admiration and amazement. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's methods that had turned the situation around, virtually having the effect of reviving the dead. Putting aside his outstanding strength and talent, he even had the ability to turn the tide. He could no longer look at this young man as a rising star, a genius of the younger generation. How could a physical invulnerability grandmaster possibly measure the value of such a technique? Yan Zhaoge bowed towards Zhao Shiqing. Uncle praises me too much. We still have to rely on Uncle to play the role of a cornerstone. I only obtained this reversal formation technique by chance. It can only be used for a short period of time, but it might not last forever. Zhao Shiqing said, if we want to talk about the mainstay, we have to look at Elder Qin and Elder Kong of your sect. If the victor of their battle with the East Rising Lord is decided within a short period of time, the situation will change greatly. Yan Zhaoge pondered, his orochi restraining his voice as he sent a sound transmission to Zhao Shiqing. Uncle, I feel that something is wrong. We need to leave the Spirit Wind Canyon as soon as possible. Zhao Shiqing's gaze flickered slightly. Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, Shaoxin's attitude before his death did not seem like he was bluffing or cursing me out of spite. Rather, it seemed like he was truly certain that I would very quickly follow in his footsteps. This concerns me very much. I know that you still need time to stabilize your control over the Grand Formation, but I'm afraid that we still have to leave first. Ahu had only just regained his breath, and his injuries were still unclear. However, there was no time left for him. They could only leave first. Glancing at Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing did not ask any further questions, directly saying, all right, let's leave first. While the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners were worried about Zhao Shiqing's condition, they also hoped that he would return to Jingyang City as soon as possible, so that it would be convenient to eliminate the traitorous faction of Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai. On the other hand, only in Jingyang City would Zhao Shiqing be able to fully unleash the power of the Grand Formation. Moreover, the movements of Infinite Boundless Mountain were similarly uncertain. However, it was likely that there were martial grandmaster experts even stronger than that Elder He lying in ambush outside the borders of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Not bothering to rest and reorganize, they immediately left. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Chuan, sending him a sound transmission. Elder Su, the people in the valley who know about the secret of the cloud-veined stones. Su Chuan smiled. Rest easy, young Master Yan. Before you arrived here, I had already gathered them and sent them away, finding a place to settle them down. As long as the secret was not leaked, even if the other side vented their anger on the Spirit Wind Canyon and destroyed its various facilities, the mines buried deep underground could still be mined once more in the future. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Su Chuan was extremely vigilant and also possessed great decisiveness. Helping him up back then had been the right choice. If Su Chuan's cultivation could reach a higher level, then his father would indeed be able to focus on grooming him a little, helping him to walk towards a more important and higher position. Yan Zhaoge instructed, while we have retreated, pay close attention to the movements of the Spirit Wind Canyon. While Su Chuan found it a little strange, he still went down to pass down the instructions. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Zhao Shiqing asked via sound transmission, you are worried that there are even stronger Sacred Sun clan experts nearby? But if there were such people, why didn't they make a move just now? Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, saying softly, if there really were experts attacking us within a short period of time, that would be proof of Xiao Xin's abnormal behavior right before his death. If that's the case, I think I can guess what they want to do. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Not making a move earlier should have been to avoid alerting the enemy, but lying in ambush nearby, just in case Xiao Shen and the others were unable to kill us. Me killing Xiao Shen would only have been an accident to them. Originally, it was just in case, but because of the reversal formation, we instantly reversed the situation, not even having reached a stalemate before the first batch of people were forced into retreat. Now we have immediately retreated. The other side wanted to make my death look a little more natural, as if it was only caused by the personal enmity between me and Xiao Shen. This way it would be beneficial in concealing their true goal. Zhao Shiqing looked at Yan Zhaoge. True goal? Yan Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant. We might have still underestimated their appetite. Killing me was just the beginning. Even the Eastern Tang was just incidental. What they want far surpasses my expectations. The people of the Sacred Sun clan had only been temporarily forced into retreat. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the others leave the Spirit Wind Canyon, they hurriedly attempted to give chase. They did not wish to kill or injure Yin Zhaoge's group, only wanting to keep their tail on them, not losing track of them. Seeing them like this, Yin Zhaoge felt even more strongly that the Sacred Sun clan most likely had peak experts in the vicinity, already hurrying over. If they did not throw off their tail, the other side's speed would be even faster, and it wouldn't be long before they caught up. However, this was, after all, the Heaven Domain, the territory of the Eastern Tang. Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing and the others were stronger, and also focused on avoiding battle, very quickly making use of the geographical advantage to throw off their pursuers. Afterwards, through secret channels, news was sent over. Almost immediately after Yin Zhaoge and the others had left, the higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun clan had set foot in the Spirit Wind Canyon. Including the time used to throw off their pursuers, it was virtually a matter of life and death. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, his gaze turning firm and bright as he looked at Zhao Shiqing, smiling, "Uncle, from now on we will split up. The other side's main target is me, but you also have to be careful. Returning to Jianghu City is equivalent to giving them a clear target." Zhao Shiqing's gaze hardened. "I can also become a target, but not because of the Eastern Tang? If that's the case." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "It's good that you know what to do, don't make it public. If the Sacred Sun clan wants to play a big one, then let's play." Yin Zhaoge smiled. As the old saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. Hearing these words, Zhao Shiqing's gaze flickered slightly as he stared quietly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge met his gaze calmly, and Zhao Shiqing nodded slowly. "All right, be careful in everything you do and remember to pay attention to your own safety." "I will remember Uncle's teachings." Yin Zhaoge answered. "I will pay attention to maintaining a balance between hiding our tracks and attracting the other side's attention." Watching Zhao Shiqing leave, Yin Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Hu, giving him some instructions. The Hu who had always been the young master who said to go east would definitely not go west, the young master who said to beat a dog would definitely not catch a chicken, fell into a rare moment of daze. Chapter 84. Looking at Hu who looked like he had bitten his tongue, Yin Zhaoge smiled and shook his head. "Why are you so nervous? Just report the information that we currently have, as well as my deductions. As for the final plan and decision, we just have to wait for notification. If they want to start a big show, then let's continue the show. If they want to play it safe, then let's immediately hide somewhere safe. After all, this is not the Fire Domain. Even if the Sacred Sun clan wants to dig 3 feet underground to find me, it won't be so easy." Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Hu grimaced as if he had a toothache. "Young master, this time we're really playing a little too big. Under normal circumstances, it's not something that people of our level can participate in. If we're not careful, even if Broad Creed Mountain wins on the whole, you might also lose your life." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge laughed. "Whether it's worth it or not, depends on whether the gains are big enough." Retracting his smile, Yin Zhaoge said slowly, "No matter how many times they come, I will slaughter Shaoshen without any mercy. But in terms of our clan's overall strength, we are indeed a step behind the Sacred Sun clan. If we don't think of a way to make up for this gap, we will fall behind step by step. After all, the Sacred Sun clan is also advancing. They won't just stand there and wait for us. On the contrary, they will make use of their lead to weaken us as much as possible." Yin Zhaoge looked at Hu. "But you don't take the risk with me lest you get caught in the crossfire." Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. "I'll definitely follow you, young master. Also, if you don't have anyone by your side, that would be too abnormal." Immediately leaving the Spirit Wind Canyon could still be said to be concerned about the situation in the Eastern Tang, and the other side might not suspect anything. But if you act alone, they will immediately know that their plan has already been exposed. Yin Zhaoge patted his shoulder. "First go spread the news, then we'll make plans." Hu nodded. "Yes, young master." The Broad Creed Mountain group moved stealthily, avoiding the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners' line of sight. The Sacred Sun clan had a good idea of what they had in the Eastern Tang, and were keeping a close eye on them, especially on the road back to Jianghu City. However, Broad Creed Mountain had after all operated here for many years, and also had the support of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing. Some of their secret businesses and strongholds were not known to the Sacred Sun clan. As Yin Zhaoge had thought, if he wanted to hide wholeheartedly in the Heaven Domain, the Sacred Sun clan would be hard-pressed to find him within a short period of time. unless the Eastern Tang completely fell under their control, allowing them to patiently plow through this place like they were plowing the fields. A few days later, Su Chuan came to find Yan Zhaoge. Young Master Yan, King Zhao and the others have gone to Prince Jin, Zhao Shiye's fief. Yan Zhaoge smiled, good. It's understandable for us to hide and not return to Jingyang City, but Uncle Zhao is the ruler of a country. If he doesn't return to the capital, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. But this trip to the rebellious Zhao Shiye's fiefdom is a trip back and forth. I'll drag it out so that I won't leave any traces. Zhao Shilai has been injured by Uncle and his connection with the Jingyang Grand Array has been completely severed. Without the Jingyang Grand Array, staying in Jingyang City will only result in him being beaten. He can only return to his fief and wait for another opportunity. Waiting for the moment when the battle between the East Rising Lord and Elder Qin is settled. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. In assisting Zhao Shilai, the Sacred Sun clan should have quite a bit of resources. Uncle having taken down his lair, obtaining what he needs, they can just be used to repair the places that were destroyed in the Great Chaos. Hearing his words, Su Chuan nodded. Zhao Shilai being unable to obtain the Jingyang Grand Array, the role he can play in this Great Chaos will be extremely limited. With the Sacred Sun clan's peak experts being preoccupied with their own affairs, they will most likely not be able to take care of him. Zhao Shilai can only hide away, quietly waiting for the dust to settle before coming out. If the East Rising Lord and the other experts of the Sacred Sun clan win, Jingyang City will still be hard-pressed to defend at that time. Zhao Shilai will naturally be able to make a comeback behind the East Rising Lord and the others. If the East Rising Lord and the others lose, then Zhao Shilai will decisively retreat towards the Fire Domain, seeking the protection of the Sacred Sun clan. Su Chuan looked at Yan Zhaoge rather hesitantly. It's just that, as young Master Yan predicted, the Sacred Sun clan has experts that surpass our previous estimates in hiding, seemingly having other plans. Over at Zhao Shiye's fief, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Zhao Shilai and the others already don't care about it. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Moreover, I killed Xiao Shen. Their main target now is me. Saying thus, he swiveled his head to look at Su Chuan. It has been hard on Elder Su and the others of the clan to accompany me in taking this risk. Su Chuan smiled. Young Master Yan's words are too heavy. I believe that young Master Yan will definitely be able to turn the situation around. Yan Zhaoge glanced at him. What did you see? Su Chuan sent over. While the Sacred Sun clan has experts roaming about, young Master Yan should also have something to rely on, right? Young Master Yan killing Xiao Shen should only have been an accident. His original target might not be the Sacred Sun clan, but I guess. Su Chuan wrote a yin character in the air with his finger. Yan Zhaoge slowly shook his head. This matter involves secrets. Even I am not sure what the situation will be like now. However, you had best not be too optimistic. Traveling together with me, the situation that you will be facing may very well be even worse than the worst-case scenario that you can imagine. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Su Chuan was also a little shocked. However, he did not ask about it, instead answering solemnly, as one of our clan's acting elders in the Eastern Tang, with external enemies invading the Eastern Tang, I am duty-bound to stand on the front lines. Even if I die as a result, this tribulation is something that I am fated to face. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. That may be so, but sometimes giving up is a wise move. It is not a crime of war and should not be blamed for it. As for me, I was born in Broad Creed Mountain, my father being the clan's first seat elder. I enjoy the clan's glory, enjoy the convenience of the clan's resources, and obtain the clan's protection, shielding me from wind and rain. Then, when it is time for me to stand up and make a sacrifice for the clan, I will naturally not shrink back. Dying for nothing, dying a worthless death, I will definitely not do it. However, bearing the risk I do not mind. Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Chuan. However, there is no need for you to accompany me. Su Chuan answered solemnly. Rest easy, young Master Yan. I know the rules. What I should not ask, I will not speak out of turn. As for the others, whether they are willing or not, I will not force them. At the same time, I will also make arrangements, guaranteeing that no one will suspect anything. As long as I do not instead become a burden, I myself am willing to take this risk together with young Master Yan. Yan Zhaoge smiled. You definitely won't be a burden. Elder Su, you are a Xiantian martial scholar, your cultivation base even higher than mine. However, in this matter, the main point is not the level of our cultivation bases. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge said softly to himself, "This time, the main point lies in the grasp of information and concealing our true goals. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Chapter 85. Everyone changed to another hiding spot. Ahu looked back into the distance. That was the direction of the Spirit Wind Valley, although it was already out of sight. Ahu said with some regret, the above-ground facilities of the Spirit Wind Canyon were completely destroyed. Fortunately, the various underground mineral veins, including the cloud-pattern stones, were not damaged. By the side, Sichuan didn't seem to care much about it. Even if the Sacred Sun clan were to occupy that place, they wouldn't go as far as to wreak havoc. If they want to vent their anger, they wouldn't go as far as to vent it on a tiny little Spirit Wind Canyon. Destroying some of the buildings left behind by our clan would be enough. As long as the secret of the Jade Essence is not leaked, it will be fine. Even if they occupy the Spirit Wind Valley, they will only use it as an ordinary resource to mine. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Sichuan sighed in admiration. Everyone under the heavens has underestimated young Master Yan in the past. Even without mentioning the important contributions of the internal crystal furnace and the cloud vein gem, young Master Yan's personal strength is already enough to dominate the younger generation. Ahu smiled innocently. It's funny that people still doubted my young master's position as the fourth young master. The illuminating young master, Huang Jie, is merely ranked alongside Xiao Xin and Qiao Yuanlong as one of the four rising suns. However, my young master defeating Xiao Shen and Qiao Yuanlong at the same cultivation level is as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Su Chuan said in a low voice, world-illuminating young master Huang Jie's words, other than a startling appearance when he first became a grandmaster, there has been little news of him in recent years. Whether it is the Sacred Sun clan's four rising suns or the current era's four young masters, the world-illuminating young master is the most mysterious of them all. It is really rather hard to judge his strength. Not counting the world-illuminating young master of the Sacred Sun clan's four rising suns, only the radiant sword Tang Yonghao might be able to contend with young master Yan a little. However, even Tang Yonghao would not be able to defeat Xiao Shen and Qiao Yuanlong so easily like young master Yan did when they were at the same cultivation level. The radiant sword Tang Yonghao, publicly acknowledged as the head of the Sacred Sun clan's four rising suns, the eldest of the four. At the same time, he was also the most famous genius of the entire Sacred Sun clan's younger generation. The world-illuminating young master Huang Jie was too low-key. If not for the fact that he was the sect leader's son, his brilliance would have been completely overshadowed by Tang Yonghao. In the territory governed by the Sacred Sun clan, there were many who hailed Tang Yonghao as the number one person of the entire Eight Extremities world's younger generation. Other than the special case of the Maiden of Extreme Yin, not considering external factors and only looking at the martial practitioner's own strength, Tang Yonghao reigned supreme over the younger generation of the Eight Extremities world. The territories under the rule of the other Holy Lands naturally wouldn't acknowledge this. But everyone acknowledged that Tang Yonghao was at least one of the strongest contenders for the title of champion of the younger generation. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Tang Yonghao is someone with true ability, but as I see it, what is rarer is that this person's way of doing things is rather open and above-board. However, if he wants to compete for the number one of the younger generation, he must first defeat senior brother Su of our sect. Su Chuan smiled and nodded. The Heavenly Rock, Su Fei, a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, of the same age as Tang Yonghao, having competed with him from youth all the way till now. He was one of the leading figures of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, unable to help but laugh. Speaking of this, the contest between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan in the younger generation could be described as a tit against a tat. Su Fei versus Tang Yonghao, Lu Wen versus Xiao Xin, the former Yan Zhaoge versus Qiao Yuanlong, etc. Continuing to look at the younger generation, among the representative figures, Xikong Qing also shouldered the heavy burden of resisting Meng Wan. Looking at the older generation, it was also an unceasing conflict of gratitude and enmity. The two sides either had victories or were locked in a stalemate. Truly you are the wind and I am the sand, entangled for all eternity. All these years, other than Yan Zhaoge's father Yan Di who had suppressed his peers of the same generation, the two sides had always been at each other's throats. Strictly speaking, not counting Yan Di's batch, the Sacred Sun clan still held the upper hand. This was a derivative effect brought about by the clan's overall strength. Su Chuan sighed, I heard that the old chief has thoughts of entering death's seclusion, just that I don't know if he will be able to achieve the martial saint realm. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge did not speak. Not counting that sacred sun saint whose whereabouts were unknown, even his life and death a mystery, only existing in legends, the only thing Broad Creed Mountain lacked in comparison to the Sacred Sun clan was a martial saint. In that year's confrontation with the Flame Devil world, Broad Creed Mountain's losses had been too disastrous. Fortunately, with the legacy of their predecessors and the sacred artifact guarding the clan, Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation having been maintained for many generations, was also impregnable. Thanks to the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo, while he was still alive, he had preserved the last of Broad Creed Mountain's vitality. Over the years, talents of the clan had emerged in an endless stream, gradually maturing as they had at least not tarnished the reputation of the sacred ground. However, Broad Creed Mountain's greatest sore point now was that after the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo had perished, no martial saint had emerged. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood, how difficult was that? In the entire Eight Extremities world, the number of martial saints could be counted on one's fingers. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, the injuries that year still left behind a hidden danger for Grand Master, causing him to be unable to take that final step for a long time. Su Chuan also had a look of pity on his face. Broad Creed Mountain's current number 1 expert was Yan Zhaoge's Grand Master, the current chief, the heaven-equaling Yuan Zhengfeng. He was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 expert beneath the martial saint realm in the entire Eight Extremities world, being at the peak of the 10th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, a veteran transcending mortality martial Grandmaster. Possessing outstanding talent and powerful strength, stepping into the martial saint realm would originally have been nothing difficult for him. Sadly, having been injured in his youth, his foundation had been damaged, and he had never been able to make up for it. As a result, even after having stepped into the transcending mortality realm for so many years, he had still been unable to take that final half-step, stepping into the martial saint realm. Even martial practitioners outside of Broad Creed Mountain often sighed in pity that the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain was just a paper-thin distance away from the martial saint realm, yet it was still hard to cross. Meanwhile, the Sacred Sun clan still had its previous chief, the current Grand Elder, the East-coming martial saint, the Sun Comes East Huang Guanglia. The father of the world-illuminating young master Huang Jia, the son of the old chief Huang Guanglia Huang Su, was the current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, also a longtime martial grandmaster expert. The Sacred Sun clan similarly had a sacred artifact guarding it. The combination of the martial saint Huang Guanglia and the sacred artifact, as well as Huang Su and the numerous experts of the Sacred Sun clan who were constantly emerging, together formed the might of the current number 1 sacred ground. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Broad Creed Mountain was also not willing to start a full-scale war with the Sacred Sun clan. The Sacred Sun clan had similarly seen Broad Creed Mountain's growth, and had been unceasingly restraining it these past few years. The clash between the two sacred grounds in the Eastern Tang this time was only one of the more intense ones. Huang Guanglia had entered secluded cultivation once more a few years ago. When he emerged, no one knew what kind of changes would occur to him, and it was hard to estimate what level his strength would have reached. The old chief of Broad Creed Mountain Yuan Zhengfeng had wanted to enter death's seclusion and attempt to break through into the martial saint realm, but it was also because the pressure brought about by the Sacred Sun clan was growing greater and greater. Therefore, even though Xiao Xin had first struck a killing blow, when Yan Zhaoge had truly killed him, Su Chuan and the others would still feel conflicted and uneasy. Yan Zhaoge gazed towards the distant horizon, in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 86. Of his many descendants, the most outstanding 3 were hailed as the Broad Creed 3 heroes. This was Yan Zhaoge's eldest apprentice uncle, the first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall, the Iron Lion King Shi Tai. Yan Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle, the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall, Hidden Dragon Fang Zhuan. As well as Yan Zhaoge's father Yuan Jingfeng's final disciple, the current first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's martial inheritance hall, Yan Di. Yuan Zhengfeng, Yan Di and his disciples as well as the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain, in the martial grandmaster realm, their strength actually surpassed that of the Sacred Sun clan. Even excluding Yuan Zhengfeng in terms of martial grandmasters, Broad Creed Mountain was definitely not inferior to the Sacred Sun clan at all. However, martial Saint Huang Guanglia was above him. What worried those of Broad Creed Mountain even more was that Yuan Zhengfeng was gradually getting older. Under normal circumstances, Yuan Zhengfeng could only be considered to be in the prime of his life, not old. However, he had injured his foundations back then. Not only did it affect whether he could become a martial sage or not, but it also affected his lifespan. The more time passed, the lower the chances of Yuan Zhengfeng breaking through to the martial saint realm. Of Broad Creed Mountain's other experts of the older generation, Yuan Zhengfeng himself was the one with the greatest hope. Of the senior generation with Yan Di at their head, there were also those who had hopes of becoming martial saints. However, compared to Yuan Zhengfeng, they needed more time and opportunities. What Broad Creed Mountain lacked the most right now was time. On one hand, it was the pressure of the Sacred Sun clan, and on the other hand it was also because of his own body, causing Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, to have no choice but to make a decision. In the near future he would enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the martial sage realm. He would either succeed or die trying. As the son of Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge was extremely clear about the current situation of the clan. He naturally knew what Broad Creed Mountain needed the most right now. Yan Zhaoge's knowledge was unceasingly improved along with his own body as he explored and researched, putting what he had learned into practice, combining pure theory with reality. Yan Zhaoge was currently still in the process of researching how to create a martial saint. It was extremely difficult to transcend mortality and become a saint. Even if there was a way, with the current state of the Eight Extremities world, it would be very hard to satisfy the environmental and resource requirements. However, he had to find the right remedy. Ever since Yan Zhaoge had come to this world and ascertained the environment he was in, the research he had placed the most emphasis on was on the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng's old injuries. The importance of this matter far surpassed that of the internal crystal furnace. However, the difficulty of this matter was also much greater. If he succeeded, Yuan Zhengfeng would not only have to recover from his injuries, but he would also have a higher chance of breaking through to the martial sage realm. The pressure brought about by Huang Guanglia's secluded cultivation caused Yuan Zhengfeng and Broad Creed Mountain to have to forge ahead, no longer able to continue following the usual routine. Ahu grinned from the side. Speaking of which, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie is often not seen. Could it be that the old chief of the Sacred Sun clan is personally guiding and grooming him? Su Chuan smiled when he heard that. It's not impossible, but it's probably just simple guidance and hands-on teaching. Huang Guanglia doesn't have that much time. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. The world-illuminating young master Huang Jie, interesting. At this time, Su Chuan received a message from his subordinate, and his face turned solemn. Young Master Yan, there are strange movements at the border. More experts of the Sacred Sun clan have entered the lands of the Eastern Tang, their cultivation bases unknown. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Regarding our position, release some fake news to confuse the other party. Keep in touch with our sect. We need reinforcements and help to cover our tracks. Su Chuan answered, I understand. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the defensive lines of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's capital, Jingyang City, his gaze distant. They moved about unceasingly. During this time they also encountered the Sacred Sun clan's forces, but very quickly broke through and killed their way out. After changing their hiding location once more, Yan Zhaoge and the others suddenly received news. The Eastern Tang's first prince, Zhao Yuan, had been surrounded by the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. Yan Zhaoge revealed an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not, raising his brows slightly. While brother Zhao Yuan does not have the title of supervising crown prince at this time, he should also make use of this chance to show off his abilities. Uncle Zhao is out on a campaign. Why did he come out instead of remaining in Jingyang City? Giving the chance to the third prince Zhao Sheng for nothing? Su Chuan answered somewhat vexedly. When Prince Jin Zhao Shilai retreated, he destroyed a few of the Jingyang Grand Formation spirit patterns along the way. Another martial grandmaster of the Eastern Tang has to sit over Jingyang City. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng have both come out on orders to repair the spirit patterns. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said in a heavy tone, Our clan's elder Yan has brought our clan's martial practitioners out of the city to help exterminate the remnants of the Sacred Sun clan and Zhao Shilai's forces. We had originally thought that it would be very safe, but because of Xiao Xin's death, the Sacred Sun clan increased their forces, and so we encountered them all at once. Yan Zhaoge asked, Since that is so, then what about Yan Su? He doesn't care? Su Chuan said dryly, The third prince, Zhao Sheng, met with danger first. Elder Yan has already gone over there to reinforce him. I'm afraid that he won't be able to rush over to help the first prince in time. Yan Zhaoge smiled but did not speak, lowering his head to look at the map. It's not far from us. Frowning, Sichuan looked at Yan Zhaoge. Young Master Yan, if we have the ability, we naturally have to help. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers, taking the lead and striding forward. Sichuan laughed bitterly. Whatever you say, young Master Yan. Today this Su is risking his life to accompany the nobleman. Yan Zhaoge and the others traversed through the mountains, very quickly feeling the great earth up ahead shaking. The air before them even seemed a little scorching hot, the roiling waves of heat growing stronger and stronger. The unique characteristics of the Sacred Sun Clan's martial Dao. Yan Zhaoge and the others all had a rough idea of what was going on. Continuing to advance, they indeed saw that at the foot of a mountain in the distance, two groups of martial practitioners were currently engaged in an intense battle. On one side, it was precisely the Eastern Tang martial practitioners led by the Crown Prince of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Yuan. And on the other side, it was naturally the Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners. The Sacred Sun Clan had more martial practitioners, and their individual strength was also greater. The situation that Zhao Yuan and the others were in was already extremely precarious. Not saying a word, Yan Zhaoge immediately led Sichuan and the others in killing their way into the battlefield from the side. Saving people was like putting out a fire. Yan Zhaoge did not hold anything back, the Jade Dragon Sword dancing as it spiraled about, instantly causing the other side's forces to collapse like a collapsing mountain. As the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners killed their way before Zhao Yuan, this Crown Prince of the Eastern Tang smiled bitterly. Having heard that the Sacred Sun Clan had increased their forces, we had already retreated as quickly as we could, but who knew that we would still be blocked? Yan Zhaoge thought to himself, brother's route back to Jingyang City is one of the main targets of the enemy's blockade. Brother, you have been implicated by me this time. It will be hard for you to return to Jingyang City, you had better go somewhere else. As he said this, Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang martial practitioners joined forces, tearing apart the encirclement formed by the Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners together, breaking out of their encirclement. Only after shaking off their pursuers did the two sides have the time to converse. As they walked, Zhao Yuan shook his head. Zhaoge, you having killed Xiao Xin, your name will definitely shake the heavens. It's just that the Sacred Sun Clan's vengeance must also be careful. Implicated by me, was not just referring to the Sacred Sun Clan. As Yan Zhaoge was thinking this, his heart suddenly leapt. Ahu, Sichuan and the other Xiantian martial scholars all gazed into the distance. There, a great golden sun slowly rose up from within the towering mountains. Within the great golden sun, a figure gradually appeared. It was a one-eyed old man with a square face and big ears, dressed in a golden robe. Chapter 87. Looking down from above, his gaze finally landed on Yan Zhaoge. As expected, you've come. Let's see where you can run off to this time. Yan Zhaoge, how dare you? First, you shielded my Sacred Sun Clan's traitor disciple, and now you actually dare to kill a disciple of my Sacred Sun Clan. You must pay with your life for Xiao Shen's. Being stared at by the other party, Yan Zhaoge's entire body heated up, feeling as though his internal organs were on fire, as though his entire body was about to combust. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. What you mean is that I have to obediently stretch out my neck and let Xiao Xin kill me? Xiao Xin wants to kill me, so I kill him. It's that simple. The one-eyed elder raised his eyebrows, a fierce light appearing in his eyes. Looking at his expression, it was as though if the person before him was not Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge, but a martial practitioner from a small clan, dying at the hands of his Sacred Sun Clan would be an honor. The other party stared coldly at Yan Zhaoge. Oh? Then this old man will also kill you now. I want to see what you can do. Can you kill this old man? Yan Zhaoge smiled, not saying a word. A voice resounded from behind, you can't kill him. Amidst the surging winds and clouds, a powerful aura appeared. A figure walked through the air. When he had first spoken, he had still been quite a distance away, but before his words had landed, he had already neared. It was a wizened old man, his hands behind his back, his footsteps neither fast nor slow. Yan Zhaoge smiled, Elder, I'll be troubling you. The wizened old man waved his hands, it's fine. He came before the one-eyed elder, saying mildly, this old man also wants to see how you will kill my Broad Creed Mountain disciple in front of this old man. Seeing this wizened old man appear, Su Chuan instantly let out a sigh of relief. Our clan's reinforcements have also arrived. Young Master Yen indeed won't take the risk lightly. Everything he does, he has a card up his sleeve. The Sacred Sun clan's reinforcements had entered the eastern Tang kingdom. Having received the news that Yen Zhaoge had killed Xiao Shen, Broad Creed Mountain naturally wouldn't sit idly by. It was just that both sides needed some time to react. In comparison, while the eastern Tang kingdom was still in the Heaven domain, it would still be easier for Broad Creed Mountain's reinforcements to arrive. However, the two sides were currently fighting on the battlefield, and it was difficult to distinguish one from the other. As for how one could accurately judge the other's movements and determine the other's position, that would depend on the strength of the respective powers in the Eastern Tang. From this perspective, with Zhao Yuan having met with danger and Yen Zhaoge having been ambushed, Yen Su at the very least had to bear the responsibility of not doing his job properly and not being able to properly investigate the enemy. Su Chuan felt a slight chill in his heart. Did Yen Su really do it on purpose? He's gone mad. Even if he argues that it was just a mistake, he still has to bear some responsibility. However, what caused Su Chuan to let out a sigh of relief was the fact that Yen Zhaoge had indeed long since been prepared for this. Taking the risk, he had gambled correctly. Looking at the Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster opposite him, that Sacred Sun clan elder said coldly, "Our cultivation levels are similar. Can you protect him?" As he spoke, he raised his palm. The golden sunlight that filled the sky converged into a ball and gathered in the center of his palm. Then he slammed his palm down as if he was lifting up a sun and smashing it down. For him to execute the heaven-striking palm, it would be even more powerful than that martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan of the Spirit Wind Canyon. Zhao Yuan and the others present were extremely nervous. Just as the one-eyed elder had said, with both sides having similar levels of strength, one side wanting to kill, the other wanting to protect. The protector would be placed in an absolutely disadvantageous position, with the initiative being in the hands of the enemy. It was even possible that, because he was focused on protecting the target, he would be unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other, revealing a flaw in his defense, allowing the enemy to take advantage of it, causing him to lose himself instead. At that time, the protector and the person being protected would both become fish on the chopping board of the enemy, only able to die on the spot. That emaciated elder's expression, however, was calm and unhurried. "Since this old man has appeared here, I have the confidence to protect the safety of my clan's disciples by myself. I dare not say much, but if it's just you, then it would indeed not be a problem." As he said this, that emaciated elder crossed his palms, the center of his palms turning a faint golden color. Numerous palm shadows spread out, enveloping the surrounding area. Numerous golden streaks of light intermingled in the air, resembling numerous golden ropes, binding the heavens and grabbing the earth. As the heaven-striking palm of the Sacred Sun clan elder descended, it was trapped by those numerous golden ropes. The extremely tough, extremely fierce palm was also unceasingly worn down by the extremely soft, extremely tough force, unable to break free. Golden canopy palm? The one-eyed elder instantly raised his brows. The martial art that the other party was executing was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, the golden canopy palm of the 8 extreme arts. Watching from the side, Yen Zhaoge also nodded, thinking, nearing the point of perfection. In the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Yen Zhaoge had also seen Elder Kong execute this martial art. It had been even more profound and unfathomable, but that had mostly been because Elder Kong's cultivation base had been higher. In terms of attainments in the Golden Canopy Palm alone, this emaciated elder could already be said to be at the peak amongst those of the same cultivation level. After executing the Golden Canopy Palm, the emaciated elder's figure abruptly shook, resembling an ethereal, distant breeze, swift and agile. This was yet another supreme martial art of the 8 extreme arts, the Wind-Fire Calamities. The Fire Calamity exerting force, the Wind Calamity movement technique. At this moment, the emaciated elder had even completely sealed off the path of his opponent's sneak attack with the leap of the rising sun. That Sacred Sun clan elder was enraged to the point of erupting. The other party's strength was similar to his, but his fighting style was extremely flexible, causing him to be unable to exert his strength. It would be very difficult for the emaciated elder to defeat him, but he also had no way of breaking through his defenses. Let alone victory. Even if he wanted to deal with Yen Zhaoge and the others, he could only stare helplessly. "Zhaoge, you guys leave this place first," the emaciated elder said mildly as he dispelled his opponent's attacks. Yan Zhaoge and the others immediately retreated. With the two martial grandmasters going all out in their battle, just the aftershocks alone would be able to sweep through and destroy the surrounding area. However, they had not gone far when an irascible, ear-splitting voice suddenly resounded, "You can't leave." Hearing this voice, Yan Zhaoge instantly raised his brows. The ghost hatchet elder, Han Sheng. Under such a situation he actually dares to appear? As the black fog surged, an old man with long hair and beard suddenly appeared. His terrifying aura was not inferior to that of the two martial grandmasters currently clashing here in the slightest. It was precisely the ghost hatchet elder, Han Sheng, who had briefly appeared in the Sealing Dragon Abyss back then and was somewhat related to Yi Jing. As the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng appeared, his gaze also fell on Yan Zhaoge. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that within the other party's gaze, other than irascibility, there was also some greed and probing. He wants a certain thing on me. Yan Zhaoge's thoughts flashed at lightning speed as he instantly came up with a guess. Not thinking carefully, Han Sheng had already let out an enraged roar, extending his palm as black chi agglomerated, a massive hand that obscured the heavens and concealed the sun grabbing down towards Yan Zhaoge's head. The emaciated elder instantly frowned as he executed the wind-fire calamities, his figure turning as he blocked before Han Sheng. His golden curtain palm expanded, instantly enveloping Han Sheng within as well. However, with him having to attend to one thing, the pressure on the Sacred Sun Clan elder on the other side was instantly reduced greatly. Executing the leap of the rising sun, he forcibly bypassed the obstruction of the emaciated elder's golden curtain palm, shooting towards Yan Zhaoge. Su Chuan's heart thumped as he looked at Yan Zhaoge with a pale face. Chapter 88. Fighting one against two, that broad Creed Mountain elder inevitably had the feeling that he was in dire straits. The wind calamity movement technique was already insufficient to help him obstruct the enemy. The elder sucked in a deep breath, an abnormal flush suddenly appearing on his shriveled face, resembling blazing fire burning the heavens. The elder's figure stood in midair, his small frame suddenly seeming as tall as the heavens and the earth. He pushed out with his palms, forcibly clashing with the one-eyed elder's heaven-striking palm. The ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng let out a piercing howl, his palms forming sabers as he chopped forward, resembling brandishing two great axes. Numerous streaks of black light condensed into numerous handleless flying axes, sweeping through the horizon like a hurricane. This was Han Sheng's special ability, the ghost hatchet palm. As the palm struck out, it revolved, strange and domineering, resembling the spinning of flying axes, specializing in breaking through the opponent's defenses. While domineering and sharp, it was also unpredictable, causing one to be unable to guard against it. While it seemed tough and domineering, it also contained a sinister hidden force, resembling the blade of a ghost or divinity secretly wielding an axe, causing one to be injured unknowingly. Even those with similar cultivation bases, if they didn't know about it, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Numerous black whirlwind flying axes either arced through strange arcs, avoiding the palm force of the broad Creed Mountain elder's golden curtain palm, or spinning as they forcibly sliced apart those numerous golden ropes. Making use of the time when the broad Creed Mountain elder was clashing with the Sacred Sun Clan's one-eyed elder, Han Sheng's attacks obscured the heavens and covered the earth as they attacked towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge could only feel black light flickering before his eyes, the scenery between the heavens and the earth seemingly shattering for a moment. Ghostly howls resounded by his ears, sharp and piercing, as though he had fallen into an endless hell. Ahu, Su Chuan and the others also felt the same. With a martial grandmaster expert making a move, let alone counterattacking, they didn't even know where to start talking about defending or evading. Young Master Yan, is this within your predictions? Hearing Su Chuan's bitter voice, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, to be honest, not. Seeing Su Chuan smiling bitterly before him, Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. The ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng can be considered an unexpected gain. Logically speaking, in the current environment of the three sacred grounds, if he and the Crimson Spirit Flag Master were smart, they wouldn't have gotten themselves into these muddy waters. So, his appearance, I prefer to call it a surprise. Su Chuan was taken aback as Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, Han Sheng has come to take revenge on me for that sworn brother of his, Yi Jing? Or are you trying to fool? You want something from me? I don't know why, but it means that it's very important. The giant black axe was spinning at this moment and was already in front of him. Each of the giant axes looked larger than an ordinary house. They spun as if they could cut through the heavens and earth. Yan Zhaoge's expression, however, did not change as he snapped his fingers. That thing is even more important than what I already knew of, containing secrets that I did not know of before. Tell me, isn't this a surprise? Before he finished speaking, the situation suddenly changed. In the sky above everyone's heads, the clouds suddenly gathered and turned golden. In the center of the golden clouds, there seemed to be a giant vortex. Clouds condensed in the vortex, forming a giant foot that descended from the sky. The sole of the foot was so huge that it covered the sky and the earth, as if it was a gigantic god. As the giant foot descended, the heavens and the earth within a radius of 100 kilometers seemed to have been locked in place. The wind stopped blowing, the clouds stopped moving, even the sunlight seemed to have transformed into a tangible, bright crystal. 100 kilometers away, a monstrous wave of air surged, expanding unceasingly in all directions, even the rocks of the mountain peaks shaking as if on the verge of collapse. Before the giant golden foot had even completely descended, the numerous heaven-splitting axes formed of Han Sheng's ghost axe palm also stopped spinning, strange and comical as they were locked in place in midair. Everyone raised their heads in shock to look at the sky. Only Yan Zhaoge and that martial grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain had their expressions as per usual. Looking at that giant golden foot, Yan Zhaoge smiled and bowed. "Eldest apprentice uncle, you've come." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's form of address, everyone else was shocked. Han Sheng could only watch as the giant golden foot shook, as the black axes formed of his palm broke apart one by one. Iron Lion King Shirtai? That one-eyed elder of the Sacred Sun clan was similarly shocked. Iron Lion, why has he appeared in the East Heaven region's Eastern Tang Kingdom so quickly? That Broad Creed Mountain elder also felt surprised. Xiao Xin having been killed by Yan Zhaoge, while the Sacred Sun clan sent reinforcements as soon as possible, isn't Elder Shi a little too fast? Su Chuan, Zhao Yuan and the others were all overjoyed. Elder Shi. While the newcomer had not shown his face, everyone present already knew his identity. One of the Broad Creed 3 heroes, the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall. A martial grandmaster expert renowned throughout the entire Eight Extremities world, the Iron Lion King Shirtai. His cultivation base was even above that of Broad Creed Mountain's East Heaven region's first seat elder, Elder Qin, the Sacred Sun clan's East Rising Lord and the others. While Shirtai had not shown his face with his actions, no one had any doubts about him. A deep, resounding voice resounded from within the clouds. "Let's settle the matter before us before we continue our conversation." Saying thus, that giant golden foot continued descending. Below the giant foot, the space shook unceasingly. Looking from afar, it seemed distorted, as though it might collapse at any moment. The giant foot formed of the clouds was currently condensed to the point of resembling Vajra. As this foot descended, it trampled everything in its path. Everything it came into contact with was trampled into smithereens. The ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng had long since turned tail and fled. The person before him was not the Yen Su who had been unable to do anything to him despite his enmity with him. Rather, it was an existence much stronger than Yen Su. However, the more Han Sheng ran, the slower his body became, the heavier it became. Focusing his gaze, he found that it was as though he was walking on the spot, completely unable to move in the slightest. A short distance, yet a distance as far as the horizon. Standing by the side, Yan Zhaoge and the others saw that giant golden foot descend from the heavens, trampling the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng, this martial grandmaster, beneath its foot. The giant golden foot formed of the clouds changed illusory, directly transforming into a cage, suppressing and capturing Han Sheng. Within the sky, the clouds dissipated, gradually revealing a person. The newcomer was tall, even half a head taller than Ahu, who had already been big in the first place. His skin was dark, resembling bronze. As he stood there, his tall frame resembled a black iron tower that had been forged from iron. He had a square face, his facial features as though they had been carved by a knife or hatchet. While not all that handsome, he was masculine and mighty to the extreme. The newcomer's appearance had long since spread throughout the world. It was precisely the first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall, Shirtai. That Sacred Sun clan elder's face was ugly to the extreme. If Shirtai had been at Broad Creed Mountain earlier, rushing over after receiving the news of Xiao Xin's death, he shouldn't have been this fast. Was he already in the East Heaven region before this, or is it to say, he had long since moved here? Standing where he was, Yan Zhaoge looked leisurely at the other party. He saw that one-eyed elder's gaze suddenly turn towards him, as though he wanted to devour him. Chapter 89. The reason was naturally something else, but it had originally been for Yen Su's sake. Now, however, it just so happened to deal with the Sacred Sun Clan's plans. As compared to the experts of the Sacred Sun Clan who had long since arrived, Shirtai had not arrived much later in the Eastern Tang. Yen Zhaoge looked towards the sky. The black-faced, burly Shirtai, while suppressing and capturing the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng, also directly reached out and grabbed towards that Sacred Sun Clan elder. Seeing this, the one-eyed elder roared furiously, "Shirtai, you dare?" Shirtai's face was expressionless, resembling a rock that would never change even after 10,000 years. "Why wouldn't I dare? Those of your Sacred Sun Clan causing trouble in my heaven domain will have to pay the price." The one-eyed elder said furiously, "Your Broad Creed Mountain took in my Sacred Sun Clan's traitorous disciple, and your disciple Yen Zhaoge even killed my Sacred Sun Clan's direct disciple Xiao Shen. Do you think that this matter will be let off so easily?" Shirtai said coldly, lecherous, frivolous and unrestrained, intending to forcibly defile a fellow disciple. "Your Sacred Sun Clan favors this kind of trash. That Xiao Shen deserves this retribution." As he spoke, Shirtai extended his right hand, his palm like colored glass, emitting a bright golden light from within resembling Vajra. The all-encompassing winds and clouds surged once more, the golden clouds transforming into a massive palm that filled up the sky, grabbing towards that one-eyed elder. "Good, Shirtai. If you have the ability when you see my Sacred Sun Clan's clan chief, you can also spout such nonsense." The one-eyed elder howled hatefully, his body turning hurriedly as he executed the great sun-rising rampage, fleeing into the distance. Han Sheng, whose cultivation base was not much lower than his, had been captured alive by Shirtai in a single exchange. Even the East Rising Lord was not Shirtai's match. The one-eyed elder would even less hope that he would be able to resist Shirtai. He could only hope that he could escape now. The Sacred Sun Clan's great sun-rising rampage was famed under the heavens. In terms of movement speed he was much stronger than the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng. Let alone Huang Su. Even if Huang Guanglia was here, this sure would say the same thing. This sure has always been soft in everything but my bones. Even if this body's bones were shattered, I would still say the same thing. Shirtai's tone was calm, but it naturally revealed an extremely resolute will. The giant golden hand formed by the clouds seemed to be infinitely large, stretching all the way to the horizon. However fast that Sacred Sun Clan elder's rising sun traversing the heavens was however unstoppable, it was ultimately still unable to escape Shirtai's palm. The giant hand descended and instantly pressed down on the one-eyed old man. The one-eyed old man and the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng both activated their spirit weapons, one middle grade and one low grade, as they struggled madly. However, the cage formed by the golden clouds firmly suppressed and captured them, leaving them no chance of escaping. Looking at Shirtai's palm that had returned to its normal state, Yen Zhaoge clicked his tongue in admiration. Only cultivating in a single martial Dao his entire life, eldest apprentice uncle has really focused all his heart on it, practicing it to the extreme. Ahu, Su Chuan and the others nodded in agreement. Broad Creed Mountain martial scholars like Yen Zhaoge, of the 8 extreme arts, all cultivated in the Big Dipper sword and the Tushita palm. Martial grandmasters like Yen Su and even Elder Qin and Elder Kong also cultivated in various peak martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain, even cultivating in martial arts outside of it. It was just that of the many martial arts they cultivated in, only 1 or 2 were their main ones, the ones they were most proficient in, the others being minor ones for reference. This not only raised the martial practitioners' overall strength, at the same time it was also beneficial to their own understanding of the martial Dao. At their level, how to balance the importance of things and how to allocate their time was something that most people knew very well in their hearts. In the entire Broad Creed Mountain of the martial grandmasters, Shirtai was the only exception. When he was young and his cultivation was still low, he had only focused on cultivating in a single basic martial art. After his cultivation had increased, he had still only cultivated in one of the 8 extreme arts, the Vajra body. He had trained in this for over 100 years. Shirtai had gone through many trials and tribulations, from a young disciple of Broad Creed Mountain to his current position of being one of the clan's bigwigs, but had only cultivated in a single martial art. In terms of strength, Yen Zhaoge's father, Yen Di, was even above his eldest apprentice brother Shirtai. He was proficient in all of the 8 extreme arts, one of only 4 people of Broad Creed Mountain in the current world. However, in terms of attainments in the Vajra body alone, facing Shi Tai, even Yen Di would have to sigh in admiration. Shi Tai's attainments in this martial art had long since surpassed all of Broad Creed Mountain's previous generations, fully deserving of being the #1 person in all of history. Under his constant research, the diamond body was continuously improved, and he surpassed his predecessors by eliminating the impurities and retaining the essence. In the past, the 8 extreme arts stood side by side. Now, of the 8 extreme arts, the Vajra was #1. This reputation had been created by Shi Tai. His face expressionless, after having captured Han Sheng and that one-eyed elder, Shi Tai descended from the sky, coming before Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "I've troubled eldest apprentice uncle." Shi Tai nodded, "You also need to have the guts. Zhaoge, you've done very well." Yan Zhaoge smiled, his expression calm, but Su Chuan by the side was secretly speechless. With Shi Tai's reputation, it was very rare for him to praise others. Being able to receive a not bad evaluation from him was already extremely rare. Praising Yan Zhaoge as very well, as he did now, was practically as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. "Let's leave this place first. Don't leak the news that I've already arrived in the Eastern Tang," Shi Tai said. Yan Zhaoge nodded, "This is only natural." Shi Tai swiveled his head to look at that emaciated Broad Creed Mountain elder. "I'll have to trouble Elder Yin to look after the other disciples of our clan, as well as the Eastern Tang Royal Eldest Sons group." The emaciated elder had already retracted his shocked expression, not asking any further as he nodded, replying, "Leave it to this old man." The group immediately left. Shi Tai and Yan Zhaoge, however, did not immediately move. Shi Tai gazed towards the distant horizon. "Yen Su, do you have anything to say?" Over the horizon, a glazed golden light suddenly lit up, enveloping the surrounding area, resembling a barrier, isolating the outside world from the outside world. Brought along by Shi Tai, Yan Zhaoge and Hu strode out a few steps, arriving at the edge of the barrier. This barrier was formed of Shi Tai's powerful martial arts. Before this, it had completely vanished into nothingness, causing others to be unable to detect it. While it couldn't obstruct experts of the same cultivation level, when it enveloped the surrounding area, even if the Ghost Hatchet Elder, Han Sheng and the others had tried to escape, they would still have collided head-on with this barrier, their path forward blocked. At this moment, someone had been obstructed by the barrier, only able to awkwardly remain where he was, unable to advance or retreat. That person was precisely Yen Su. He had not approached them earlier, only observing the situation from afar. If Yan Zhaoge's group had died at the hands of Han Sheng and the Sacred Sun clan experts, it would naturally have been the best outcome for him. If Yan Zhaoge had been fortunate enough to break out of the encirclement, he might have had to personally take action. But seeing Shi Tai make his move, Yen Su's heart instantly turned cold. Compared to what he had expected, Shi Tai had arrived much earlier. At the first instant, Yen Su knew that things were not good and prepared to turn and flee. However, he discovered that Shi Tai's fist intent had long since enveloped the surrounding area, restricting the heavens and the earth. Not just Han Sheng and the others, even Yen Su had not discovered that he had long since been trapped like a turtle in a jar. Suppressed by Shi Tai's fist intent, he wanted to leave, but was unable to do so. Wanting to take the initiative to reveal himself and conceal his actions, he was also unable to move. Chapter 90. Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai came before Yen Su, who said smilingly, "Elder Yen, long time no see." Shi Tai glanced at Yen Su indifferently. "We'll talk as we walk." The few of them set off, with Yen Su following silently behind Shi Tai. The disappearance of a martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan without leaving any traces behind at all would instead appear abnormal, arousing suspicion. Under the condition of not revealing his identity and cultivation base, Shi Tai had intentionally left behind some traces for the Sacred Sun clan to track. From these marks, it seemed that more than one martial grandmaster with similar cultivation as the one-eyed old man had attacked together. On one hand, it was to conceal his arrival, and on the other hand, it was to continue casting a long line to catch a big fish. Shi Tai first looked at the Ghost Hatchet Elder Han Sheng. "Han Sheng, you joined the Decimating Abyss organization and caused chaos in hell. Your intentions are deserving of death. The ghost hatchet elder said hatefully, the human world is like hell, what's the difference? What right do you have to be so high and mighty? It's just that you guys are stronger. Hell will open and the 9 serenities will descend. We'll destroy this world and create a new one. When that time comes we'll see who's the ruler. Han Xing bellowed angrily, I've lost to you guys this time so I have nothing to say. But Shirtai, don't get too full of yourself. This isn't over yet. Shirtai said calmly, the changes in hell have temporarily calmed down, but I can also imagine that you people won't stop just like that. Your attack this time is a sign, right? Han Xing sneered and kept his mouth shut. He simply stopped struggling and closed his eyes, motionless. Yan Zhaoge suddenly said, you want something from me, right? Shirtai looked at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge returned a reassuring look before taking out something, waving it in front of Han Xing. It was precisely the small metal plate that was related to the glacial dragon martial saint's inheritance that Yi Jing had obtained. From Yan Zhaoge's point of view, Han Xing's expression did not change in the slightest, his gaze also not wavering in the slightest, his breathing and heartbeat also normal. The way he looked at her was filled with disdain and inexplicable. However, Shirtai's gaze suddenly turned sharp. His cultivation was far higher than Han Xing's, and at this moment he was using his own strength to imprison Han Xing. He could clearly feel the fluctuations in Han Xing's emotions and the changes that had occurred. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled but did not speak. Shirtai similarly stared at Han Xing. Seeing this, Han Xing snorted. He still did not say anything, but his arrogance immediately diminished. Yan Zhaoge threw up the small metal plate, which rose into mid-air before descending. Yan Zhaoge caught hold of it once more. The demonic shadow you used to disturb the ceiling dragon abyss has nothing special, and it has long since left my hands. Apart from that, we don't have any interaction or contact. If I must say that he is related, then it would be my junior brother from the same sect, your sworn brother, Yi Jing. Yan Zhaoge stroked the small metal plate with his finger. The only thing I obtained from junior apprentice brother Yi Jing was this small metal plate. Therefore, I can only assume that the thing you want from me is this thing. Then, Senior Han, is it convenient for you to tell us what you want this thing for? Yan Zhaoge looked at Han Xing. This thing is related to the glacial dragon martial saint, but exactly how much of a connection it is, and how much of the glacial dragon martial saint's legacy it can obtain, are all unknown. Currently, in the lands of the Eastern Tang, the heroes of my Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain have all gathered. You having disturbed the Sealing Dragon Abyss and being the target of all, no one would mind taking care of you first. Under such circumstances, you still dare to take such a huge risk and appear. Yan Zhaoge laughed. Let me guess. Could it be that you have accurate information related to this metal plate, that you can obtain something that can help you further complete that so-called grand wish of yours? This thing, related to hell, can help you and your companions complete the plan? Hearing his words, Han Xing directly closed his eyes, only opening his mouth after a long time. This old man's skills were inferior to yours and I was captured by you all. There's nothing else to be said. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shirtai. Eldest apprentice uncle, I originally thought that this was only an uncertain fortuitous encounter, with me taking it for myself. However, from the looks of it now, it is of great importance. Broad Creed Mountain allowed its disciples to enjoy their fortuitous encounters alone. If a disciple felt that they could not handle it, they could also seek help from the clan, sharing it together. However, if the matter concerned the likes of the Flame Devil world, hell or other sacred grounds, it would be a different matter altogether. Shirtai said, it's fine, we'll talk about it after the dust has settled. If it's related to the Decimating Abyss organization and hell, the clan will handle it. If it's related to the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint, the clan will not take it for you. The so-called Decimating Abyss organization was the organization that the Ghost Hatchet Elder Han Xing was in. Previously, after the cleanup and capture of the Eastern Tang, most of its middle and lower-level members had been captured, and Han Xing was currently the strongest expert of the organization that had been captured. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Shirtai, they both had high hopes for him, preparing to pry open Han Xing's mouth and dig out even more valuable information. Shirtai said, this time you were willing to take a risk. Let's not talk about whether you will succeed or fail in the future. At least Han Xing's capture is of great significance. It is already a great merit. You first rescued the Zhao King of the Eastern Tang from danger, then assisted him in wresting back control of the Jingyang Grand Formation. Your merit cannot go unnoticed either. In a battle it's either you die or I die. You killing Xiaoxin cannot be counted as your fault. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, a hint of warmth surfaced within Shi Tai's usually cold and resolute gaze. Currently, you have already performed 3 great merits. The clan will reward you for all of them. Thinking about it, you have only been in the Eastern Tang for slightly more than half a year, yet you have consecutively performed great merits, your merit being outstanding. This is still the first time I have seen such a frequency and efficiency since I have been in charge of the disciplinary hall. Yan Zhaoge said, eldest apprentice uncle overpraises me. Don't lie before the true. This time the ghost hatchet elder being captured was an unexpected surprise. Saying so, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth curled up slightly. Also, for things to have gone so smoothly, I still have to thank the cooperation of others. Shi Tai said mildly, indeed their cooperation was very good. The gazes of the two fell on Yan Su. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Elder Yan, as far as I know, because you were rushing to rescue Zhao Sheng, you shouldn't have had the time to come here, right? At this moment, Yan Su had already completely calmed down, his expression calm. After this old man saved the Eastern Tang's 3rd prince, I rushed over here at top speed. Sadly, I was a step too late. He bowed toward Shi Tai. Fortunately, Elder Shi and the clan's other experts arrived, defeating the Sacred Sun clan and Old Monster Han. Shi Tai looked straight at Yan Su. Seeing that I was here, why did you run? Yan Su said slowly, this subordinate did not handle matters well, not properly investigating the enemy, resulting in the Sacred Sun clan rampantly rampaging through the territory of the heaven domain that our clan governs. My Broad Creed Mountain's fellow disciples having come to reinforce us, yet lagged behind the Sacred Sun clan's martial practitioners in terms of mobilization. This subordinate bears a responsibility that cannot be shirked. This subordinate had originally already been feeling uneasy. Suddenly seeing Elder Shi, I felt even more ashamed and panicked, unable to help but cover my face and leave. On one hand, I was ashamed and had no face to show. On the other, I also wanted to make up for my mistake as quickly as possible, urging my subordinates to quickly gather intelligence on the Sacred Sun clan's side, in preparation for our clan's counterattack. Yan Su bowed deeply toward Shi Tai. This subordinate did not handle matters well, being mediocre and muddle-headed. I am willing to accept all punishment. Looking at Yan Su, Yan Zhaoge thought to himself that this old man was really a hoodlum. He would first take the initiative to admit his small mistakes, while when it came to the truly big problems, he would just push them away. What Shi Tai hated the most in his life were people who were incapable of doing things, pushing away their responsibilities. Yan Su's words would undoubtedly cause Shi Tai to have an extremely bad impression of him. Even if he was temporarily let off in order to resist the Sacred Sun clan, Yan Su would definitely not have it easy afterwards. However, compared to Yan Su's true intentions, this kind of mistake did not count for much. It was just that Shi Tai was not easy to fool. Chapter 91. Its raw materials were scarce and its production was not easy, so it was extremely rare. Taken from the meaning of the miniature within a 1,000 li household pouch, it was similar to Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. The shadow shrinking pouch formed a space of its own, able to hold a large amount of things, and also allow living beings to temporarily reside within. Shi Tai's cultivation was high, and his senses were extremely acute. While Yan Su tried his best to conceal it, he was still unable to hide it from him. On the way here, this subordinate inadvertently discovered our clan's previously missing disciple Yi Jing. Yan Su's expression was as per usual as he said candidly, at the time he had already fallen unconscious, so this subordinate saved him. Because I had to rush here to reinforce him, not daring to delay, I temporarily placed him within the shadow shrinking pouch. As he said this, Yan Su took out a small pouch. The pouch was black in color with a golden rope tied around its mouth. From the outside there did not seem to be anything special about it. However, as Yan Su untied the golden rope, the mouth of the pouch opened, and a golden stream of qi instantly spurted out from within. Accompanied by the golden stream of qi, a figure appeared before Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge laughed soundlessly. That person was currently still unconscious, the back of his hands, neck and cheeks that were exposed outside of his clothes all having patterns that resembled flames. Who else could it be but Yi Jing? Shi Tai's gaze fell on Yi Jing. While it was just a glance, Yi Jing instantly awoke. The awoken Yi Jing's gaze initially revealed a blank look, but he very quickly regained clarity as he warily observed his surroundings. When he saw Yan Zhaoge, his eyes instantly turned crimson as blood, as though there were flames burning within them. With a whoosh, he was about to leap up from the ground. Shi Tai frowned slightly, not moving at all, but Yi Jing was frozen where he was, unable to move at all, only able to straighten his neck and glare furiously at Yan Zhaoge. "My name is Shi Tai, you are also a disciple of our clan, you should know my identity," Shi Tai said calmly. "I am the first seat of our clan's disciplinary hall, in charge of the clan's laws and punishments. If you feel that you have suffered injustice, you can say it clearly here. If the truth is present, you will not suffer any grievances." Yi Jing panted heavily, staring at Shi Tai with wide eyes, saying loudly, "The people of Broad Creed Mountain are all jackals of the same tribe as the Yen father and son. His father is a first-seat elder like you, how could you not be biased towards him? How could you possibly uphold justice for me, offending his father for me?" Yen Su was silent at the side, but seeing Yi Jing's reaction, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. If it weren't for Elder Shi, your attitude would have already offended him. Just as Yen Su expected, Shi Tai really didn't care about Yi Jing's attitude. His tone did not fluctuate in the slightest as he said, "I will not offend junior apprentice brother Yen for you or for anyone else. However, for the sake of the justice of the clan, for the sake of justice for the hearts of the people, I do not mind offending anyone. I watched Zhaoge grow up, but it is precisely because of this that I cannot tolerate him making a mistake. But if it's proven that someone made a false accusation, they'll be treated as an accomplice." Shi Tai said calmly, "I only look at the truth." His might was as heavy as a mountain, as deep as the sea. Just by standing there calmly, he intimidated Yi Jing into silence. His calm words were like 1,000 caddies, hammering on the hearts of everyone present. Yi Jing sucked in a deep breath, glaring furiously at Yan Zhaoge. "That year before I had entered the clan, he came to the Eastern Tang and snatched away my childhood sweetheart. Afterwards, when I entered Broad Creed Mountain, he viewed me as a thorn in his side. While tempering in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, he wanted to kill me, but also didn't want to leave behind any traces. Therefore he set up a scheme wanting to borrow the hands of others to kill me, pulling up the weeds by the roots. Having failed in one scheme, he came up with another, throwing his internal crystal furnace into the Sealing Dragon Abyss, causing me to perish. I was lucky not dying. In the Glacial Dragon Freezing Pond, he tried to kill me again. Harming me time and time again, the two of us are irreconcilable." Yan Zhaoge stood calmly by the side, looking at Yi Jing with neither joy nor anger in his gaze. Shi Tai looked over. "Zhaoge, what do you have to say?" Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "That year it was junior apprentice Sister Lin herself who made the choice. I did not take the initiative to interfere between the two of them. That time with the Glacial Dragon Bone Soul, it was because he had previously, without distinguishing between right and wrong, heavily injured junior apprentice brother Lan of the same clan. It was indeed on purpose that I taught him a lesson. As for what happened in the Sealing Dragon Abyss before, I submitted a detailed report to the clan. I believe that eldest apprentice uncle has seen it before." Shi Tai nodded. Yan Zhaoge continued, "The person the Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to kill was me. I had no way of influencing his actions. Even if I had known beforehand that the Crimson Spirit Flag Master had relied on the seed of Li Flame True Fire to locate me from the Sealing Dragon Abyss, making use of it to set up a trap." Yan Zhaoge looked at Yi Jing. "You going to snatch the seed of Li Flame True Fire was not something I could influence. You were interested in my target, the seed of Li Flame True Fire. I had been completely unaware of it before. How could I have schemed against you?" Yi Jing stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, his breathing getting rougher and rougher. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "Of course, I won't deny that even without the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, I would still have taught you to be more sensible in the future. However, at that time, it was not worth it for me to kill you. You were not worth me making a move on." Yi Jing's breathing stopped, the fury and hatred within his gaze instantly blazing even more intensely. Yan Zhaoge met his gaze calmly, his gaze gradually turning cold. "As for what happened after you fell into the abyss, it's very simple. The two of us will perform a blood-soul recollection ceremony. Reenact the scene at that time. Eldest apprentice uncle will be the judge." "I don't care at all, do you dare?" Yi Jing blurted out, "Let's do it." Yan Zhaoge shrugged, turning and bowing towards Shi Tai. "Eldest apprentice uncle, please take charge." Sure Tai did not speak, directly flicking his finger as a streak of light shot into the horizon, transforming into a pillar of light within the air, enveloping both Yan Zhaoge and Yi Jing. Yan Zhaoge neither hurriedly nor slowly pricked his finger, a drop of fresh blood seeping out, transforming into a thread of blood as it flew into the air. Guided by that thread of blood, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt as though his soul had left his body, ascending to a higher level. On the other side, Yi Jing, under Sure Tai's guidance, also did the same. Sure Tai said, silently recalling that moment in your heart, it does not depend on what you saw, but rather on the scale of the scene of time. The ritual will naturally discard the unreality caused by the biased emotions in your hearts, as well as the truth that you intentionally ignored. The next moment, in the sky up above, a mirror of light slowly descended. Within the mirror of light, an image shockingly appeared, truly reenacting that scene in the Sealing Dragon Abyss back then. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. Yan Su shook his head slightly. Yi Jing's eyes turned even redder. Sure Tai, on the other hand, looked at the terrifying aura surging from the dark red ring on Yi Jing's hand as well as the illusory figure of the giant divinity of flame within the light, slightly entranced. After a while Yi Jing recovered, roaring furiously, "You're lying. You are indeed the same kind of trash as Lan Wenyan and Lin Yuxiao, favoring and shielding this dog Yan Zhaoge. He must have intentionally thrown down that internal crystal furnace to harm me." Sure Tai's expression gradually turned solemn as his gaze swept over, pressuring Yi Jing to the point that he was unable to move. The blood-soul recollection ceremony can indeed be faked. Sure Tai said calmly, but there is only one possibility, that is that the two parties involved had colluded together beforehand. Yi Jing, did you collude with Zhaoge before this? Hearing his words, Yi Jing was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he panted heavily, the fiery light within his eyes growing stronger and stronger as his rationality and clarity had already disappeared. The patterns of flame on his body grew even more dazzling, as though they were about to truly transform into blazing flames. Chapter 92. Yan Zhaoge looked at Yi Jing, who looked like he wanted to devour him whole. After hearing his question, complex emotions surfaced in his eyes which had originally been gradually losing all rationality. Anger, regret, unwillingness, longing, hatred, loathing, disgust and so on. However, these emotions were also very quickly swallowed up by the flames of fury. Yi Jing clenched his teeth, staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. However, he did not answer the question, only repeatedly repeating, because of you, everything was because of you. Seeing this, Yan Su's expression did not change, but deep within his eyes, a look of disappointment could not be concealed. Mud can never hold up a wall. Previously, when he had found Yi Jing, he had not revealed his identity, only telling Yi Jing that he could help him take revenge. However, he needed Yi Jing to cooperate with him. The ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng had been drawn over through Yi Jing. Han Sheng making a move was a pleasant surprise for Yan Su. Yan Zhaoge dying at Han Sheng's hands, and Han Sheng being killed by a Broad Creed Mountain expert afterwards as Yan Su saw it, was the most perfect result. If he had to personally kill Yan Zhaoge, Yi Jing would have to come in handy. However, from the looks of it now, Yi Jing would not be of any use at all. He had clearly already taught him to push the blame for Lin Yuxiao's death onto Yan Zhaoge's head. However, Yi Jing, whose mind had been clouded by rage, did not seem to think that this was a good idea. As he saw it, what need was there to frame someone? Everything that had happened today had been caused by Yan Zhaoge in the first place. Looking at Yi Jing, Yan Su shook his head deeply within his heart. A person who had lost their rationality was easy to bewitch, but such a person was similarly easy to lose control of himself, causing some unexpected accidents to occur. The principal elder of the Eastern Tang was now deeply feeling the pain of having a pig-headed teammate. Looking at Yi Jing's appearance, Sure Tai also shook his head within his heart. Affected by the cultivation technique that had reconstructed his body, Yi Jing's emotions had become extremely unstable. He was irritable and easily angered, finding it hard to maintain his calm. Did he really not understand everything that had happened in the Sealing Dragon Abyss that day? Not necessarily, it was more that he was not willing to believe it. At the end of the day, it was just that he could not accept it, believing that he should not have suffered a tribulation for no reason at all, especially right in front of Yan Zhaoge. Having suffered a tribulation, someone must have harmed him. Other than Yan Zhaoge, whom he already had relations with, was there any other possible candidate? From a certain point of view, he was just venting his anger and looking for a place to vent. In the end, she felt that as the victim, she absolutely could not lower her head in front of the perpetrator. She had to seek justice for herself and return everything that she had suffered to the enemy. It was just that in this constant process of self-hypnosis, Yi Jing's mood became more and more unstable. He became more and more manic, and the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. From the victim that he thought he was, step by step, he became someone who harmed others and became more and more unscrupulous. Shirtai very rarely felt the emotion of regret, but right now he really had some doubts. Was the person that he had originally taken a fancy to and had the intention to take in as a disciple really this Yi Jing before his eyes? After hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, all of Yi Jing's reactions had fallen into his eyes. Naturally, he could tell that Yi Jing's so-called, because of you, stemmed from anger and resentment, and not from accusing Yan Zhaoge of murder. Yi Jing stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, hissing, "If not for being bewitched by you, how could you shall not have left with me?" Yan Zhaoge came before him, looking down at him. "Not going with you, so you definitely won't let her go with me?" Yi Jing snorted, his eyes bloodshot, his rationality and clarity completely disappearing once more. "Those who stand on your side are my enemies." Yan Zhaoge looked at him, his tone calm, yet causing one to feel a bone-deep chill. "Very good, prepare to pay with your life for junior apprentice Sister Lin." Yi Jing roared angrily, "You're not allowed to mention her. If not for you that year, none of this would have happened." Yan Zhaoge, however, no longer paid him any attention, instead looking at Yan Su. "Yi Jing does not know the Tushita palm. Although the technique he currently cultivates in is very strange, containing the force of fire within it, it is completely different from the Tushita palm. Elder Yin, as the first person to discover junior apprentice Sister Lin's corpse, I would like to ask, who caused the Tushita palm wounds on junior apprentice Sister Lin's body?" Shirtai similarly looked at Yan Su. Under the gazes of Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai, Yan Su was silent for a moment before he raised his eyes, his gaze calm. "It was caused by this old man," he said slowly. "The competition between Elder Yen and Elder Fong grew more intense by the day, and this old man was momentarily blinded by greed, intending to use Yan Zhaoge to deal a blow to Elder Yen. With Yan Zhaoge's crime confirmed, not only would Elder Yen lose all face, he would also gain the reputation of not teaching his son properly. How could such a person inherit the position of clan chief?" Yan Su said calmly, "and this way the old clan chief Elder Shi, as well as the other higher echelon experts of the clan, would all have a much lower opinion of Elder Yen and his father. Elder Fong's path to the position of clan chief would then be much smoother. In the future, this old man would also be able to obtain many benefits. This is being blinded by greed. This is the first sin. Other than that, a junior like Yan Zhaoge has contradicted this old man time and time again, causing this old man to be filled with a belly full of resentment. If I don't vent it, I won't feel at ease, intentionally making things difficult for him, teaching him a lesson. This is being blinded by hatred. This is the second sin." Yan Su's tone was calm and without fluctuations. "As a principal elder, this old man has committed many grave sins. I am willing to step down from my position and head to the disciplinary hall to receive my punishment. No matter what punishment the clan imposes, this old man will have no objections. Now that our clan is at odds with the Sacred Sun clan, I do not dare to continue remaining in the Eastern Tang. I sincerely request to head to the front lines of the conflict between the South Heaven region and the Fire Domain, fighting against the enemies of the Sacred Sun clan. If this old life of mine is thrown away there, it can also be considered as paying for this sin. I hope that Elder Shi will allow it." Shirtai looked at him silently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, not saying a word. Looking at Yan Su, Yan Zhaoge asked, "Elder Yen, is that all?" Yan Su said mildly, "This old man has admitted to my wrongdoings in front of a junior like you. This old face of mine has already been stripped clean. What else is there to hide?" Yan Zhaoge sneered, but his gaze was a little cold. "Elder Yan's ability to catch the big and let go of the small is deeply worth learning from. However, I would like to ask you, how did the movements of me and Elder Su's group fall into the Sacred Sun clan's grasp?" Yan Su's expression did not change. This old man is also very curious about this point. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Are you hinting that this old man intentionally leaked the information to the Sacred Sun clan, intending to kill you with a borrowed knife, sending you to your death?" This old man admits that regarding your matter, I was a little narrow-minded, but it was still not to the extent of wanting your life. this old man had no reason to do so. As for this old man appearing here as I said just now, it was because I had hurried over to provide assistance. Yen Su looked at Yen Zhaoge. You said that this old man wanted to harm your life. This is truly as good as wanting to pin a crime on someone. Yen Zhaoge was surprised. The evidence is irrefutable. Looking at Yen Su, Shirtai slowly shook his head. Elder Yen, seeing that I have appeared here, are you still hoping for a fluke? Yen Su's expression did not change, but his heart sunk. Shirtai similarly did not speak any further, only leading the group through the clouds, flying over the great earth, very quickly arriving at a manor where they landed. Seeing this manor, Yen Su's expression instantly dimmed slightly. Outside the manor stood a person, a hale and hearty old man. It was precisely the East disciplinary elder who had visited the Eastern Tang half a year ago for Yen Zhaoge's sake. The disciplinary elder bowed toward Shirtai. First seat, when we arrived, the other party was just about to silence them. 2 of them could not be saved. However, the others have already all been captured. After preliminary interrogation, it is already sufficient to convict Yen Su of colluding with the Sacred Sun clan, divulging the whereabouts of our clan's disciples. Chapter 93. Firstly, a book friend had helped to set up a VIP book friend group. The group number was 517/425/679. To join the group, verification was required. The detailed rules could be found in the pinned post in the book review section. Friends who wanted to join the group, please leave a message in the pinned post in the book review section. Everyone is welcome to come and play. I will also pop up from time to time. Otherwise, if he were to leave behind a handle in the Sacred Sun clan, how would he be able to continue staying in Broad Creed Mountain in the future? Although being a martial grandmaster was Yen Su's greatest asset, he was still a martial grandmaster. Previously, he had been in charge of this area and had access to a lot of useful information. But unless he had no other choice, Yen Su would definitely not think of betraying the clan and seeking refuge in the Sacred Sun clan. All of his other foundations would be lost, and he would have to start from scratch again. Arriving at the Sacred Sun clan as an outsider, no matter how much they treated him well, he would have no hope of truly entering their inner circle. As a result, Yen Su had gone through a number of procedures to send news to the Sacred Sun clan, preventing the other party from investigating. Even if the Sacred Sun clan received the news, it would also be very difficult to trace it back to him. Therefore, confronting that elder of the Sacred Sun clan who had been captured by Shirtai, Yen Su was not worried at all. But in the end, all of this had to be handled by Yen Su's own trusted aide. This manor was Yen Su's own secret property, but in the end, it couldn't be hidden from Shirtai. Yen Su let out a long sigh towards the heavens. Shirtai's unexpected appearance in the Eastern Tang had already caused him to feel that it would be difficult for him to escape this time. However, he still harbored the thought of a fluke, unwilling to give up that 1 in a million hope. As long as he wasn't killed by Shirtai on the spot and wasn't imprisoned in the heaven-sealing gorge, he still had hope. While the crime of colluding with the Sacred Sun clan in an attempt to kill with a borrowed knife could not be ascertained, the crime of merely framing Yen Zhaoge due to factional infighting was still something that he could bear. Although he would definitely be removed from his position as a principal elder, he would most likely have a chance to redeem himself on the battlefield. Then he would have a chance to escape. He no longer had any hopes of making a comeback in Broad Creed Mountain. He could only really betray the Sacred Sun clan. But now all hope had been shattered. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Yen Su's gaze was deep and distant. At this point, how could he still not know that Shirtai's unexpected appearance was definitely Yen Zhaoge's handiwork? While he was staring at Yen Zhaoge was also staring at him. He had specially dug a big hole, waiting for him to jump in and be consigned to eternal damnation. Shirtai looked at Yen Su. I also don't understand why you want to put Zhaoge to death. For this, you even have to sacrifice Su Chuan and the other fellow disciples, as well as the people of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Are you so narrow-minded and short-sighted? Or is there something more to it? Now tell us why. At this time it's useless for you to hide anymore. Under Shirtai's gaze, Yen Su fell silent, feeling his throat go dry. Looking at Yen Su, Yen Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Before, I couldn't understand why Elder Yen wanted me dead. But after meeting Yi Jing in person this time, I seem to have understood a little. Yen Su was stunned. He was only using Yi Jing as a knife, and it had nothing to do with his own motives. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words at this moment, an extremely bad premonition suddenly surfaced in Yan Su's heart. Yi Jing had also been brought over by Shi Tai. During this period of time, he had been suppressed by Shi Tai, unable to move or speak. He could only stare hatefully at the people of Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment, hearing that he was related to Yan Su, even though his mind was not very clear, he still felt extremely astonished. His gaze unconsciously fell on Yan Su. Shi Tai was similarly taken aback. As for Yan Su's words about accidentally discovering an unconscious Yi Jing by the side of the road, Shi Tai naturally had his doubts. However, he did not think that Yan Su would want Yan Zhaoge's life just to help Yi Jing vent his anger and take revenge. For a moment, everyone's attention fell on Yan Zhaoge. Being stared at by everyone, Yan Zhaoge was unhurried. Through the Blood Soul recollection ceremony just now, everyone has also seen everything that happened in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Whatever the reason, Yi Jing's fleshly body was shattered into pieces, completely destroyed within the abyss. Now that his body has been reconstructed, such a technique naturally cannot be compared to ordinary techniques. Everyone nodded in unison. His entire body having been completely shattered, only his soul remaining, yet still being able to reconstruct his body, such a technique was indeed strange and unpredictable. Yan Zhaoge came before Yi Jing looking at him. All of this originated from that ring of his, from that strange silhouette that suddenly erupted from within. While in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, I had already felt that it was strange, but could not understand why, so I did not continue thinking about it. But now that I have personally seen the reborn Yi Jing, the doubts in my heart grow heavier and heavier. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shi Tai. Eldest apprentice uncle, you have personally come into contact with experts of the Flame Devils before. Do you feel that they are familiar? As these words left his mouth, everyone was shocked. Yan Su's entire body shook intensely as he yelled in a stern voice. While Yi Jing's technique allowed him to reconstruct a fire spirit body, it is different from the body of the Flame Devils. Shi Tai's gaze flickered slightly, but he also nodded. There are similarities, but they are not completely the same. The others nodded. If they were really completely the same as the Flame Devils, they would not have been so calm earlier. Yan Zhaoge said, they are indeed different from the Flame Devils that everyone is used to understanding. However, eldest apprentice uncle, you should know that our Eight Extremities world is currently speculating on the origins of the Flame Devil world. Shi Tai's expression changed, a great change appearing for the first time on his face that was as hard as granite. The Flame Devil Emperor? Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. The Flame Devil Emperor, also known as the Heavenly Fire Emperor, was a legendary expert whose fame shook the heavens before the Great Calamity. After the Great Calamity, there has been no news of him. Currently, the main guess of our Eight Extremities world regarding the Flame Devil world is that it was created by the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor. Just like our Eight Extremities world, we also unearthed the legacies left behind by experts of before the Great Calamity as our foundation, from which we unceasingly developed. Yan Zhaoge said leisurely. Currently, the martial arts of our Broad Creed Mountain or the sacred grounds like the Sacred Sun Clan in Jade Sea City, and even other sects and powers, after so many years of development, have already changed greatly from before the Great Calamity. The legacy of the Flame Devils, having evolved over the long years, would definitely also be different from the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor's direct lineage. Standing by the side, the disciplinary elder of the East Heaven region had already regained his wits as he asked in a heavy tone, "What you mean is that the legacy that Yi Jing obtained from that ring was the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor's direct lineage? A legacy that originated from before the Great Calamity, having been completely preserved?" Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, not going overboard. This is my personal guess. The truth of this still awaits investigation and verification. Other than that, is there any connection between Yi Jing and the current Flame Devil world? This also needs to be clarified. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he glanced at Yan Su, whether intentionally or not. Also, why would Elder Yan help Yi Jing? Yan Su's expression completely changed as he howled in rage, "A load of nonsense." However intense the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, even if it were to erupt into an all-out war, there would still be a possibility of things calming down afterwards. And the Flame Devils were the public enemies of the Eight Extremities world. Anyone who was associated with them would definitely not have a good ending. The Flame Devils fed on the blood of other life forms, and especially liked martial practitioners who had undergone cultivation. Yan Zhaoge smiled but did not speak. Shi Tai said slowly, "The connection between Yen Su and Yi Jing is still hard to determine, but Yi Jing's legacy is very likely to be related to the Flame Devil Emperor." Shi Tai's words caused the hearts of everyone else to tremble. He looked at Yi Jing, the scene of the Blood Soul Recollection Ceremony, when Yi Jing's soul was absorbed by that ring of his, an incomparably powerful aura was emitted from within. Even if it was the Blood Soul Recollection Ceremony and not personally experiencing it, I could still feel the terror and power of that aura. It can be imagined how terrifying it would be if the other party had truly descended before us. Shi Tai said very confidently, "According to the analysis of historical records, even the great Flame Devil King that died at the hands of the exalted Han Tian that year was not this terrifying." Everyone's expressions turned solemn. That great Flame Devil King of the past was already the strongest expert that had ever appeared in the history of the Flame Devil world. If it was even more terrifying than him. Yen Su's face turned green. Although Shi Tai had not tacitly allowed Yan Zhaoge to link him with Yi Jing, even so, the way the situation had developed now was far worse than the worst he could have imagined. Yen Su suddenly thought of his trusted aide, Wen Ningxi. Chapter 94. Shi Tai said, "The truth of the matter is still hard to come to a conclusion, but this matter involves the Flame Devils. It must be investigated clearly. The importance of this matter is even more pressing than that of the decimating Abyss organization." While watching the Blood Soul Recollection Ceremony earlier, Shi Tai had been secretly paying attention to that powerful aura emanating from Yi Jing's ring. It was just that he was not one to jump to conclusions easily, so he could only bury his doubts deep within his heart. While everyone was on guard against the abnormalities in hell, the danger was still not obvious enough. The Flame Devils were the mortal enemies of the Eight Extremities world who had been at war with them all these years. If Yi Jing had only coincidentally obtained the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor, then it would still be fine. If he was connected to the current Flame Devil world, then the situation would be extremely serious. Shi Tai still had not completely come to a conclusion on this matter, but the importance of this matter had undoubtedly skyrocketed in his heart. Yen Su's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "This old man is completely unaware of this." Yan Zhaoge asked neither hurriedly nor slowly, "Then I really can't think of any reason why Elder Yen must want me dead." Yen Su snorted, his expression obscure. The focus of the others was actually still on Yi Jing. Everyone's gaze was sizing him up. At this moment Yi Jing was instead at a loss. Being stared at by everyone's gazes, he naturally felt very uncomfortable. His understanding of the world as a whole was still limited. However, he was naturally still clear about what kind of existence the Flame Devils were. Hearing that he had actually been grouped together with the Flame Devils, he was instantly shocked and enraged. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that the patterns of flames on Yi Jing's entire body were becoming more and more dazzling, as though his entire body was really burning. Yi Jing howled in rage, "Yan Zhaoge! Falling into your hands, if you want to kill me or torture me, come at me if you have the ability. In order to have a good reason, you still want to continue fabricating a crime on my head? You dog who inverts right and wrong." Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "You also said that you are already a fish in a net, a turtle in a jar. Taking care of you, you deserve it. Why would I still need to fabricate a crime on you? Perhaps you don't know about it yourself, but it isn't hard to verify. After bringing you back to the clan's experts will naturally come to a conclusion upon studying that ring of yours." Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at Yi Jing, "Don't think too highly of yourself. I have a lot of things to do and have no time to waste on you." Yi Jing became more and more enraged, the flame pattern on his body becoming unprecedentedly bright. In the end, there were actually flames burning. Within the flames, Yi Jing surveyed his surroundings, glaring at Yan Zhaoge, Shi Tai, the disciplinary elder and the others. "Indeed, you people of Broad Creed Mountain are all jackals of the same tribe, covering for one another. The human heart is treacherous, killing without seeing blood, eating people without spitting out the bones. You guys are even more vicious than the flame demons. Instead of associating with people like you, I'd rather be a flame demon." Yi Jing roared to the heavens. On his hand, beneath his flesh, a red light appeared, forming a dark red halo on his finger. It was that dark red ring. The ring burst into a dazzling brilliance, vaguely projecting an illusion of light and shadow behind him. In the illusion, lava was everywhere and the sky was filled with flying flames. It was as if a terrifying flame giant had appeared. It was a powerful aura that was far from what Yi Jing could possess with his current strength. It was faintly discernible, shaking people's hearts. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Your brain has really been burnt to the point of being muddled. Different from the reappearance of the blood soul recollection ceremony earlier, this was an extremely direct feeling. Everyone by the side, Yan Su included, looking at the current Yi Jing, feeling the concept within that illusory light and shadow, they all believed Yan Zhaoge's earlier deduction 70 to 80%. Looking at the dark red ring on Yi Jing's finger, Yan Su thought, so it has already merged with his body. No wonder I couldn't find it earlier. Shi Tai said indifferently, in terms of foundation, it is the most powerful this Shi has ever seen in his life. Even destroying the current 8 extremities world would not be a problem at all. But now it can't even be considered a remnant soul, not even a will. It is only a strand of remnant aura, still unable to overturn the heavens. Saying thus, Shi Tai extended a hand, his palm instantly turning translucent, emitting a golden light from within as it resembled Vajra. As his palm descended, Yi Jing and that silhouette simultaneously let out pained and enraged howls. The fiery light was instantly extinguished. Yi Jing was once more pressed to the ground, unable to move, only able to glare unwillingly at Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai. Shi Tai was about to speak, when his expression suddenly changed slightly. Striding out, he was already outside the manor. At this moment, outside the manor, the blazing sun had originally been high in the sky, but the sunlight suddenly dimmed. The sky turned dark as though it had instantly descended into night. Within the darkness of the night, a bright moon was indistinctly visible. Shi Tai's entire body was covered in a glazed golden light, resembling eternally indestructible as he faced off against it. Light and darkness intermingled between the heavens and the earth, neither giving way to the other, causing numerous wild tides to arise, directly shaking the manor down below to the point of collapse. Facing such a clash, the disciplinary elder of the East Continent and the other Broad Creed Mountain experts also felt immense pressure. Twilight Dark Moon Qi. The disciplinary elder let out a muffled groan. This level of cultivation, the Twilight Lord of the 7 reigning suns. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. I remember that the Twilight Lord and the head of the 7 reigning suns, the world illuminating Lord, have similar cultivation bases. His strength can be ranked second amongst the 7 reigning suns? The disciplinary elder nodded. That's right. Although his position is below that of the world illuminating Lord, his cultivation base is not much inferior, being a peak expert of the Sacred Sun clan. Also, we all know that of the 7 reigning suns, the Twilight Lord specializes in doing dirty and tiring work. Usually keeping a low profile, he is the one who kills the most. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, you really think highly of me, at least I did not get rid of Xiao Shen for nothing. Twilight Dark Moon Qi, the most unique art of the 7 reigning suns, forming an independent field of Qi, reversing black and white, day and night. Changing between real and illusory, sun and moon alternating, lying between illusory arts and fist arts, being completely different from the other martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan. At this moment, executed by the Twilight Lord, it really had the power to change the heavens and change the earth. If not for Shi Tai standing there like a pillar of support, all the Broad Creed Mountain people present would have been instantly swallowed up by the moonlit night. Iron Lion? A low voice resounded from within the moonlit night. Seeing the Twilight Lord blocked by Shi Tai, other Sacred Sun clan experts concealed within the darkness of the night attacked Yan Zhaoge and the others. The East Continent's disciplinary elder and the other Broad Creed Mountain experts immediately met them, engaging in battle. At this moment, the Yan Su who had originally seemed resigned to his fate suddenly erupted. He glared hatefully at Yan Zhaoge, but did not linger, instead quickly fleeing into the distance. On the other side, Yi Jing also broke free. He had wanted to find trouble with Yan Zhaoge, but was unable to determine Yan Zhaoge's position in the darkness. Thus he could only let out a furious howl and also fled. In midair, Shi Tai's cold snort resounded. A glazed golden light suddenly lit up within the darkness, blasting onto Yan Su's body. In the midst of fleeing, Yan Su's entire body shook intensely as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dark red blood oozed out of every single pore of his entire body, as his entire person seemed to have transformed into a man of blood. Fortunately, most of Shi Tai's attention had been placed on the Sacred Sun clan's Twilight Lord. Receiving his blow, Yen Su had been heavily injured and on the verge of death, but he had still barely managed to preserve his life. Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Yen Su struggled as he continued fleeing. Yen Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Shi Tai, "Eldest apprentice uncle, leave it to me. I'll go find him in Yijing." Shi Tai hesitated slightly, "If the other party resists, you can kill him on the spot." Chapter 95. Anyone within the range of this force field would be affected by the Twilight Dark Moon Qi. However, his opponent was Shi Tai. Facing such an expert, the Twilight Lord also had to go all out, not having the time to be distracted. Within the range of the Twilight force field, it could only obstruct one's vision and disrupt one's senses, not causing any harm to the others of Broad Creed Mountain. As Yen Zhaoge gazed into the distance, all he could see was darkness. However, Yen Su had been injured by Shi Tai, and that glazed golden light had invaded his body, destroying it unceasingly. Yen Su was powerless to expel it from his body, to the extent that the force of Shi Tai's Vajra body continued to work within his body. Golden light continuously shot out from within Yen Su's body, as though Yen Su himself could emit light, easily guiding Yen Zhaoge in his direction. As for Yi Jing, as he fled with all his might, his entire body shone with a crimson fiery light, similarly eye-catching to the extreme in the darkness. The two of them resembled two fireflies in the dark night, making it hard for others not to notice their existence. Coincidentally, in their panic, the two of them fled in the same direction. This way, Yen Zhaoge no longer needed to split up with Ah Hu, directly chasing after Yen Su and Yi Jing. As a martial grandmaster, Yen Su's speed should have been like that, traversing 1,000 li in broad daylight. However, he had been too heavily injured by Shi Tai, nearly dying on the spot, and his strength had completely fallen below the martial grandmaster realm. Especially under the influence of his injuries, he ran slower and slower. The two chased and fled, finally rushing out of the area enveloped by the Twilight Dark Moon Qi. Seeing the light of day once more, Yen Su's eyes lit up. However, after his sensory abilities had recovered, he immediately sensed the presence of his pursuers. Yen Zhaoge and Ah Hu were shockingly already very close. Estimating their speed, Yen Su gloomily discovered that if he continued running like this, he would only be caught up. His eyes flashed with humiliation and brutality. Yen Zhaoge chased after him, only to see Yen Su suddenly stop in his tracks, his body twisting as he turned and rushed towards him. Yen Su's expression was somewhat savage. "Still wet behind the ears, brat, if you want to seek death, this old man will grant you your wish." Yi Jing was also nearby, and in his frenzied state, his perception of his surroundings was not as sensitive as before. After charging forward for quite a distance, hearing Yen Su's angry roar, he turned his head, only noticing Yen Zhaoge who had already caught up behind him. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, Yi Jing's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Yen Su and the others also disappeared from his field of vision, his eyes only containing the Yen Zhaoge whom he hated to the marrow of his bones. Howling, Yi Jing immediately stopped, also turning and lunging towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge looked straight at the approaching Yen Su, his expression calm. With a flick of his right sleeve, a jade light that resembled a dragon flew out. Of the dragon, Yen Su of Yen soared out. Ah Hu's injuries had not yet healed, but he also went up together with Yen Zhaoge to meet the counterattacking Yen Su and Yi Jing. Yen Su sneered, "Just the likes of you and you dare to chase after me?" Yen smiled, "Dark, King Dark, Yen of the two of Yen, Yen of Yen of Yen, for a for two, Yen. Yen of two Yen. Yen to Lord Yen Tai for sure for Lord." The dagger, which was flashing with a dark blue light, met the jade dragon sword in midair and forced it back. Spiritual chi overflowed from the short saber, resembling ripples of light. From within, a buzzing sound could be heard as though it had a life of its own. It was a mid-grade spirit artifact. Yen Su stared at Yen Zhaoge, killing intent overflowing from his eyes. "Just based on your arrogant, frenzied personality, what do you think allowed you to live until now? If not for your family background, whether I need you into a ball or a cube, it's all up to this old man's whims. Now your father Yen Di is not here, nor is there Shi Tai. There are no other martial grandmasters who can protect you." The saber in Yen Su's hands expanded. "Putting aside my fear of your father, if this old man wants to kill you, it would be as easy as pinching an ant to death." The faint saber light expanded, instantly transforming into an illusory 8 sceneries palace lantern in mid-air. As the lantern light flickered, a myriad of scenes appeared, about to envelop Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he said mildly, "I have an outstanding family background which has brought me many conveniences. I have never avoided it. I won't say it pretentiously. Those are all my father's, not mine. Whenever I use them I feel uneasy. My body, hair and skin are all given to me by my parents. This stinky body of mine, how could it not be from my parents? My father has the ability to give me even more things. These things are like my hands and feet, of course I have to make good use of them." Yan Zhaoge's left hand formed a sword seal, the jade dragon sword transforming into a jade light that rampaged between the heavens and the earth. "What's important isn't how much power I've borrowed from my family. Rather, with such a high starting point, what heights I can reach in the future, how much I can repay my family in the future." Yan Zhaoge looked at Yan Su and laughed. "Other than that, if you want to kill me under the current circumstances, it doesn't seem that simple." Yan Su let out a cold snort. The injuries that Shi Tai had given him were too severe. Not only had he fallen by quite a few cultivation levels, even his mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, was unable to exert its full power. And it wasn't just him who had been injured. On the blade of the hidden clear sunlight saber, there were numerous cracks, causing the agile flowing saber light to become obscure. In terms of quality, it couldn't even compare to the low-grade spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword. Yan Su helplessly discovered that, with his heavy injuries, he was actually unable to take down the opponent in front of him. Yan Zhaoge and who were also slowly grinding away at him with a roaming and tangling style. As time passed, his injuries were affecting his strength more and more. Yan Zhaoge asked, "You don't like me, and I also want to help my father remove you from your position as principal elder. But why do you have killing intent towards me? Is it because I've made you lose face time and time again?" Yan Su's movements slowed slightly as he said, "You don't need to ask this old man. Today you'll die by this old man's hands. This old man naturally has no need to waste words with a dead man. If this old man can't escape today, I'll take this secret with me into my coffin. You and Yin Di can slowly guess." He seemed to be distracted as he spoke, but his aura suddenly surged. A red light suddenly surfaced on Yan Su's face, as though flames had suddenly erupted. The wind-fire calamity, the power of the fire calamity. Yan Su's strength had originally been declining unceasingly, but as the aura chi around his body surged, it suddenly grew stronger. The hidden clear sunlight saber in his hands moved, but it was no longer a saber art that was rich with variations like the 8 scenery spirit saber. The dim saber light abruptly condensed in mid-air, transforming into a jet-black streak of light. The aura chi formed an illusory heaven and earth, a stretch of darkness. Within the darkness, starlight lit up, dragging a long tail of flames behind it, shocking the heavens. The star descended, the meteor descending from the heavens, smashing down towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Su's entire strength erupted with this saber, the momentum that shocked the heavens and shook the earth concentrated at a single point. For a moment, Yan Zhaoge felt as though all the other scenes in his field of vision had disappeared, leaving only that meteor descending from the heavens. The starlight became more and more dazzling, rapidly filling his field of vision. The saber chi was intimidating, as though it had locked his entire body in place, completely unable to move, only able to forcibly receive this saber of Yan Su's. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he suddenly said mildly, "You have a secret within your heart that makes you afraid that we father and son will find out." That year, on the way from the Zhaozhou of the Thunder Domain to the Heaven Domain, an accident occurred and many of our clansmen perished. This included my grandfather and grandmother. This matter has something to do with you, right? That meteor-like saber light descending from the heavens could not help but tremble slightly, pausing for a moment. Then, it became even more ferocious, to the point of descending somewhat frantically and manically. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.